event, a moment for people to come together.
We are thrilled that you are here.
Hello, BlizzCon. This community is everything.
It's a moment for people to come together.
We are thrilled that you are here.
Hello, BlizzCon. This community is everything.
We're building it up to break it back down. We're building it up
event, a moment for people to come together.
We are thrilled that you are here.
Hello, BlizzCon. This community is everything.
We're building it up to break it back down. We're building it up
event, a moment for people to come together.
We are thrilled that you are here.
Hello, BlizzCon. This community is everything.
We're building it up to break it back down. Building it up.
welcome back to the 4th day of the Hearthstone World Championship. I'm your host, Seltzer. I'm here with Robert, and along with our broadcast team, we'll decide our final players moving on to Anaheim for BlizzCon November 6th and 7th.
That's right, Rachel. So yesterday we had our first 4 players advance to the round of 8. Thais, Zoro, Osaka, and Daimeng battled and emerged victorious. Today we will be finding out who else will be joining them in Anaheim.
That's right. These final 8 players will be competing for glory and a piece of the $250,000 to go along with their title. And if players win today, they'll go directly to the BlizzCon main stage finals. The matches are Jab vs. Kuno first. Then we have LifeCoach vs. Kranich, followed by Neilio and Hotform. And then we're going to wrap it up with Purple vs. Pingpingho.
Yeah, it actually looks like today's a day of rebroadcast, but it's actually just a day of rematches, as all these players have played each other already on the first 2 days. Stakes are much higher now, obviously. It's win and advance to BlizzCon, lose and go home.
Harsh, Rob. For the final time this week, players will be competing in a best-of-5 conquest format. Because we know you love this video, here it is one more time.
Conquest is a match format created for competitive Hearthstone tournament play and is the official match format for the 2015 Hearthstone World Championship. Here's how it works. Each player begins with 3 decks using a unique class for each deck. For example, a player can have a warrior deck, a priest deck, and a warlock deck, but not 2 different warlock decks. When a match begins, each player selects their first deck without telling the other player which one they've chosen to play with.
Kranich versus Uther.
After the first game ends, the winning player's deck is declared victorious and can no longer be used, and they must choose from their remaining decks for Game 2. The losing player may choose to use the same deck they just lost with, or one of their remaining decks. This continues through Games 3, 4, and 5 if necessary. Once a player has conquered their opponent with all 3 of their decks, the match is over and the winning player advances. Conquest will be used at the 2015 Hearthstone World Championship, which has a prize pool of $250,000. Now that you know the format, try taking part in an online tournament or a fireside gathering near you.
So far, Europe has absolutely dominated this tournament, with 2 people already making it to the BlizzCon main stage. Big question today, can North America get on the board, and how will China and the Asia-Pacific region fare?
Well, with that said, we begin day 4 of the Hearthstone World Championships, led by Kibler, Kriparian, and Frodan.
Thank you very much, Rachel and Robert, and greetings from the Casters decks once again for day number 4 here at the Hearthstone World Championships. It's time to see who is going to go to the playoffs. Out of the 8 remaining players, only 4 will survive. My name is Frodan. I'm joined by Brian Kibler as well as Kriparian to my far right. Gentlemen, it's been a wonderful pleasure so far casting with you guys all week long, but today we come to a close for opening week. What are some of the storylines that are sticking out to you and what you're excited for today, Brian?
I mean, we saw, we're going to see Jab play, I believe, in our next match, and he had an incredible comeback yesterday, just like he did against Trump in the Americas Championship, where he was on the ropes, needed to draw that fireball to stay in it, and it was there for him. I tweeted yesterday, you know, we haven't seen Jab and Archmage Antonitis in the same room. Makes you think.
I believe it's more than just fireball that was required. His opponent had to leave his minion on the board, giving him the only out, which was the last fireball in the deck, and that's exactly what he got.
Yeah, and frankly, the same thing happened against Trump. You know, Trump took a little bit of risky line, just like No Tomorrow did, and in both situations, Jab found the fireball he needed.
That's right. Well, we'll see how it ends up going beyond just Jab. I mean, everything is a rematch today. Let's take a look at the groups to see exactly what we're talking about. In Group A, we once again, like you see in the bottom half of the bracket, Jab versus Kuno, which you also saw happen the very beginning of the entire tournament as well.
Yeah, Jab ended up losing that one at the start.
That's correct. So hopefully that's not the indication if you're cheering for USA. And Group B, we also have another rematch, Kranich versus LifeCoach once again for the decider spot.
Yeah, one thing that's really interesting about LifeCoach's lineup, it's very good, I think, against the anti-aggro lineups that players like Thais and Osaka have brought. But he did fail to beat Kranich the first time. He's going to have a second go at it now.
And in Group C, we have a rematch between Hotform and Neilio. This one went Hotform's way earlier in the tournament, and but it was a very close one. I believe it was the first 3-2 match of the tournament, and it was a real back and forth one.
That's right. Group D was first placed by Daimeng from China. That's 2 players from Europe, 2 from China. Potentially 1 from APAC, as Pingpingho will take on Purple once more. The Shaman God, can he be the second player to advance and the second Shaman?
Yeah, that was another very close match on our I believe second day. where Purple feels like he got a little bit unlucky in his matchup when we were talking to him at dinner the other night.
Sure.
And he's hoping that he can get revenge and make his way to BlizzCon.
That's right. That freeze mage sticks out to when he played against Pingpingho. Like, you know, the fact that the shaman was able to overwhelm him very quickly, using those doom hammers and being able to peck away.
Huge Bloodlust turn. That was,
right.
I think, what really stood out from that particular game was Pingpingho had a 31-point attack with Bloodlust that really put Purple on the ropes.
Puts anyone on the ropes.
Puts most classes and most
31, you're mostly dead, but no, he's playing freeze mage, so he actually was just on the ropes.
And a little bit of a buffer with the ice barrier. Yeah.
Well, maybe we'll see some of that today. I'm really looking forward to it. We're about to get into action started, and to kick things off, we're going to prepare for game number 1 between Jab versus Kuno.
Jab versus No!
All right, well, the match is about to get underway here. There are, I believe, 3 Americans, or 3 players from the America region that are still in contention to qualify for BlizzCon. We have Jab, which is playing right now, and we have the 2 Canadians, which also have 1-1 scores in the tournament so far.
Asia Pacific, I was going to call it APAC a few times, but Asia Pacific, to clarify the full name, has all of their players remaining. We have Kranich, Kuno, who you see on screen, and then we also have Pingpingho and Neilio.
Oh, wow.
So all 4 are fighting for contention to go into the top 8. None of them are eliminated. So again, a pretty decent showing, but it's right in the middle. No one's really gone through, but no one's eliminated yet.
Well, those we'll see. Have gone through. You mentioned we had 2 Europeans and 2 Chinese players go through already.
Correct.
And the field, if it's 3 Americans and 4 Asia Pacific players, well, with expected results, we should expect 2 players from each region at BlizzCon.
With the exception potentially being LifeCoach to upset somebody. We'll see, because that is the next match. Kranich versus LifeCoach. I'm looking forward to it. However, we are going to go into game number 1, Jab versus Kuno. It's going to be the Tempo Mage versus the Zoo Warlock.
Generally, this is a matchup where I'd personally rather be on the Warlock side. The Tempo Mage deck is very strong at being able to get out ahead of opponents who only have a couple of cheap minions they're able to play with removal spells, but the Warlock deck has lots of sticky minions, things like Nerubian Egg, things like Imp Gang Boss, that are very difficult to deal with the Mage's damage-based removal spells.
I also just like being on the side that has Void Caller Mal'Ganis in hand.
That's a pretty good opening hand from Kuno as well. So
it is. Jab has a reasonable start too. That's one of the things that the Mage always looks to begin with. Some early card draw and board tempo. With the Mana Worm, you benefit so much off those spell synergies. Often, Unstable Portal could also change the dynamic of everything early game.
Often Nerubian Egg is the counter of this deck to Mirror Entity, but I believe Jab has Effigies in as well, so it's kind of not really a play that you'd make so deliberately as against other Tempo Mage decks.
Okay. Well, Young Priestess comes down, and you know what? Even though it's only a 1-mana minion, it still might make his board more resilient against things like the Implosion. But for now, the Power Overwhelming draw, wow, off the top.
That's a pretty nice pickup for Kuno there. It could potentially allow him to remove that Mana Worm, which is threatening to get kind of out of hand.
Sure. And he can play the Imping Boss as well to challenge the rest of the board. If Mirror Entity does come down from the Mad Scientist, the Void Caller would be a little bit of a bigger body than you otherwise want. But
he does have Ironbeak Owl.
Yeah.
Or an Implosion he can play to not only develop his board and neutralize part of his opponent, he can effectively generate minions without possibly risking giving his opponent minions from Mirror Entity. Though I believe we have seen that Jab has both effigy and I think a counterspell in his deck, if I recall correctly.
Really? Wow. That's.
I think you might be right, but it's a bit tough. We've seen a few of these mage decks.
It's very secret what exactly his secrets are because there's a variety of them.
Well, actually, I think you're absolutely right because the only other Tempo Mage player, not quite in the same fashion, but it is indeed Hotform, and Hotform I think is running exactly 2 secrets, and they're both Mirror Entity.
Yes.
Okay, makes sense.
One thing that we've also noticed from this Mage deck is that it had an explosive first game in Jab's first match, but it kind of really struggled to give him the win in the last set, and he almost went home on it, as we mentioned, with that Fireball. It seems like maybe he's just trying to get it out of the way. Maybe he recognized that he requires specific matchups for this deck, and maybe less so in his other 2 remaining decks.
This is a, okay, so this reveals to Kuno that the secret is not, in fact, Effigy, and then playing Void Caller reveals that it is not Mirror Entity,
exactly
so it's Counterspell.
Exactly.
So now he definitely does not want to spend his 4 mana on his turn to play Implosion.
Yeah, Implosion would just take his entire turn away.
If this is Voice Caller, it's so good because he can trade off and play Mal'Ganis. But that is not the case. He can actually activate with Abusive Sergeant on his opponents.
He could, yes.
Oh, and Knife Juggler. That's an excellent play. You can Knife Juggler, play Abusive on your opponent's 3-1, and then
just get Mal'Ganis down.
Yeah, and you can probably juggle out the other Sorcerer Apprentice.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty interesting play. It looks like Kuno may not be going for it. He may just try to play the Juggler to just snipe his opponent's minion off.
Sure, make it more resilient against any board clear. He's going to part ways with his Iron Beak Owl just so he can get that juggle out. He'd rather keep this Abusive Sergeant.
Okay.
So he does still have the option to use that Abusive Sergeant, perhaps to attack into a larger minion. He doesn't get his... Ooh, speaking of larger minions, there's Toshli. That's a very good draw for Jab that turn. Toshli able to potentially fuel his upcoming Flame Wakers thanks to the spare parts it puts in his hand. With
Toshli into Dr. Broom, also pretty strong.
Yeah, that's a very nice curve, but pretty good curve here from Kuno of the Mal'Ganis is coming to play for free on turn 6.
One of those jugglers are what he wanted, I believe. If the 2 juggles actually killed the minion, he would just Abusive the Knife Juggler most likely.
And now Kuno is just in a dominating position here with this Mal'Ganis. Void Walker at 3/5. It's a Ascension Shield Walker for 1 mana.
Yep.
Dr. Boom comes down. It is rare that Dr. Boom comes down and you are massively behind on the board.
Oh my!
Oh, hi there, Doomguard.
9.
That has to be
14.
That has to be there.
18.
It has to be there.
That's actually a chance for lethal if the dagger hits face, I believe.
Yeah,
or no, is it?
The Doomguard gets +2 attack from
Oh, you're right.
Lethal.
You're right.
It's just
It is just lethal.
And
So,
if you attack
wow.
first with all the minions, there's no chance that the juggle will kill a Boombot and cause you to lose lethal.
Yeah, and there it is. So Kuno taking a decisive first game against Jab with his Warlock Zoo deck against Jab's Tempo main.
Yeah, it turns out a Void Caller that spawns out Mal'Ganis after it attacks twice and spawns juggles from it is pretty good.
Why?
Well, when you compare the mana cost and the stat distribution, it's roughly 3 times what you'd expect to get out of 4 mana.
That's a reasonable deal. Some significant value there.
That's
so
right.
now Jab, he still has pretty solid lineup against what Kuno has here though. His Tempo Mage deck matches up a lot better against the Druid and the Paladin, and then I know that he feels comfortable playing his Hunter against anything.
Okay. His freeze, the Tempo Mage is much more important than the Freeze Mage, which is usually very good against one and kind of weak against the other, so you definitely want to even those matchups up. The one thing that always is a big question mark, though, is if Druid happens to line up against another Druid or the Paladin. Both of those classes, which it feels like could go either way, and it's not guaranteed.
Yeah, Kuno is playing mid-range Paladin. I know in the last few days in the tournament, we've seen largely the Secret Paladins see play. Kuno is kind of going a little bit against the grain, and he's had a decent amount of luck with his mid-range. I believe he's running the Murloc Knight variation, which was a lot of fun to see.
I mean, we got the Murloc right here behind us, so it's sort of the
how could it be
mascot
there
of the
and
cast.
in his deck?
That's right, man. How can there be only 2 Murloc Knights if there's like 15 million people in the world? I don't know the meme. Something like that. But, I mean, it's a good point. You know, we're not sure exactly how this series will pan out. Even though Game 1 is in the books, a lot could happen. We're going to take a break and get to know a little bit more. In the meantime, when we come back, Game number 2 between Jab versus Kuno.
ID の由来は、元は、キャラクターの名前ですけど、今はノーレッジの頭文字を取ったということにしています。家族や友達は私がハーストーンを、真面目にやってることは知っていて、お金が手に入るのでいいんじゃないという感じですね。
So it's Knowledge. That's what his name is.
Yeah.
But it's Kuno.
Or Kuno.
I believe it was Kuno.
Who are we talking about here, right?
I believe D2, one of the BlizzCon representatives from last year, he lives in Japan. I believe he knows Kuno and was saying that's how he pronounces it.
That's how Japanese people say his name. So
I
if we want to be
Are we
authentic,
not allowed to do that?
Yeah, I mean, I mean, it depends on how you want to say names, right? Like, you could say it the way the native tongue pronounces it, or you can say it the way, you know, us westernized people have unfortunately
butcher it, right?
Butchered the name. Like Los Angeles, right? That's kind of like how we actually call that city.
Well, I asked him about it. We asked if no is okay. And he said, "Yeah, it's not bad. It doesn't really matter."
Are you sure? Or maybe he says no, okay.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh God.
But
and he's like, well, and he just checkmated you right there, and you're like, well played. I can see. Masterful.
Right, this totally didn't happen. But anyway, he basically mentioned that you know he's not too sensitive as some people are with the name thing.
Yeah.
But no, as in like the N-O, like the no of knowledge kind of how we pronounce it.
Yeah.
He said he doesn't like that too much because it seems like it's
negative.
Yeah.
Right.
It's a bit negative and it's kind of easy to forget.
Is that like a hand warmer? He keeps shaking.
It looks like it. One of those heat packets.
Yeah.
I mean, it is a little chilly sometimes in the tavern.
We're in California.
We're in a tavern in California, which in the opening line of Hearthstone Client, it says, "It's shut the door, it's cold out there."
Yeah, we've tried to simulate that experience to our players.
It is warm in here by the hearth, though.
Yeah. We have a actual fire right behind us, which you'll see later on
Don't tell
screen.
the fire marshal.
Well, we're going to go with Paladin versus Mage. This is a matchup
really
that you were saying feels good, right?
Actually, hold on. Like, he just coined Frostbolt against the Zombie Chow. Isn't that surprising? Because if you save the Frostbolt for next turn, you can still hit the Zombie Chow. You gain that life back anyway, but you could do it with a Sorcerer Apprentice, which means you could choose either the Zombie Chow or his play on turn 2. So it feels like you gain flexibility at no price. Isn't that a bit weird?
It is unusual to see a coin Frostbolt Zombie Chow. I think his thinking was he doesn't want to pass turn 1, because if he put out the
Wanted. This also
Mad Scientist to get traded pretty easily.
It also allows him to play the Mad Scientist on turn 2 instead of being committed. Oh dear!
What? Hold there.
He's actually not far from Infinite Fireballs. He has the 2 sources.
You're right.
And the Echo Medivh.
Oh my God!
Now he just needs Antonitis.
And
a lot of mana to actually cast this and keep them on play.
Even more Sorcerer's Apprentices.
Well, if you get all 4 of them.
Yeah. That's ridiculous.
Counter spells.
All right, well, True Silver does a very good job of clearing out the seemingly powerful Spell Slinger. Now Jab is kind of struggling a lot. It feels like it might be a turn where you just concede a minion to the second charge of True Silver and just concede the fact that you might still be behind at the end of this.
Yeah, I mean, I can imagine seeing him play perhaps a Sorcerer's Apprentice and pinging off the Owl there. He doesn't want to play Flamewaker because that is one of his key minions in this matchup, and it would die to the True Silver champion. So
well, this might be a Flamewaker play with if he's playing the Mana Worm, if he's reaching for the
I would
Mana
imagine
Worm.
he plays Mana. If he played Mana Worm ping instead of Sorcerer's Apprentice ping, because Sorcerer's Apprentice playing the 2 Sorcerer's Apprentice in a single turn can give him multi-mana discounts on spells, though. So it's possible that he'd rather potentially sacrifice the Mana Worm.
That's a good point.
The Mana Worm is also something that it needs a lot of immediate synergy to like impact it a lot. Otherwise, it just becomes a very vanilla minion.
He has set up a counterspell for that Demon Heart that that Kuno has.
Yeah, he's assured that there is a spell in No's hand.
Demon Heart's a very interesting card because you can use it on friendly demons, but only Warlock is the class that gets demon. I don't believe there's a neutral demon in this set.
There is a neutral demon. It is the...
Illidan.
There is Illidan, and there's also Imp Master. The Imps are demons.
Oh, yes. The imps that come off
the 3-mana card that damages itself to spawn in. Really? That's fascinating.
I did not know that.
That's today. It makes sense. It makes sense now that you think about it. It's like Imp Master, but wow, Crit. Nice job. Why didn't you win Jeoparino?
Because it's hard to remember things when it counts.
That's right.
Jab, I think Jab may be caught in the allure of this Sorcerer's Apprentice Echo here. He's doing a lot to not play one of these. He does play the Mirror Entity. I guess he goes with the ping here and can clear much of his opponent's board. I would be caught up in the allure of the possibility of getting all these.
You'd really need to get that ping though. I mean, pinging off a 2/1 creature is just such a power play.
Yeah, and this. Kuno is able to play his Murloc Knight into the Mirror Entity with that True Silver charge back. So he's able to still kill.
He has to attack it first, because if he gets like a Murloc War Leader, it actually buffs it out of range.
That's really good observation, and the sequencing is perfect.
Sylphin, Spirit Walker, pretty powerful Murloc, the highest cost Murloc that you can actually get off of.
Oh man, what are we playing now?
The dream! Although he needs to
have him survive.
He needs for a lot of things to happen.
He needs to duplicate those sorcerer types. He needs 4.
What he really needs, I think, is like a Spell Slinger into a Frost Nova, just to shut out his 2 Sorcerer Friends from dying from the previous turn.
Right, well, he is getting the Echo off from the Spell Slinger.
I mean, it is value.
Yeah, but now, like, the Murlocs are just going to rampage out of control.
Yeah, now that he has also Quartermaster in hand.
Yeah, so Kuno can just use his hero power, make a Murloc, make a Silverhand Recruit.
Yeah!
Oh, dear.
Wow.
Kuno, that's what I call value.
He raises his hands like, well, what do you want me to do?
All right, well, I guess I have it all.
Is there a secret up right now?
There is. It's the
Counterspell?
Counterspell. And
Okay.
Kuno has just played nothing but minions each
Right.
turn since then. And this is a very difficult board for Jab to come back from. Even if he had something like a Flame Strike, which I don't believe we've seen played in this deck.
Yeah, wow. He just concedes on the spot.
So Kuno off to a decisive 2-game lead against Jab here. Jab is 1 game away from going home.
As much as I really love players bringing these like wild, in some cases they may not be experimental because they've had good results in the past, but they certainly look experimental to me.
Tempo mages.
Right,
Well,
right.
I mean, this is a deck that Jab has actually had a lot of success with in the recent past. He played it in a large tournament in California the weekend before the Americas Championship at the Esports Arena. He played it at the Americas Championship where he made the top 4. So this is a deck that Jab knows very well and has had a lot of success with, and it's done very, very consistent for him up to this point.
Yeah, just not in the very recent past here at the BlizzCon qualifier tournament. The opening game was so crushing. I was rooting for the deck. I mean, I'm still rooting for the deck because I love the fact that players are bringing such crazy creations to the table. But on the other hand, I think yesterday it went like 2-1, and right now it's 0-2. So
yeah, you're right. It's struggling.
1-4 over the last 2 days so far. And, I mean, in best-of-5 formats, that is a lot of losses in one specific point.
I mean, you pick up an excellent point. The idea is that for every time it succeeded, it definitely has some variance to it. It won't win every game either. So even though he's succeeded with it, he's losing where it matters the most. Because if he loses one more game, Kuno is going to be going to the round of 8, and Jab will be stopped here.
But this is the matchup that he's looking for out of Kuno's lineup. This is the best matchup for his Tempo Mage deck, the Druid, where cards like Mirror Entity really shine, and where he can gain a significant tempo advantage from those Mana Worm openings.
All right, well, Kuno has the Innervate, which is pretty effective. He also has the Darnassus, but he's unable to really play anything here. And he's going to have to make some tough decisions if he wants to Innervate a Shredder or play the Darnassus.
And Jab's hand is only okay here. He's drawn 2 of his secrets, which are really cards that you want to get off of your Mirror Entities. You don't really want to pay the full retail price of 3 mana for them.
Retail pricing is terrible.
You gotta
Not very competitive pricing.
Get them on sale, you know? they come with the mad scientist. My prices are mad!
What do you think about this play? He can actually charge out a Drew the Claw to guarantee the trade. But at the same time, against 3 mana, you're probably not struggling much with a taunted Drew the Claw either. I mean, the worst thing that could happen is Flame Cannon, which would kill it anyway.
If he had Fireball here, it would be pretty excellent.
That would be excellent, because I actually have 4 attack on the mana.
Yeah.
Would you have actually reconsidered that because of that option?
I still like Jab's play. If he had charged it, he's open to a lot more things that go wrong that he ends up behind on the board as well, I think. So here we're just going to see the Arcane Blast, Mirror Entity, and just trade in. So this removes the Druid of the Claw from Kuno and gives Jab the Mirror Entity, which is pretty strong.
It's extremely strong against Druid hands, especially the ones that have a ramp, because often ramps are the large portion of your spell. You have to imagine that most of the other cards are just bigger creatures that you'd really want to try to play. And he has to make the play because he knows he's up against Mirror Entity, he knows he's up against Effigy, he knows he's up against Counterspell. So even I mean, in the worst situation, he still doesn't have a choice.
Right.
But he absolutely just has to go for it every time.
I mean, he does have the option to possibly have just played Keeper of the Grove and shot his opponent's face. But
I don't like that at all.
I know. I'm just walking through the possible options here. But that would have ended up going poorly for him as well. So this...
Speaking of poor results, the Shredder does pop out a 2-1, which means it does get killed off by that hero power.
Not only that, but it stays alive this turn. You deal with the board, and you have a very nice effigy setup.
Yeah, this is pretty scary for Kuno here because he can think that this is... I don't know if we've seen 2 mirror entities in the same game out of Jab. He does have quite a few secrets. So here Kuno can actually just play the Azure Drake into the secret.
Oh, boy.
That's a very good draw.
Yeah, he has to Frostbolt, though. He doesn't want to trade off his 4-1 because that's the most likely creature to die. He wants the most potential value out of the effort.
That's right.
This does offer a pretty nice swipe for Kuno next turn.
It does, but who is hiding behind that Pilot Shredder?
It's still fine. Like, really, Jab absolutely needs the effigy trigger this turn because if he plays Dr. Boom, it'll probably trigger on a Boom bot.
And this is a heads-up play from Kuno here, playing
the... Happy Halloween!
Oh, dear.
That is one of the scariest things.
And the Dread Steed!
All right.
As far as possible effigies are concerned, that's one of the less scary ones. But the Totem Gold coming out of the Shredder, that's scary.
I think both these outcomes are reasonably scary.
Yeah, I think they're both very scary because the Druid is really running very low on life right now. And that weighed into basically the stickiest minion in the entire game.
Well, it is a minion that you know, at least if it stays in play, the stickiest. But if it stays in play, it's only doing 1 damage every turn, and it's not putting a huge amount of immediate pressure. But Dr. Boom, that's a lot of immediate pressure.
It's also one of the prettiest cards in the game. If you if you want to craft
glorious.
1 golden card,
Fireball here will actually give him the game.
Jab is known for drawing fireballs when they will win the game.
It said 2 damage.
I believe it's a Flame Waker into double Arcane Missiles.
Okay.
So that's
that can also win the
kind of like a fireball, except, well, maybe
and the boom bots can close the gap if required.
Yeah, this looks like it is.
That's just lethal right there.
Wow, good stuff.
So after losing 2 games in this Tempo Mage deck, Jab picks up the game against Kuno's Druid deck, and he's not done yet.
He's not done yet. He's staying alive in the tournament. Game 3 gives him some life, but he has to beat this Druid deck 3 times in a row, and he used one of his best decks to do it.
What we've seen so far from Jab is, in his opening game against No, he actually just had really bad luck with his Hunter. He is playing mid-range Hunter. He had the better opener every time, but he actually got crushed in the mid-range every time, playing mid-range Hunter. So that kind of sucks. But really what we've seen in the later stages of the tournament, and today especially, is the Mage deck really struggling. And it is an aggressive deck. So my main concern for Jab, because the players have to stick to their decks for the end BlizzCon tournament, the players who have already qualified are actually playing decks that really punish aggressive decks. So not only do we have a deck that has been fairly inconsistent, but has to actually beat lineups that are completely countering.
Yeah. Well, it's a tough road to come back from, but it's not impossible. Jab did struggle a little bit, not just being able to win with his mages, but he's also been struggling to just get to the finals every single time. Last year, he got stopped in the Americas Regionals, similar to Nyria and Tice, 2 players who have also gone through that journey as well. And he had a little bit to say about it when we sat down with him.
I think the moment I qualified for this tournament was the happiest point of my Hearthstone career so far, because last year I made it to regionals as well and just fell short, so it's good to be able to finally achieve this. Since I was so close last year, I knew for sure that I could improve and then finally get to where I wanted to be as a player.
Well, he doesn't want to go home here. He's 1 game away still from elimination. Kuno is 1 game away from being the first Japanese player to make the top 8 playoffs in BlizzCon for the Hearthstone World Championships. 2 really cool stories.
Asia-Pacific player.
First Asia-Pacific player this year.
Yep. Lot on the line. I mean, Jab made it certainly a stage higher than last year, but
that's progression.
He doesn't want to end here. Nobody wants to end here. All the games we have for you guys tonight are going to be for those spots, for those critical spots to be able to play at BlizzCon to eventually become the Hearthstone World Champion.
And not surprisingly, go ahead.
Well, I'm just saying he's also the last USA member. So, you know, for the homeland America, to keep on the torch that Firebat has passed.
Well, there are 2 representatives of Crips homeland here. We do still have 2 Canadians. It's
true.
I personally think, in my completely unbiased opinion, that it would be even more amazing if Canadians took home the win in the end.
So
I wouldn't mind passing the torch that way.
Jab here.
Oh!
With his mid-range Hunter deck, this is the deck that Jab
Welcome to the Grand Tournament.
This is the deck that Jab is the most known for. He made a name for himself even before he had a lot of tournament success as a player who innovated on Hunter strategy, specifically mid-range Hunter. And this is a deck that has brought him very far, and unsurprising that he's relying on it when he's back against the wall here.
The bow is such a huge play here. It's just the absolute perfect answer. And not only does it answer that card, it sets up for a tempo play next turn, as Noah is back on 3 mana now that he's triggered the death rattle. So really anything he plays there is not going to fare too well against the bow of Jab from last turn.
Kuno does have that wild growth. So he's able to set up to potentially play either Druid of the Claw or Azure Drake next turn, while Jab has a decision between playing this Haunted Creeper or just playing a Houndmaster by itself.
He's been cornered into Houndmasters, like solo Houndmaster plays many times throughout this tournament. But I think this is an opportunity to really play one. The Freeze Trap will likely protect the Haunted Creeper, because you're really never going to waste the spell to kill a Haunted Creeper. You're just not going to do that, right?
It's tough to get rid of a Haunted Creeper without giving away quite a bit of value here. Though speaking of which, Jab actually picked up a Web Spinner, which is another possible option for him to boost with that Houndmaster.
Yeah, the thing is, because he has the Freeze Trap up, I think he's not really interested in clearing the Druid of the Claw, even though he can.
Maybe. I mean, he has the option to potentially attack with his bow, boost his spider, clear off the Druid, and play the Web Spinner, leaving himself with reasonable amount of stuff on board. That board would be very vulnerable to swipe, however.
Yes.
Yeah. But swipe would take the entire turn. However, he also does miss out on potentially getting the Houndmaster value. So this is the most stats on board, which I can get behind.
And the trap value, it would cycle another charge on his weapon.
This does give Kuno an excellent opportunity to use Keeper of the Grove to silence that minion.
Yeah.
And now the Wrath will take out the Houndmaster, leaving
super value.
Yeah, leaving Jab without the ability to easily clear off this Druid of the Claw.
The kill command is still pretty useful here.
It is. He can use kill command in one of his minions to clear off the Druid. That does allow Kuno to return his Keeper with that freezing trap the next turn, however.
Oh well.
I mean, that's kind of a big deal. The Keeper of the Grove is one of the answers to Jaime if the game becomes an attrition battle, which is starting to become the scenario that they're using a lot of their resources, and yet neither of them are in danger of being
a 6-mana Keeper of the Grove isn't really that great of an answer to Jaime.
It's about if the response is on board, though. Like, it knows cards are going to be stronger card for card outside of the Dr. Boom.
Oh, that's a good kill command now. He ended up getting a minion he could play along with it from the Web Spinner.
Yeah, this does make his turn significantly stronger, because previously he was in a position where he would be forced to essentially just cast kill command and do nothing else. But getting the Raptor off of Web Spinner gives him a little bit of additional value here.
Yeah, I think here, even though we'll be able to replay the Keeper of the Grove after a freeze trap, that just makes it so you get a clean Dr. Boom, and you're totally into that one.
And Jab does still have the Eaglehorn Bow up. Eaglehorn Bow gains an additional charge anytime one of your traps is triggered. So here, Kuno does have the opportunity to return his Keeper with the freezing trap, but he doesn't want to give Jab an extra charge.
I think also because he has Force of Nature, which can activate that, and then he can use his Keeper to stay on board and have better combat.
I really like the double trade here. Double trade and playing the Dr. Boom seems very strong.
Looks like he is deciding to use his bow charge, however. I think he may recognize that
it's
Kuno...
not going to happen.
Yeah, that
He's not getting that extra charge.
Well, or even that the pace of this game is such that the extra charge is less important than having the additional minion on the board.
Okay. That could be the case. Kuno draws the Innervate, which gives him access to 10 mana.
That can potentially allow him to play both Force of Nature and swipe.
That is a board clear, I believe.
So,
oh no,
depends
on
the boom bots, I believe.
Well, you would attack first and then swipe, right?
Right.
So
Oh
you
yeah,
attack
okay.
everything,
It is a board
and then
clear.
so you're
Two
able
treants
to-
into the Dr. Boom, the 2-4 into the Raptor, and then Mercy of the boot bots.
Just cross your fingers.
They are not merciful. Spoiler alert.
Throw some salt over the shoulder. No.
No mercy.
You know what?
Oh, mercy.
They were somewhat
okay.
merciful.
Okay.
So he did dodge some of those cracks in the sidewalk before he got to his match today.
Okay. I think we're actually going to see maybe even just a silence play here.
Well, he could squeeze in the hero power and then play Houndmaster. His opponent did use 2 rats. The reason why Freezing Trap feels weak though is because you know your opponent bounced a Treant back.
Right.
Yeah.
So he can just play another Treant.
Yeah, this is a little unusual choice from Jab here to just play this Freezing Trap when he does have that information. Kuno has the opportunity
to play something, though. You can't play nothing. You have to play a Houndmaster.
It's a very rough spot for Jab here, for sure.
It doesn't die to that Treant.
It's true.
Fortunately. Oh.
That is quite the draw, considering that
You can
he can
bounce your
bounce the
Treant again,
Treant back
and then
make it
discount it.
cheaper.
Yeah. Treant for 2. Yeah, this is
Dude, this Treant.
It's not a lot of
He
work.
has the biggest case of being blue ball. He just wants to go in and attack, but he just can't. Keeps getting denied.
I think after this game, Jab will never watch Bob Ross play again.
It just, you know,
This Treant
can't
is
handle the
beautiful.
trees. The happy little Treant.
Wonderful. No mistakes, no misplays. Just happy Treants.
Oh, God.
No is counting, by the way, in case he might have some ability to close out the game with two chargers in hand. That
Yeah,
makes
it's not
Savager really
quite there.
powerful.
A Savager would be lethal, actually.
Right, if he
but
was able to grab
he
it.
doesn't currently have that card.
But he's got 2 sticky minions. 1 good Shredder deserves 2 others.
Yeah, 22 life, you're really not afraid.
Yeah.
I mean, you might be a little bit afraid because your opponent played nothing with 3 cards in hand. You know there's some bad things headed your way, but playing the double Shredder makes it a situation where it's almost impossible your opponent will be able to prevent them from doing anything next turn.
Animal Companion. I don't think an Animal Companion who can really get Jab out of this.
Oh, well, Leok
that
does
is
help.
not a bad start.
Leok with this Unleash is pretty strong.
He also could get like another way to buff some of those dogs, right? Oh wait, based off the positioning, no.
The positioning is problematic, but he didn't really have a choice in the matter, unless he played Unleash first before Leok.
What?
Ooh, okay.
Patient Assassin. And Kuno even claps. Says, you know what, bravo.
What if you just taunt Leok here? That's good enough. And you just go face.
That is actually quite
for
powerful.
6.
Yeah, no, this is a good turn of events from Jab here.
Garrison
We see
Commander.
that Patient Assassin on the screen. It is a deadly touch minion, as it were.
It is. That minion, anything it touches, dies.
Got a poison
Except
blade.
for Divine Shield. That's something that I found out the hard way.
Well, doesn't damage them.
When I was first playing Hearthstone, I was like, okay, and then just got wrecked.
All right,
So that is 6 health.
That was a really big turnaround.
Oh
Savage
my
Roar,
goodness.
though, with 2 charges in the hand.
I think
believe
that's
that
it.
might be enough.
Yeah, I think
Each
that's
of those
lethal.
charges, we're going to see a cat
Yeah,
come down.
certainly.
That happy little tree, he's happy he gets under the action here.
That's right. And guess who just got his ticket to the round of 8 playoffs? It is Kuno from Japan, as he is going to Savage Roar and close it out, sending the final American player home.
Final USA player.
Well, do you consider yourself American, Crip?
North America.
Yeah.
I saw you eating some fries
He
yesterday.
played the Americas Championship.
Yeah.
Some freedom fries you were eating yesterday. Were
They're
they
good.
delicious? What did they taste like, Creed?
Half of them were. They were like freedom chips. Those weren't very good.
It tasted like democracy is the answer to that question.
Oh, my bad.
That's a 3-1 victory for Kuno, as he is the first Japanese player in HWC history to make it to the round of 8. Congratulations. What a wonderful set of events to be able to see him come all the way here to America. And I feel like he just played that pretty solidly, using pretty solid decks.
Yeah, and the real problem in that game was really the mage. Jab realized that he'd probably struggle to get a win, so he just threw it out there, and threw it out there again, and then threw it out there the 3rd time. The 3rd time he got the win, but it was a pretty big disadvantage to come back from.
Right.
Yeah, it just so happened that I think a lot of players coming into this tournament teched a lot of their decks to be able to deal with aggressive decks. And when you have that issue plus the possible inconsistency of the randomness nature of the mage tempo deck, bad things can happen. And unfortunately for Jab, it happened to him.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you can very clearly see that Kuno was anticipating a lot of Druid. That's what he wants to target with the Zulok, with Paladin, which is generally one of the better decks against the Druid. And then you have, the Druid be able to face off against it as well. And so Jab was trying to avoid playing the Druid and make it more of his anchor. Like, I'll use this as my final win. But when you lose, like, against the Zoo and you have that Hunter still up, it's like, that's painful. You want to be able to get that Hunter win very quickly. And as a result, even though Jab does end up falling here, I think he had a great run. And I think Kuno's dream is still alive. He's waiting with Rachel for a couple of words about qualifying for the round of 8.
That's right, Dan. I'm here with our winner, and I want to ask, you look so serious when you're sitting in that chair, but you're such a happy guy. What are you thinking about that's so stressful? Besides the game, of course.
Like, if I lose this game, I have... even if I lose, I have to stay America 1 more week. But if I lose, I have nothing to do. So I didn't want to win this. That's why.
You didn't want to be stuck in California with nothing to do for a week. That's a heck of a reason to win. Now, I want you to tell me a little bit about the Japanese Hearthstone scene. You've recently received the Japanese language client, and a lot of the pros are really excited.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe a number of Japanese player increase because due to Japanese version, and yeah, that's pretty good.
A lot more competition for you, right? So the last question I have is, you were a competitive RTS player. You played MOBA competitively, and now you're a professional Hearthstone player. What was it about Hearthstone that you really loved as a competitive game?
Because that's just because I'm good at Hearthstone. That's why. There's no reason.
Just because you're good?
Yeah.
That's a heck of a reason to play. I'm going to give it back to our casters. Don't go anywhere. We got more games for you.
Words from Kuno Senpai himself. Turns out the Japanese server is pretty good, Crip.
No comment.
He's like, only I can say that in my YouTube videos. Well, that's a really good opportunity to just, talk a little bit about the amazing diversity that we do see from the backgrounds of players. A lot of people don't really anticipate Japan being able to get this far. But is that a really big surprise for you, Kibler?
No, the Japanese players have a lot of history of success in other collectible card games, and there's a period they were actually exceedingly dominant. So seeing Japanese players do very well in Hearthstone is not at all surprising.
I think just seeing a wide diversity of players from everywhere doing well in Hearthstone is no surprise. I mean, Hearthstone's a game where if you really pick your spots, if you put the time in, if you just practice a lot, you can be great player. We've seen players, as young as 13, I believe, qualify for BlizzCon, and I wouldn't be surprised if next year we have a retired American or anything like that qualify.
I'm not that old, Crip.
We'll
not
see.
that old.
Okay. Ooh, wow. Well, we're going to diffuse a little bit of that tension off stream. But in the meantime, we're going to thank all of our sponsors that help make this possible. Make sure to check out all their products as well for supporting us for the HWC 2015, which is the hashtag on social media. Let us know what you think, your predictions, especially for the upcoming match. It's LifeCoach versus Kranich, the rematch for the top 8 when we return. In the meantime, check out these highlights brought to you by Windows 10 Game DVR.
The 2015 World Championship Series Global Finals is brought to you in part by Intel, Windows 10, MasterCard, and T-Mobile.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm hanging out with Brian Kibler. And Brian, we've had 4 amazing days of Hearthstone, but today only 4 can continue on to BlizzCon and join the other 4 we had qualify yesterday. So what are your thoughts on this process?
I mean, all these players have come a really long way, and they don't want to go home now. Even if they lose, they won't go home. They'll be able to go to BlizzCon, but they want to be up on that stage playing. So I have to imagine they're going to be giving it their all.
Yeah, as Kuno just said, he's like, I'm here for a week, so I might as well play in the finals. It would be pretty lame to just kind of sit there and watch.
I mean, I can think of a few fun things you might be able to do in California if you weren't able to play on the BlizzCon stage, but I would rather be doing that instead, going and actually playing in the tournament.
Yeah, and BlizzCon itself is going to be pretty awesome, and I know it's really hard to get into BlizzCon, really hard to get tickets, but all these players are going to be there. You're going to get a chance to talk to them, get some autographs, and just hang out. They're great guys. Have you been hanging out with the players at all, chatting with them?
Yeah, the players are all really cool. We've been having the opportunity to go out and have dinner with them, people to learn a bit about them outside of just the game. And it'll be really cool to actually spend more time at BlizzCon with them as well. BlizzCon, I've been to quite a few of them all the way back to the very first BlizzCon. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, I've been fond of saying this, but the Hearthstone players, especially the ones that really put their heart into the game, they come out here and they're incredible people. They're very friendly. I was just talking to Kuno and he said he came out here alone from Japan, but the SEA players are so nice, all the players are so nice that he's found friends and he's a lot more comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, I last night, had a long philosophical conversation with Hotform, over dinner. Or actually, it was the other night. Last night I just went to sleep because I'm old and boring. But no, it's been great to get to know these players even more outside of their play, and they're all a bunch of really great people.
Absolutely. You guys can join the conversation on Twitter with the hashtag HWC 2015, and all the players around there, you can chat with them. I highly recommend giving them a follow, saying hey on social media, reaching out to the players you support, and giving them some love, because they're all putting their heart and their lives on the line here, and they're giving you great games. So thanks so much, Brian, for all your wonderful casting. I'm going to give it back to our casters for the next game.
Kranich versus LifeCoach.
Welcome back. We see the handshake there between LifeCoach and Kranich. I am Robert Worthenwing, joined at the desk by Savitz and Amaz. Guys, this is obviously a rematch. We had this very early on in our Hearthstone World Championship broadcast, Kranich versus LifeCoach, and Kranich had some fun things to say to LifeCoach. Obviously, meant very much in fun, but he was jokingly saying that he was a younger, cuter Hearthstone player and he was going to send LifeCoach to his retirement. Obviously took the series, but was unable to advance to the top 8. LifeCoach has a chance for revenge. What do you guys expect to see in this series?
Well, it's interesting to see that these players have decided to go with different kind of strategies for the tournament. Kranich is playing an aggressive lineup, while LifeCoach is going with a slow control one. And I would tend to favor Kranich in this type of situation, but anything can happen. And something like the handlock from LifeCoach can beat any of the decks from Kranich.
Sure. Yeah, exactly. LifeCoach's handlock is not especially good in this matchup, but if he does win this match against Kranich and goes on to the top 8, this handlock is going to be really strong against other decks.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about LifeCoach's lineup. A lot of players coming into the series had to make, well, obviously all the players had to make specific reads about what they were expecting to see and kind of tailor their lineup against, but LifeCoach kind of kept to a very LifeCoach-centric roster there. We see he's going to open with handlock, but he brought a bunch of control decks, just did not go aggro at all, and obviously, he's still alive in this tournament and doing well, but he himself said during one of his interviews that he doesn't necessarily feel that he read the meta super correctly. What do you make of, obviously, handlock versus Zulok of each?
I think it's a fair matchup for handlock, and for LifeCoach, that handlock is a problem against Kranich's lineup in general. The Druid and the Hunter would have been way worse than this is, so if you LifeCoach, you're extremely happy to see this right now. It's not like an automatic win or anything like that, but I would tend to favor the handlock.
Yeah, this is LifeCoach's best lineup against Kranich's decks, the Mirror. Even though it is handlock versus Zoo, the handlock does have a lot of ways to board clear. But ever since Zulok includes a lot of Death Rattle creatures, even the Imp Gang boss doesn't die to Hellfire now, handlock has a little more struggle against Zulok. Whereas, back in just the classic set, handlock would just be like the counter because Hellfire and Shadow Flame just clears out all the board.
Yeah, if there's somebody who can do it, it's going to be LifeCoach. He's known for his style where he kind of sticks to his same type of strategies from one tournament to another and tries to perfect his gameplay on those particular decks.
Right. Amaz, you kind of mentioned the fact that Hellfire these days as a board clear is not necessarily as impactful because as more sets have come out, obviously we've seen these stickier minions, Piloted Shredder, Haunted Creeper, Nerubian Eggs, these kind of minions that even when you blow them up, they usually leave something behind on the board, and since that area of effect damage only happens once off a spell like Hellfire, Yeah.
But looking at the hand from Kranich right now, Kranich doesn't have any of those sticky minions. Everything that he has in his hand will die to the potential coin Hellfire on turn 3 from LifeCoach.
Yeah, he did. Kranich did mulligan off the Nerubian Egg in the hopes to find a more aggressive starting hand like this one, so that you know, he can just put a lot of pressure on LifeCoach. Maybe LifeCoach doesn't have his Molten Giants right now, which would be really helpful if he can use it with like Sunfury Protector to make a big wall of taunts. But Kranich is going to go for the all-in phase, and then hopefully draws his Doomguard or Power Warming to end the match before Handlocks can, you know, ramp into those crazy cards.
We actually see one of those crazy cards in the hand of LifeCoach Mal'Ganis, and we see the Void Caller. Obviously, we witnessed in the last series. That's an incredibly powerful combination, capable of getting Mal'Ganis out there far earlier than turn 9. And LifeCoach, LifeCoach is considering his options after an eventful turn, decides to pass.
Well, I mean, you do have like, you know, 75 seconds per turn. You might as well just use them all to like think of the turns ahead, and you don't get penalized for using the whole turn. Other than, you know, perhaps the audience say, oh, you're roping, but, you know, that doesn't matter when you win at the end.
Right, and for these turns that are earlier on, you know, when not as much is going on, it's kind of a good time to sit down, look at what you have in your hand, look at what kind of you expect to see based on the first couple of turns of your opponent, and figure out your game plan then. Because later on, when you are stuck in more complex turns, you're not necessarily going to have time for a big picture approach to your turns. So, while it's obviously fun to kind of joke around about LifeCoach's turn length, there is a method to his rope madness, and it's obviously paid off. He's had an incredible 2015, along with his teammate Ties, which, fun fact, if he were to win this series, he would advance to play Ties actually in the round of 8.
Yeah, and if we get to that match, I would tend to favor LifeCoach heavily against Ties' lineup. That Priest is not very good against any of LifeCoach's decks, so if they were to play, LifeCoach would be in much better position than against Kranich. Kranich is going to be very difficult for him, but looking at this right now, he might be able to sneak in that win with the handlock, unless Kranich picks up a sticky minion for his next turn.
Yeah, the Hellfire is looking very, very juicy against Kranich's board, and yeah, Kranich needs to draw something like an M-Game boss, perhaps.
Or Nerubian Egg,
yeah.
But no, doesn't get any of that. No matter what Kranich does here, LifeCoach is going to be able to get a full clear with his coin Hellfire on next turn.
And this is kind of interesting. Going into this turn, you see, obviously, Kranich has the Voidwalker, he has the Abusive Sergeant. He would float a mana if he played both, which obviously doesn't feel good. So maybe there's a value to possibly just playing the Voidwalker and tapping, which is what he chooses to do. Obviously, if he plays down the Abusive Sergeant and the Voidwalker, that Hellfire would give it even more impactful.
Yep, that's true. And we see that M-Game Boss was just one card away from being played, which is, you know, maybe he can just play it next turn along with another 1-drop. Hopefully not the Abusive Sergeant. You wanted to do something the turn you play it.
Right, we see Earthen Ring Farseer picked up. That's a card that we'd mentioned had kind of been cut from a lot of handlock lists.
Right.
But it's very impactful in this matchup because it's a minion that comes down, it offers a little bit of healing, but more importantly, battles for the board.
Yeah, definitely helps to have it early on. Later on in the game, not the greatest top deck, but you always have the Warlock Hero Power, which can give you additional cards, and Earthen Ring Farseer is easy to play alongside the life tap.
Yeah. Earthen Ring Farseer has been cut from a lot of lists because turn 3 is usually very awkward for handlocks, right? If you're going first, you would tap in turn 3. And if you're going second, you would coin like an Azure Drake or even the Hellfire at turn 3. So 3-drops are not super prevalent. That's why we only see like the Big Game Hunter being the only other 3-drop. But LifeCoach here has to decide whether he wants to, you know, Hellfire and just clear this board with 7 power, or be a little bit more greedy and go for, like, you know, a Void Caller or a Drake.
I would be kind of shocked if he went for the Void Caller, because he does not have a Molten Giant in his hand. If LifeCoach had a Molten Giant, he might have just played the Void Caller instead, because he wouldn't be that worried about taking the extra damage from those minions that were already on the board.
Yeah, we do see, though, that he opts for the Hellfire, decides to play it safe, and can't really fault him. That was a lot of power on the board that he was going to have to contend with no Molten Giant, so decides to play it safe. And Kranich is going to play an Imp Gang Boss, it looks like, and actually opt to play the Abusive Sergeant just to put more on the board. Ama is very much indicative of what you said, that kind of all-in approach.
Right. Oh, Kazan Mystic is a tech card that does not work in this matchup.
No, Gul'dan has no secret.
No. But playing the Abusive actually means that LifeCoach can play a 4-drop and Mortal Coil, so it's actually the perfect timing to drop the 2-1. Dropping a turn 5 means that LifeCoach can actually clear and actually develop a 4-drop, so that was good. Here you can decide between a Drake or a Void Caller, and we see Kranich does have the Owl. Not the worst of things if LifeCoach gets his one of his 4-drops silenced, because he would prefer his taunts to stay intact, or even the Mal'Ganis to have his effect. So I guess it's just a preference right now, whether he wants a bit more board or wants a bit more sticky minion.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say no to the Void Caller though. With the Mal'Ganis, they're ready and waiting. And Void Caller is also a tiny bit less vulnerable, sorry, less weak to the silence effect.
Sure, but you don't really expect your opponent to have silence. And Drake does contest the in-game boss good enough that LifeCoach is going to choose this option.
So of all the options he had, this one feels the least defensive. It puts something on the board. He can taunt it up next turn, but double power overwhelming. I don't think is that enough just yet.
Not
yet, but that's a lot of damage. Yeah, if it wow.
Same thing.
There's so much damage right now.
And this is such a pivotal turn for Kranich. He has to make the read whether he expects Molten Giants or not. Obviously, he can't take out the Twilight Drake without using a power overwhelming, which he wants to keep to finish the game.
Well, you can also silence. The thing is, you do want to silence and kill off the Drake because it's going to gain taunt anyways. You go like, oh, maybe I just silence it when it gains taunt, but it's a minion. LifeCoach plays Sun Fury and Argus, so you might as well just remove it right now. Define the Egg right now doesn't really put too much power on the board, so I guess the only other thing Kranich is thinking about is whether to hit the face with these two creatures and reduce the Hadlock's life to very low. It's very, very hard because Molten Giants would be, you know, close to cheap and close to free.
So he's going to trade in that Abusive Sergeant into the Twilight Drake. And then the Imp Gang boss, again, he's given that consideration.
Yep. Has to think about those Molten Giants. What if LifeCoach has a Molten Giant right now? Would it be better not to attack?
Yeah, it's such a tense moment when you're playing in this matchup. Really, when you're playing any more aggressive deck against Handlock, you just kind of sit there soul-searching. Does he have those Molten Giants? Obviously, we know LifeCoach doesn't, so LifeCoach in a little bit of a scary spot now.
Yeah. Well, thanks to Kranich's attack, he's actually 1 damage off lethal next turn, assuming that LifeCoach doesn't do anything, you know, defensive. So like something like a Direwolf Alpha or like a Knife Juggler, you know, could end the game.
Second abusive even, yeah.
Or a Doom God, because with the power overwhelming playing it first, that would be exactly 13. I completely agree with the decision from Kranich to attack here. Even though Molten Giant and Sun Fury would be kind of a problem, he does set up the lethal this way.
Every damage matters.
So the only ways he can get down taunt at this point would be to play Ironbeak Owl as well as Earthen Ring Farseer. He could taunt either of those, but the Void Caller costs just 1 mana too much to be able to combo with a taunt, which obviously he would really like to do here.
Yeah.
With Mal'Ganis sitting in hand.
Oh! Doom God. But because of the low tap effect, Kranich won't be able to play the power overwhelming with the Doom God.
That's kind of insane. LifeCoach probably doesn't realize he just saved himself from dying to all kinds of bad demon stuff.
Kranich is still looking at a very, very good position here, since LifeCoach doesn't have those Molten Giants to swing the board back in his favor.
That is so much damage. With 7 mana next turn, Kranich can go double power overwhelming into Doom God for 13 damage directly from his hand.
He actually decides not to attack there. Doesn't want to give the free Molten Giants or the 1 mana Molten Giants.
And it seems like the free Molten Giants is what Kranich is going to lose to right now, right? He already used his Owl, and the only way to get back the toss is to go to the hard way, which is smashing all your minions to it and, you know, all of them dying. So I like that play.
If
here,
you're
LifeCoach is really, really in an awkward position, right? You have 6 mana. You could taunt up the Void Caller and the Lotheb, hopefully grab the Mal'Ganis out, and that's an extra taunt, perhaps. The other choices...
There isn't that much.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Alright.
This gives you reasonable walls and a chance of getting Mal'Ganis. That is ambitious.
Okay.
Well, let's look at his hand here.
Well, yeah, Kranich has 13 damage out of his hand. Don't think you can spread that out correctly, since the Lotheb has 5 health and the Void Caller has 4 health.
Even if the second Void Caller comes out of the first Void Caller, it would not be lethal for Kranich just yet. Because he has to deal 4 damage to Void Caller, 5 to the Lotheb, so LifeCoach is kind of at 22 right now, so that's the amount of damage that Kranich would have to deal.
This seems to be the swing turn that LifeCoach is looking for, and once again, Kranich needs to go do these taunts the hard way. Start with the Implosion.
Oh, only rolls a 2. That's really bad for him. Even if he got just a 3, he could have traded the Owl for it, but that the difference between rolling a 3 and a 4 wasn't that huge, but rolling a 2, very bad.
Yeah, So unfortunately in this situation now, he's got to kind of scramble a little bit.
Yeah.
This is kind of walking away a bit from the win condition he wanted. So now he's got to decide, probably play down something like the egg there.
Oh, so painful. Just because of that low roll, having to trade in the Imp boss in addition to the owl.
Yeah, I also felt like that LifeCoach went for the face last turn, and it's putting a lot of pressure on Kranich, and Kranich might be thinking, oh, I might be dead to like a Dark Bomb or something. Oh,
Doomguard off the top, that's not enough damage, but it's close.
Very, very
3 damage
close.
off.
Wow. So...
Yeah. Unfortunately, if he
Don't think
tapped
there's any
looking
way
for
to
like a Dark
beat.
Bomb, he wouldn't be able to find it. Although, now that I think about it, last time we saw this list, I don't know if we actually saw any Dark Bombs.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I mean, he
Really?
has to cut something to run Earthen Ring Farseer.
That's true. Maybe just one.
Right.
And yeah, maybe cutting one Mortal Coil seems valid as well. The Mortal Coil is a very strong card against a lot of aggro matchups.
Yeah, it helps a lot to deal with Belchers also, when you have a Twilight Drake out,
Oh,
getting
yeah,
that
that's
extra
true.
damage.
Well, LifeCoach here could do something cute with the demons. You know, play some demons, sacrifice your Void Caller to put another demon perhaps. But once again, 7 mana is not really what you're looking for. A 4 and a 3 drop would be most efficient. Silencing the egg could be good too, if he wants to play the Doomguard.
It's interesting to see what he decides to go from here. He is looking to heal his own Void Caller.
Yep. And then plays this other Void Caller so that the Doomguard and the Mal'Ganis has a bigger chance. Well, has the only chance.
I believe
to
that's
come out.
actually lethal for Kranich here. If LifeCoach gets the Doom card from that, because with the power overwhelming on the Nerubian egg, dealing 4 to that, he has 4 extra on the board, 9 in his hand. So this is a 50-50 moment right here. Does he get the Mal'Ganis?
Oh,
that's Doom
that is
card.
not the right one, and LifeCoach is not happy about that. Yeah.
LifeCoach, you had one job, Void Caller. Come on. Team effort. That is going to be game. Kranich just snatches it away. And to be fair, like that one looked like it was kind of getting away from Kranich once those taunts came down. The implosion rolled for 2.
But LifeCoach did draw some weaker cards there. Getting that Gezan Mystic, for example, it didn't really help that much.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it seems like that 13 damage burst from a Zoo is a lot, you know? Zoo can burst your opponent.
Sure
That's what
is.
it's made to do. And the power warming also made it so that the trading with the taunt was very, very efficient. And yeah, Kranich gets his Zoo out of the way. It was a really strong deck against LifeCoach's lineup anyways, but it's always good to have the first win.
Oh yeah, and that was an important one for LifeCoach. Now with his handlock, it's only going to get more difficult than that if that was.
Yeah.
So even though it's only 1-0 for Kranich, I think LifeCoach is in a lot of trouble right now.
Right, so Kranich obviously takes a 1-0 lead in the series, and we've talked to Kranich a little bit about the fact he's the only player returning to BlizzCon and how confident that makes him.
Welcome back. There we saw LifeCoach. Quite nervous. Not happy about that at all. I mean, there's a lot on the line. Can't blame him.
Yeah, it seems like that match did get stolen away from him. So we'll have to see if he gets his confidence back in his second match, and hopefully he does it.
Yeah, LifeCoach is a very experienced player. It's not the first time he's in a spot like this, and I'm sure that mentally he can reset that thing and just like focus on the next game and not worry too much about what just happened.
Yeah, that's very true. So we have a special guest right now with us. Welcome to the table.
Thanks. I just want to point out real quick, LifeCoach has to kind of look at that not as a mistake, but as a happy accident kind of game, and he's going to get right back in for game 2. I believe in LifeCoach. Glad to be joining you guys. Obviously, I'm a big fan of streams, as I said last night. Big fan of streams, love streams.
It's very nice for you to take the time out of your very, very busy day and come join us to cast a game of Hearthstone.
I've been so popular on Twitch lately, and I love Hearthstone so much. I just figured I'd come on out and cast some Hearthstone with you guys. Rob had to go to the bathroom anyway, so it seemed like a good time.
No mistakes. Okay. Yeah.
It's a very fun time. I agree.
Who do you think is going to win, Kranich or LifeCoach?
Tough to say. LifeCoach, very, very calm individual, very placid, very, very nice guy. I really like LifeCoach, but that Kranich is a cute gamer boy. I really like him too. Yeah. A lot of happy surprises coming.
No mistakes.
All right. Well, it seems like the game has started, which saves us some time here looking at each other. LifeCoach's Kranich. He's gonna play against.
We see actually in Kranich's hands, he's got a couple little trees there. And I really like those little trees. I kind of hope he keeps them. That board's gonna look a lot nicer with those trees on them.
Why is it that trees are so interesting?
They're just very happy. You look at a tree, it's hard to be mad. Just get very excited about trees.
All right. Well, LifeCoach definitely is not a big fan of trees and is looking to crush Kranich's Druid here with his handlock. It's not going to be a good matchup, but this hand is also not looking too good for LifeCoach.
Well, both players with pretty bad hands. No mana cards for Kranich right now. He's really looking for either Wild Growth or a Darnassus Aspirant. Innervate would also help. LifeCoach with no play for turn 4 right now.
It's really, really slow hands for both of them. Very non-aggressive, nice and peaceful. They don't really look like they want to fight each other. A lot of high mana cards, and don't worry about it later right now.
Yeah, we can see that Kranich doesn't even have a Wild Growth or an Innervate, so it's going to be looking like a hero power into a hero power, which is very, very bad.
Awful hand.
Yeah, but then LifeCoach, on the other hand, also doesn't have any 4-drops, so it seems like both players are fishing for those key cards.
He definitely wants to find that Wild Growth. It's such a pretty card. Very, very close to nature.
It does seem like it's a painting done by you.
Oh, wow, I appreciate the compliment, but I'm not of that skill level yet.
Whoa.
All right, well, there's the Wild Growth.
I'm really glad he could get that. That makes me very happy.
Right.
Nice, happy surprise.
All right. Kranich still needs to look for a 5-drop, though. Not the best curve. And meanwhile, at LifeCoach's hand, well, at least he can play an Ancient Watcher. Coining a Void Caller isn't the best option here, since he doesn't have enough 4-drop to follow up.
No demon in his hand right now, so that would be kind of surprising if he decided to go with that. He might be trying to bait out a silence from Kranich in that case, because Kranich doesn't know LifeCoach doesn't have any demons.
Yeah, the bluffing strategy always works with Void Caller. Sometimes the longer you think in ladder, the more they think that, they don't have it, right? But LifeCoach always pays so that, bluff is all out of the way.
Void Color would be a nice addition to the board, though. We see a nice magenta-hued colored demon there, a little bit of darker orange-red. Really gonna improve this otherwise kind of bland canvas we've got going on the board right now. No minions.
All right. Well, in that case, what is the most beautiful class based on their decks and colors?
I think that's a very straightforward answer, Amos. It's obviously Druid. He's already got trees in his hand. He's got another one. So many trees for Druid. You got Ancient of War, Ancient of Lore, Force of Nature.
I walked right into that one, I think.
A little bit. You kind of set yourself up there for it, friend.
LifeCoach actually just gonna coin out the Void Caller in here.
Oh, wow, that's a very decent 5-drop by Kranich. We know that the best play by him right now would be to charge and kill the Void Caller off, right?
Yeah, but he doesn't know that. I would be shocked if he actually decided to go with that play.
The manly play.
Yeah.
You would do that, right, Savish? Like
oh yeah, just to risk it. Yeah, there's no demon, obviously. If you Kranich, there's 2 options really. Either the Keeper of the Crow for the silence if you're worried about Doom cards and that kind of stuff, or he could just go with Druid of the Claw Taunt, which we know would work out better in this situation.
He does go for the safe play. Can't blame him.
It's hard to know. It's hard to know what's behind that Void Collar. And you can't really judge a painting until it's finished. And this Warlock hand clearly has a lot of stuff yet to be seen.
Yep. Lots of surprises.
Happy surprises, though.
All right. Speaking of surprises, LifeCoach, Kazan Mystic comes in again. And doesn't get any value once again.
Again, like
4 mana, 4/3,
yeah.
you know? So you can actually decide between, taunting up the Ancient Watcher, perhaps. Playing a 4 mana, 4/3 seems pretty bad, but not the worst option right now.
I don't think you go with the Kazan. You gotta protect the Void Caller. If he chooses to play the Kazan and not attack, it's fairly obvious that there's no demon, because otherwise he would have just pulled it out with the Void Caller. LifeCoach really wants to tap, but if he does choose to tap, he cannot protect the Void Caller. So he needs to make a decision here between keeping the Void Caller or light tapping.
Yeah, I guess I would prefer the taunting of the Ancient Watcher here. It does make your other turns quite hard, since you use a lot of small mana minions. But I mean, come on, like Lotheb into Emperor into Dr. Broom seems like a pretty good curve.
Yep, and he does go with that. Also taunting up the Void Caller. I'm a tiny bit surprised that he chose to go with that. Maybe he wants to hide the fact that there is no demon waiting on the other side.
You guys brought up an interesting point. That Kazan Mystic, great card in its own right. Does a lot of powerful stuff in the right scenario, but it's all about bringing the right tools when you're making your masterpiece. And when LifeCoach looks down at his color palette, he sees a lot of nice demons and silences. And Dr. Boom's always a great one to have too. Very powerful color, but Kazan Mystic's maybe not the tool for this job.
Not for this game especially, but maybe for another game it'll bring more clarity to the board.
What do you think he's looking to use that tool on him, Oz?
Perhaps Kranich's Hunter, which Kranich has, but not this one. So we'll have to save the surprise for later.
Yeah, okay, Kranich here with 6 mana. There's a few options. It seems like the silence would be kind of the obvious one on the Void Caller.
Oh wow, going for the Ancient Watcher kill, that can never feel good. If you're going to, remove a 2-drop just by killing off the Druid Claw. That effectively is like a bigger Dark Bomb, right?
Yep.
It's very nice for Kranich, or very nice for LifeCoach. Kranich, obviously doesn't understand. LifeCoach had no demons at the time.
Yeah.
That Void Caller was a big old bluff, big old lie.
Yeah, LifeCoach pretty proud of himself. I'm assuming that he did get the Void Caller to get silence and get value that way. And now turn 5, pretty easy Lotheb here.
Yep.
The trading is also pretty nice with the Sun Fury against the Druid Claw.
Yeah, definitely the Lotheb. Nothing else really makes any sense. If he went for the light, that it's possible that he had no minion to play at all.
It's easy to look at that Keeper of the Grove and think that maybe Kranich ruined it a little bit, but he didn't ruin it. It was just he's playing to what he thought might be there, and that's sometimes something you got to do in these high-level tournaments.
Absolutely.
There you go. Kranich actually played the top deck Ancient of Lore immediately, which if LifeCoach is just looking at what Kranich is doing, might come to the conclusion that he only has one Ancient of Lore. Sometimes these edges help the overall match, right? You just want to pick those small advantages when you can.
Yep. And here, 6 mana available. Mountain Giant and Emperor Tourism both seem kind of like decent plays. You'd expect him to trade low that. Yeah, he does go for it.
Really sad LifeCoach got rid of that tree.
Oh.
That tree was making the board look a lot nicer. Now it's gone. Hope
but
LifeCoach
Lotheb is not a tree. Oh, I mean, okay.
Ancient of Lore is a tree.
Okay, I get what you mean.
Kranich with quite a few tools here. Just choose whatever he wants out of those. There's a lot of good plays.
I think what Kranich is thinking about is the possibility of double combo since this Innervate is in the hand. So Kranich is just looking to stabilize the board and not get the handlock out of hand, so to say.
Out of hand. That was delightful. I like that. So happy. So happy, by the way, that Kranich is playing Druid.
Oh, man. And, just maintain board pressure, just clear the board, get a 22 damage combo out to finish the game, perhaps.
That'd be a lot of damage. There's a lot of trees.
Starts with a Wrathful one, picks up the Emperor Tourism of his own. Is there a way for him to get the Emperor out right now and deal with the Emperor from LifeCoach's
side? Yeah, not
side?
exactly right now, it seems like. So it's just going to clear the board once again. Emperor can just come down next turn. That's perfectly fine.
Sure, it's going to be quite good. He could even go for the second lore before playing the Emperor to get even more value with it.
That's true. But reducing down double Savage Roar is already like a huge deal.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Have God darn, that Statsman comes down. She is riding a cat. That's very nice. A lot of cats like those. But that's going to give her an extra mana crystal, too.
Yeah, on turn 8, not really too crazy, but at least establishes a minion, I guess. And of course, Kranich looking to Emperor the 2 Savage Roars. Doesn't seem like he needs to innovate, so he just goes ahead and plays a little bit more board, set up for the Emperor and Shredder next turn, and then see where to go from there.
Yep.
LifeCoach, a handful of minions is going to be... It's going to be quite a difficult task to respond to Kranich's board right now. I guess Dr. Boom is the best option here, just to, you know, try and take back the board.
Most likely he will not life tap here, considering that with those 2 minions on the board, Kranich with a Force of Nature Savage Roar would be threatening 22 damage.
Obviously, the Druid here looks to do its painting all in one turn. Get all that damage and just finish up right then and there, whereas LifeCoach would like to take this a little bit longer, kind of take his time on his work, and Druid's not really going to let him have it.
Nope. There's the Gesan, effectively a pilot-less Shredder in this matchup.
that's a good, because most Shredders are piloted. I like it. I like it.
And there's the Force of Nature for Kranich.
And yeah, once again, Emperor is going to be super effective here in making Kranich's hand be able to play double combo right from his hand. And I really can't see any other play. And of course, you can back that up with Shredder as well. Maybe it's a little bit weak to Hellfire or Shadow Flame, but yeah, just establish, you know, the minions and just go for the win next turn.
I don't think he's too worried about those right now. So there needs to be the AoE and some ridiculously strong taunts.
Yeah. And because LifeCoach is at a life total of 24, Kranich doesn't even have to worry about any Molten Giants coming down the board.
Right. Oh, Sun Fury Protector, very important draw. But is it going to be enough?
Usually it is, because Sun Fury Protector, even taunting a 1 health creature like a Boombot perhaps, will soak a lot of damage, right? It'll soak perhaps 4 damage from the hero attacking from the double Savage Roars. So taunts actually mess up the Force of Nature really, really badly.
Yep. Taking his time, looking like he's in pain.
Well, the only thing he can really do to get rid of that Emperor Thorsan is play down the Doomguard, but he looks so angry. That Doomguard is yelling. He's really going to ruin the vibe of this whole game. Just coming down, shouting.
Okay.
Owl Doomguard Sunfury. Owl Sunfury Protector Doomguard would let him get a full clear here, but he would discard 2 cards, and one of those could be the Dr. Boom.
So would you want to play Doomguard first and perhaps discard one of the Owls?
It's an interesting
It's
thought.
very risky, and LifeCoach, yeah, thinking his brains out here.
He's gonna go for the Dr. Boom, but that means that he will not play the taunt.
And that is it.
Yeah, that's
Kranich,
going.
that's a lot of damage. 22 from the hand and 9 from the Emperor.
Oh my goodness,
oh
even
yeah.
a hero power.
Might as
So
well throw in the interface.
23 from the hand and 9 on board. 32 damage for
These trees are
Kranich
celebrating.
Right,
they're doing a lot of damage. They big numbers. They're happy. They're dancing. They're charging. I really like what Kranich has done. These are happy trees.
All right. Well, of course, once you join the desk, the Force of Nature does pick up a win here, and congratulations goes to Kranich. He's up 2-0.
Yep. Only has his Hunter left now, and
Yeah.
LifeCoach with his hand lock still.
Oh man.
It's going to be rough. It's doable though, with the right cards.
Yeah. It's not necessarily that LifeCoach read the meta wrong, it's just that he's facing an opponent that's built a lineup very, very strong against control decks. And the Handlock is one of those decks where, you know, you have to wrap up early on and play these big creatures later on. And yeah, Kranich's Zulok did it really well, and the Druid was a lot of pressure. And LifeCoach needs to win 3 straight now, which is going to be really hard.
Yeah. I wonder if it's like...
Thank you, Savish. Thank you, Savish. Obviously, we saw a great game there. Just a ton of fun. I'm super happy I got to cast this Hearthstone match. We used Kranich. He's a lovely palette of nature and trees, and it ultimately proved to win him the game. So he's got a commanding lead in this series. I've got to go right now. I've got more paintings to do, but thank you for having me. It's been a lot of fun, and bye-bye.
It's nice having you with us.
Yeah, what a nice and inspiring visit from the man himself.
Sure was.
Yeah, we're going to miss him, right?
Absolutely.
Are you going to miss him?
I am. But let's get back into the match.
So you think Kranich is just like a big favorite, right? What can LifeCoach do? I mean, obviously you want momentum to be back on your side first, so you want to go with the best class. So if you were a LifeCoach, what would you pick here?
I would probably, well, all of these are not very good against that, but maybe with the Warrior.
Okay.
So there's a lot of tools in that they can deal with the early minions from Kranich, with those weapons, for example. That hand lock, might want to wait for a little bit later with it. We didn't even see any dark bombs, right?
Yeah, we didn't see
a single dark bomb, and that's very important early on against the Hunter.
It's such a reactive card, and a couple of the Doomguard can actually burst your opponent down from very high amounts of health that perhaps you expect Handlock not to make from just very rampy cards like Giants and stuff like that. We do know that his Warrior deck is a very control heavy, right? Just because True Heart might get the health lead he needs to beat a Hunter.
Yeah. Early on, that's where the troubles might come. If the Hunter has a nice curve, goes 1, 2, 3, 4, it can be the early damage just might be too much, and those slow, expensive legendary minions might be too late.
Yep, playing on curve is definitely a very important thing to do. And hey, Rob, you decided to join us back.
Yeah, where were you?
And then I actually ended up getting lunch. I saw Bob though in the hall. Seemed like he took good care of you guys. So I'm super glad. And looks like we're getting right into game 3 here. So Kranich up 2-0 on LifeCoach, and mid-range Hunter versus Control Warrior.
Yeah.
Certainly a matchup that over time we've seen really go to the Control Warrior, to the mid-range Hunter. But I think the Control Warrior has a pretty good chance here.
Yeah, it's definitely a matchup of the ages. Back when Control Warrior was super prevalent, people were like, oh, let's just bring Savannah high main to beat the Warriors, right? So really what LifeCoach is going to do in this match is to figure a way to kill the Savannah high main, the first one, because you don't expect the second one, and then just win from there.
Yep.
He's got a good early curve for it too.
Yeah, not bad at all. Does start with that web spinner. The mid-range Hunter very low on 1-drops, but he does get it here. Definitely helps.
And for LifeCoach, kind of the name of the game, at least for this turn, will probably at some point end up being Armor and Pass.
Yep.
But LifeCoach is going to take his time, figure out what he wants to do. Kranich's hand is just full of spiders, which feels awkward to say, but there they are.
Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween. It's spiders. Very spooky hand, even.
Yeah.
Spooky spiders.
It's
and
also the
spooky
Tavern
lines.
Brawl, right?
Yeah.
Very thematic.
Kranich, like some others, big role player. So.
Oh, you're calling Kranich a role player now.
I am. I'm calling him out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Kranich is going to show you and he's going to win this game and move on to BlizzCon.
Yeah, I was going to say, LifeCoach, for him, this was a chance to kind of get a little bit of revenge, but Kranich so far is doing work.
Yep.
We see here, LifeCoach has that Acolyte of Pain he can play down. He could also play down the Big Game Hunter if he wanted to, but with those one-attack minions, it's kind of too tempting to just draw all those cards.
Yep.
Yeah, you definitely want to go for the Acolyte here. He knows that Kranich does have a Dr. Boom in his deck as well, so holding on to that Big Game Hunter for later on is very valuable.
Eagle Hornbow, great counter to Acolyte of Pain. Going to ensure that it basically ends up just being a cycled card, and he's going to be able to continue pushing aggression, and might just save that coin. Yeah, probably just save that coin for the high main.
Yep.
Now, it's very important for LifeCoach to establish this Fire War Axe since he's going to play a Belcher next turn. He wouldn't have any answers for perhaps a Pile Strider from Kranich, or even what he has right now, a Knife Juggler plus a Haunted Creeper. If he decides to cycle for more cards, he might get punished a little bit.
Kranich being able to get to that turn 5 Savannah high main will be huge for him. But at the same time, LifeCoach, right around, as you pointed out, turn 5 here, he's going to have the Sludge Belcher. He has another Sludge Belcher. He could even look at using something like Shield Block, Shield Slam to get rid of the initial body of the Savannah high main. So LifeCoach is actually in a pretty reasonable spot here, I think.
Yeah. It's not looking bad at all. Has those tools, Shield Block, Shield Slam, easy way to deal with the high main. Equipping the weapon here, considering whether or not he should hit something with it. It's actually a tough call because it doesn't accomplish all that much to kill either one of those minions.
Yeah, that's true.
You're only killing one, so the Houndmaster could come down.
Yeah, so. In any case.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Might just armor up and pass. Goes for the Haunted Creeper.
Yep, let's decide that the Haunted Creeper, if it gets Houndmastered, it will turn to a 4-health creature, whereas the West Spinner will turn to a 3-health creature, which still does do the axe.
Yeah,
makes sense.
Really important consideration. So this is now the Animal Companion draw. I feel like maybe complicates this turn a little bit. You probably still keep the coin for the high main, but there is a world where if you're really looking to put on the pressure, you could Knife Juggler, coin, Animal Companion. Even Leok would be really solid here. Huffer, obviously always appreciated in situations where you're trying to push the board. And with the Fiery War Axe equipped, maybe even Misha's not all that bad. So really, there's any scenario where anything he gets off this Animal Companion is super useful.
Yep, and Kranich agrees with you and gets a Misha. Perfect.
Yep. And he holds on to the coin, so he's not putting down as much pressure into the board, but it's also important to know he's going into the Brawl turn.
That's true. Luckily for Kranich, this isn't a board that LifeCoach really wants to Brawl. I mean, if he really has no answers, he will use a Brawl, and then Kranich, I think he will be pretty happy about it, right? Dr. Broom is a card that's pretty weak to Brawl in general. So now LifeCoach, without a Whirlwind effect, this is a bit tricky for him. Perhaps a Belcher could stall a little bit.
Yep, with the double Belcher in his hand, makes a lot of sense to get one of those played right now, even though it's not that perfect against Kranich's board.
It might not be the play he ultimately goes with here, but you could Shield Block, Shield Slam, get rid of the Misha, swing into the Web Spinner. You take all the beasts off the board. Obviously, you're not developing that Sludge Belcher, which is very important for keeping the damage away. But that Sludge Belcher, if it comes down and it just gets silenced, Kranich is suddenly pushing a fair bit of damage. So even though he has a Sludge Belcher to follow up, it's also a question of kind of can he stay, I guess, afloat in the tempo.
No, and does that.
Yeah, and he goes for the Shield Slam. And with this play, I would imagine that he's going to swing at the web spinner, but he might not, because he might not have the extra mana to equip the second action next turn. So he wants to keep it for potential Shredder or something along those lines.
Oh, speaking of which, the Silence does come in hand
there it is.
for Kranich. And yeah, just coin high main. This is the turn you're waiting for to do exactly that.
It would be best case scenario, obviously Kranich draws a second high main next turn and just high main, Dr. Boom.
But one high main is enough because the high main rule states that if you play a high main when your opponent has no board and it connects to the face at least one time, you win the game.
Is that an established rule?
That is an established rule. Yep.
That's I believe it though, based on my experience.
One of my 100 established rules that seem to work every time.
If you would publish those, I would love to read them.
Oh, all right, all right.
Yeah, normally in my 100 decks there is no Savannah high main, so I'm actually not super sure how it works.
No high mains in your 100 decks?
Just face?
Oh,
it doesn't have charge, so...
Doesn't have charge either.
No, Savannah high main, no, but I'm saying Savannah high main doesn't have charge, so it's not really something I want to run.
So it's not your kind of 100 deck,
not my kind of 100
playing it.
The scumbag hunter.
Wow, really aggressive, Maz. I prefer to think, you know, a busy man. Things to do. You know, sometimes I want to get in a game while I'm drinking my coffee, and after those games, I need to go fast. So I need charge minions. LifeCoach not going to go fast here. He's going to get the Sludge Belcher down.
Doesn't have an option, really.
Yeah, that's a tricky turn for him. And ooh, with the kill command off the top, this is going to represent a lot of damage very quickly.
Yeah, this is getting so problematic for LifeCoach. He didn't have a good way to deal with that high main, and the board is only going to get worse and worse.
We see Jescar Trueheart in LifeCoach's hand, which a lot of times can be the decider as far as stalling out the match, but right now he's facing down so much damage.
Yeah, where does he find the time to play the Justicar?
Right.
Well, LifeCoach really just needs the Brawl to, you know, stabilize the board, hopefully come back from the game with the Justicar. But Kranich's hand is looking really, really good. Dr. Broom next turn with a kill command to follow up later on. And he's also going to draw a card before that happens, right? Perhaps like another kill command would be pretty crazy.
I don't really see a way for LifeCoach to turn this around unless he draws a Brawl. Without a Brawl, a board like this is almost impossible to clear.
I think he was there. So he was searching to see if he could get the Knife Jungle to hit the Sludge Belcher before he silenced it. This is still good. There's nothing on the board, and as you said, unless he finds a Brawl really soon here. All right, Amaz, it hit the face once.
Yep.
Let's see if your rule holds.
Exactly. Like, Kranich really wanted to hit the face, right? But, oh, this Despite was really late. If LifeCoach actually equipped this to turn 4, this board might not have looked like this.
Do a little bit of math here and see if there's a world, I think.
He can go for some kind of Death Spite into Fire War Axe play just to get the Wallbring defect off. He has one extra for the Execute as well, but is it enough?
This is, it's important to note, LifeCoach has 2 Executes in hand, but they kind of just aren't super effective here. There's so many minions on the board with 1 health. Savannah Highmane will ultimately make 2 Hyenas, and with the Knife Jugger on board, it's even worse. So you have to get rid of that first.
But right now, LifeCoach has to solve the problem in front of him. The only Whirlwind effect is from breaking his own Despite, so possible play might be just equip the Despite, you know, perhaps swing with it, and then get the Fire War Axe to kind of override it for the Whirlwind effect.
He kind of has to do it. It's not that great, but I think he has to go for it.
Yeah. You still have mana left over to execute the Savannah Highmane, so.
Yep.
not that bad, judging from the situation.
Wasting the death spot in some way. And seems like he's going to go for something else. Probably the Belcher.
Okay.
Belcher always feels safe to play. You're like, come on, save me, Belcher. Save me.
Well,
it will save him, it looks like, for this turn.
yeah, it's and now Kranich has 2 options, right? Dr. Boom for 7, or we can do the Oasis plus Kill Command for 7 as well.
Well, he's got to actually get rid of some minions on the board if he wants to get full value from the Boom Boss.
That's true. So he might just go along with the Kill Command and Savannah High Main rule LifeCoach's face again.
Yeah, that's Savannah Heimer there for 3rd turn already, and still at full health. When Jaime survives that long, if you're the Hunter player, you know you're doing good.
The 2015 debut of Oasis Snapjaw, is it? No.
No,
nope.
not yet.
Plays around the brawl a little bit. Kranich knows that the LifeCoach doesn't have it, but LifeCoach could draw it from the top.
Yeah, I'm not seeing a way out of this one for LifeCoach.
He might be roping for the last time.
I mean, for this game,
tournament.
obviously.
That is brutal.
Obviously.
That is absolutely. No, to be honest, here he can despite the Creeper, right? Replace it with another weapon, execute the Savannah Heimer, and he'll be down at 1 health.
Wow.
And hey, Kranich doesn't have 1 damage.
I mean, where would he find it?
You can't find it for Unleash the Hounds.
No, that's not going to do it.
Yeah.
Unleash no good for now.
Unleash no good. So maybe LifeCoach top decks in Alexstrasza, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, obviously, dark situation for LifeCoach, but you just have to try to stay alive for now. See what you can find.
It's really the only way to stay alive.
And the one plus side I see for this, for LifeCoach, is that Kranich is not running that charge-heavy Hunter, so there is a chance he just draws like a second web spinner or something.
Okay, well, LifeCoach doesn't even want to take that 1 damage from the Hunter Creeper.
Wow.
Goes ahead and replaces the weapon like this, executes the Savannah Jaime, and now he can actually kill one of the hyenas.
Yeah, not a great turn, but he's doing what he can. Down to 6 HP. Kranich needs just 2 more damage to end the series.
Oh! That's not it just
Dr.
yet.
Boom and Web Spinner too. That what a curve-friendly turn.
Yeah.
You have to float the mana. Golden Dr. Boom, no less.
There it is.
Oh,
LifeCoach does have a big game Hunter, but there's still those Doom Boo bots, and
That's not the card you want to draw right now. And I think that's it. There's actually no way for LifeCoach to get out of this situation. And
I believe so.
Yeah, Kranich is going to take the series and advance to BlizzCon.
We'll see just what happens here, but I feel like you're right. He's going to see if maybe he can try to float the... Nope. Yeah, just obviously we know Pure Power, pretty solid, but yeah, that's it's going to do it. That is going to do it for LifeCoach.
Oh yeah, Kranich breathed a sigh of relief, while LifeCoach seems a little bit disappointed, and rightfully so.
Kranich and LifeCoach exchange very polite, well-played. Obviously, they're competitors who have a lot of respect for each other, and I like seeing that. I feel like we don't necessarily see that enough in Hearthstone, but you know, Kranich understands that even though he was the Asia-Pacific champion, beating a player of LifeCoach's caliber is still something to be super respectful about, right? LifeCoach is an incredibly well-known player. Obviously, 2015, I think prior to Ty's being on this kind of tear he's on now, was largely considered the year of LifeCoach because of all the things he was winning. So, congrats to Kranich. Great to see.
Yeah, great showing from LifeCoach still. He made it a long way to get here. Finishing in the a little bit before BlizzCon, but he'll still be there. He'll still be enjoying the event. Unfortunately, not playing.
Yeah, on the other hand, Thijs will be representing LifeCoach's team, G2, and he's going to be cheering for his teammates, so it's not like the end of the world for LifeCoach.
Yeah.
He will still root for his teammate.
Yeah, good teammates, and I'm sure that LifeCoach will also be helping out Thijs as much as he can to maybe try help Thijs become the world champion this year.
Right, speaking of Thijs, he actually was talking earlier on Twitter about the fact that even though he would have to play LifeCoach, if LifeCoach won, and he felt that LifeCoach was favored against his lineup, he was still rooting for LifeCoach because they're very good friends. They obviously, for Thijs, he would rather play LifeCoach than see LifeCoach not make it, but maybe Ty is breathing a small sigh of relief that he won't have to take on his friend in the round of 8.
Yep.
All right, and we actually have Kranich ready for his second interview of the Hearthstone World Championship. Rachel, take it away.
Thanks so much, guys. I am here with Kranich, and Kranich, you faced LifeCoach twice in this tournament. You did an incredible job in this last round, 3-0. Who is left that you're even a little bit afraid of in this top 8?
Well, there are so many strong players who are already in the quarterfinals, but like Must be most fearsome player because he will just prepare to revenge his teammate. So yeah, I mean like he'll be the most hard opponent, I guess.
Yeah, he might be out for revenge on you after knocking out LifeCoach, but we'll see if he's able to take it. Now, what has been the biggest difference for you between last year playing and this year playing at BlizzCon?
Well, I think this year is like the tougher one, I guess. I mean, like I had only 3 matches this year, but like I'm already really exhausted because of so tough matches, and yeah, I mean the competition is real. Yeah, it's I don't know. I think this year is like harder.
This year is, it might be harder. You're the one to tell us the difference between the two, but if you're so tired, I'll let you guys go rest. We have more Hearthstone matches coming up next. Please don't go anywhere.
Yeah, so as Kranich said, obviously, he has to face down Ties next. No small feat. Ties has kind of tailored his matchup or his roster to kind of dealing with decks like Kranich's. So for Kranich, it's going to be a few days of kind of studying, hitting the books, trying to figure out what he can do to give himself the edge in this upcoming rest of the Hearthstone World Championship. But very strong showing from him and very strong showing from the Asia-Pacific regions thus far in the Hearthstone World Championship.
Yeah, definitely. Ties is going to be a tough opponent for him, but if he can get past Ties, he might even take it all.
Okay. All right, we want to take a quick second here to thank our sponsors for helping to make the Hearthstone World Championship possible. Obviously, go take a look at all the stuff they are putting out there. Very good stuff, and we're super happy to have their support. But before we get into our next match, let's have a quick look at some of the highlights from the last series, brought to you by Windows 10 Game DVR.
The 2015 World Championship Series Global Finals is brought to you in part by Intel, Windows 10, MasterCard, and T-Mobile.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm at the Hearthstone World Championship with Rob. It's so good to see you. There was this guy. He looked a lot like you. He was on the casting desk. Did you see him on your way in or out?
I talked to him a little bit. Very, very upbeat, positive guy. Very much enjoyed talking to him. Love his work.
Yeah, brilliant. And positivity does seem to be the theme of the tournament. We have, of course, we have Hotform, who is like equivalent to positivity in my mind. He's got such a great community, such a positive outlook, and we're going to see a little from him today. But so many of the players.
Yeah, no, it's been, as it's kind of been stated over and over the course of this, it's been a very friendly gathering of players, and Hotform especially, as you talked about. Hotform has spoken to all of us at length about the merits of positivity, and very much enjoyed talking to him about that. So excited to see if maybe that kind of rubs off on the rest of the community. We see a more positive Hearthstone community in 2016.
Oh, well, we have such a great community in chat. I see you in there giving your energy, sharing the rope, everything you need to do to get your favorite players to win. So if you want to join the conversation, it's hashtag HWC2015 on Twitter. And you want to say anything to the people, Rob?
Yeah, obviously, we love hearing feedback about how everything's going, and we love hearing who you think is going to win and who you're supporting. So feel free to hit us, any of us, up on our own individual Twitters, and we'll be tweeting and hanging out throughout the course of the day.
All right, thank you guys so much. We got more games coming. Don't go anywhere.
Hotform versus Neilio!
Welcome to our final Group C match. It is going to be a rematch of Hotform and Neilio. Two I don't know if I should say friends, but acquaintances who would like to share some ideas from time to time.
Yeah, as we heard over the past couple of days when they first met, Neilio and Hotform have played each other on the ladder a number of times. They became friends discussing decks and strategy and their matches before. And this is the second time they have met in this event. Hotform was able to win the first time, but it was a very, very close match.
Yeah, it was extremely close. Hotform here. Jab was really struggling with his tempo mates, and I'm kind of curious to see if Hotform can perform better.
That's actually a theme we've sort of seen both Jab and Hotform playing this tempo mage deck, and it has kind of been a little inconsistent for the both of them.
That's always been the case.
While you are playing a deck with Flamewaker and Arcane Missiles and Unstable Portal, that's just something that kind of happens sometimes.
Yeah, it's his own decision to play that deck, and it can be extremely powerful, but it is inconsistent, like you mentioned.
Yes. Now, just a quick recap of how things are rolling through today. We have this match for you guys, and it will be followed by our last match of the this pre-BlizzCon tournament. So far, we have 2 European players who have qualified in the previous days. We have 2 Chinese players who qualified in the previous days. And today, so far, 2 Asia-Pacific players have qualified. But we have yet to have a qualifying player from the Americas region. Hotform perhaps can be the first candidate here. And followed up, Purple will have his chance as well.
Yeah, both Canadian players remaining in this event. The United States itself, unfortunately, is out of the running for the BlizzCon Championship. Firebat will remain the only American BlizzCon champion for the time being, at least. But we are into Game 1 here, where Hotform is playing his Tempo Mage deck and Neilio is playing Warrior. And this is interesting, because I think some of the pick dynamic in terms of the order of what decks you choose to play when is based on what happened last time. And last time, Hotform played his Rogue deck. Hotform felt like his Rogue deck was his weakest deck against Neilio's lineup, and didn't think Neilio would play Warrior first, wanted to try and get his Rogue deck out of the way.
Neilio tries to go for Warrior first now.
Because you know that I know that you know that I know. It's this very Princess Bride poison thing going on here.
Yeah. Well, this opening with the random-based mage deck thing has not worked out today so far.
So this is one of the matchups where the mage deck can be pretty strong.
Yeah.
We saw that Hotform does play 2 copies of Mirror Image in his deck. And that's a card that, if he is able to pick it up early in the game, can do a lot of work protecting his minions from Neilio's weapons.
Yeah, this game is basically, do you have Fiery War Axe? If you do, I guess you win. But Mirror Image kind of sets up, so maybe it denies that a little bit.
And in this game, Neilio is the first player. He has a hand of all expensive legendary minions and a big game hunter, which isn't particularly good against Hotform's deck, while Hotform has opening hand of double Mana Worm.
Yeah, horrible hand from Neilio. No weapon to be found just yet. And Hotform in a good matchup with a good starting hand. Neilio really looking for the weapon too.
You see Hotform with a little bit of smile and stretch there as Neilio takes his time on the first turn.
I'm kind of curious how you'd play this through with the mage, because you don't have any other spells, and even if you get ones that are somewhat mediocre, you'd want to save it for the Flamewaker. So would you consider doing turn 1 Mana Worm and turn 2 Mana Worm Coin Scientist?
That I think is the best way to use your resources efficiently here. You could play Mana Worm, then just coin Mana Worm, but that leaves you with, as you said, no more spells to buff them, and it looks like he is going to choose that. I think that picking up the second Mad Scientist may have somewhat informed that decision as well, because he does have another play on turn 3 other than the Flamewaker, which you would just be exposing to getting killed.
Yeah, but I completely agree with taking this aggressive approach here. He knows that even if Neilio has the Fiery War Axe, he can only kill 1 minion with it. Next turn there's going to be another minion coming out from Hotform, and there's going to be that 1 extra minion going for face each turn.
How many worthless cards and cards with 6 mana can you possibly draw in a row?
I take offense to you calling Ysera worthless.
I was talking about Big Game Hunter.
How much is the total mana cost of Neilio's hand right now?
It is probably more than the total mana cost of Hotform's deck. It's not actually.
Oh,
but
just creatures? Maybe.
Minion-wise, it could be. It very well could be.
Because there are a ton of spells in Hotform's deck.
That's true. Yeah, Ysera, Grom, Justicar Trueheart, and Baron Geddon here in Neilio's hand. All cards that are very, very powerful if you are able to bridge the gap to the late game, but we're on turn 2.
Yeah.
Neilio with absolutely nothing to play here, but still taking his time. We have seen this from him in his previous series as well. He really likes to think about the future turns and maybe try to bluff his opponent a tiny bit.
Yeah, Sorcerer Burn is pretty nice, but I think I'd like to see Mad Scientist first, because if you have exactly 2 Mirror Entities, you want to get 1 out immediately, so the chances of you drawing into one of whatever's left just diminishes greatly.
Sorcerer's Apprentice is also a card that you can play in the same turn as a spell to guarantee that mana discount, which increases your overall efficiency.
Yep.
Neilio picking up a Slam, not, again, even it is a cheap card, not really a card that's great in this position. He could potentially slam the Mad Scientist, but neither of the other minions actually die to it. I wouldn't be surprised to see him slam one of those Mana Worms, just kind of dig for extra cards. He needs to find something that does something.
I wouldn't be surprised to see the Big Game Hunter. I mean, we're 5 spells short of Big Game Hunter being useful, and if it gets to that point, you're dead.
The problem there is that Big Game Hunter does just trade straight up with that Mad Scientist, which is not particularly compelling either.
Right, but if you slam here, what are you expecting to play?
It's not that you're expecting to play something that's
nothing, but
turn necessarily.
The hand is so horrible right now. I feel like he has to go with the slam just to draw and try to find something better for next turn.
Yeah, and that is what Neilio chooses to do. He wants to dig into his deck. He finds Bash,
that's something.
which is okay.
Slam 2.0.
He would have much preferred to have that Bash on this turn to be able to immediately remove that Mana Worm and use this mana efficiently, playing the 3-cost spell on turn 3.
Gain some armor is pretty nice.
And I like this play, which it looks like we're going to see from Hotform, which is Sorcerer's Apprentice and Frostbolt your face. Because normally, just throwing burn spells at your opponent's face early in the game is not a strategy that you typically employ, but against a warrior deck that is going into turn 4, where you're
afraid so few options already.
Well, you're afraid of something like Death Spite coming out. And when you Frostbolt and freeze your opponent, they can't play and use that Death Spite, which puts them farther behind in their ability to use removal effects.
Yeah, and not only that, but also using that Frostbolt right here, it buffs both of the Mana Worms, so it's effectively 5 damage right now.
It's a pretty good draw, though. He can do Bash Shield Slam to remove the 2 biggest threats on the board.
So that Slam did draw Neilio to this 4-mana play this turn, which allows him to significantly reduce the incoming damage and gain a little bit of armor.
Yep. Anything else but a Bash Shield Slam would be a surprise here.
Though I expect that Neilio will take his time before ultimately playing those 2 cards.
Yeah, based on the previous turns.
I think there's actually some reason to decide whether you want to kill both Mana Worms or a Mana Worm and the Sorcerer Apprentice.
That's true. That is true. Picking specifically which targets you'd like to kill is important. I believe Neilio does have Cruel Taskmaster in his deck, which could be some incentive to leave up the 1 health minion. Because he is so far behind, it's possible he just kind of needs to play to get lucky. He kind of needs to play to draw specific things that will help dig him out of this.
Yep, starts with a Bash. Fairly obvious there, but this is a decision here. Do you want to kill the Mana Worm or the Sorcerer Apprentice?
So the Sorcerer Apprentice, both with 2 health, so maybe a little bit harder to kill, as well as the fact that it does represent, currently at least, the same amount of damage as the Mana Worm.
Flame Strike, not a helpful draw.
Yeah,
but
Hotform on that draw, and because he's unwilling to play the Flame Ward, he's actually not developing much of a board. He actually lost more of a board than he was able to develop over the last turn from both players. So Neilio's starting to crawl back into this game, but 16 life is fairly low. This is kind of the range where a couple lucky draws in a row can seal the game for Hotform.
Yeah, turn 5, we really wanted to play the Belcher, but nowhere to be found. Armorsmith, Big Game Hunter, kind of okay-ish, but the Big Game Hunter just going to trade with the Mad Scientist.
And we are seeing Hotform's draw there, that the Flame Strike, that's a card that's not particularly common in Tempo Mage decks because of the way that it works in this sort of dynamic. Tempo Mage decks, Flame Strike's great against aggressive decks, but if you do draw Flame Strike at a point where you're trying to apply pressure to a control deck like this Control Warrior, can really give you a little bit of hiccup in the development of your curve.
Yeah, yeah. I think he's just looking for an efficient card to play along with the Flame Waker, possibly a Frostbolt, even like I think a Mirror Image would be pretty good.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That still remains a very powerful card. He does have a solid board here, though Hotform probably is getting to the point now that we're at the reasonably later on in the game where Neilio has access to more mana. He's got to be afraid of Brawl. He doesn't want to necessarily just dump his hand into play and potentially lose all of it.
What do you think about pinging your own Scientist after killing the Armorsmith?
It's an interesting play, and it's a heads-up play noting that your opponent can potentially play a large minion next turn. I actually like that quite a bit. I think that potentially attacking both of his minions into the Armorsmith, removing it from the board, he could play his own Flamewaker, then ping one of his Scientists. That puts up the Mirror Entity, because we know that Hotform just has the 2 Mirror Entities in his deck, and Neilio at this point knows this as well.
Yeah, that would be a really powerful play here. He kind of knows that Neilio doesn't have those weapons. If there was a weapon, it would have happened already.
Right.
So hand is likely to be a lot of minions, and most of the minions in Warrior deck happen to be quite big. Let's see if he goes.
I think
he's going
to do it.
He's
on the target.
Yep. So Hotform really heads up play there, putting Neilio in a position where if he does play one of those large minions in his hand, will give Hotform a copy. There's Fire Warx from Neilio, though. He really wanted that about 4 turns ago.
Fire Warx is really strong because he can actually kill the other mad scientist to deny the follow-up mirror entity, and he can play Big Game Hunter, I guess. It's not great, but I guess.
It's still, I actually don't know that you'd want to play the Big Game Hunter here. I don't think you can afford to. There's just so much damage on your opponent's side of the board.
Yeah, but how do you ever come back if you don't do that?
It has to be some kind of brawl. Shields blocks, maybe, just exhaust Hotform on minions. But like, if he plays the Big Game Hunter, he's looking at an additional 4 and he's down to 17. He also won't be able to use the armor up this turn, which also is valuable.
If he did attack Fire Warx into the Mad Scientist, he would go to 15, plays the Big Game Hunter, he leaves his opponent with 9 damage on board. That would actually just be lethal with the Fireball from his hand. Though it's also possible that he just can't play around Fireball. It's possible that he is in a position where he needs to try and avoid that. He does choose to just take out the Mana Worm, currently the biggest threat.
I guess this means he's not playing the Big Game Hunter.
Yeah.
And in that case, you're just kind of hoping the Hotform draws that mirror entity.
Yeah, Hotform really close to lethal here.
Mirror image, though, as we were saying before, that helps protect his minions from the weapon, but it also just does 2 damage with that Flame Waker. Is this lethal? It's at least close. I think he's 2 damage off lethal with this if he goes to the Fireball to the face.
That's right, 2 off
He chooses not to.
Saves the Fireball for later on. And, Neilio trying another minion.
Yeah.
No.
Neilio, this mirror entity is very powerful in this situation, preventing Neilio from developing any of those large minions that have been in his hand since the beginning of the game.
Shield Main is the only one that kind of zeroes out, but you're still dead to Fireball. And if you were playing around Fireball last turn, like you're feeling pretty depressed, at least.
This is a rough spot. I mean, Neilio's had a tough time of it this entire game. His opening hand was very bad. Didn't get that much better until Hotform was very far ahead.
Right. That's really what the Mage needs. You just get a bit far ahead at the start, get some face damage in, and then at that stage of the game, the exact stage we're seeing right here, it becomes so difficult to play around every possibility that the Mage might have, even like a 1-card option like Fireball.
But I don't think there's any play for Neilio to survive anymore, considering the Fireball in Hotform's hand.
Yeah, I think there are exactly 0 plays available for Neilio.
I mean, I think his best play, given what he knows, is to play the Shield Maiden.
It's the only play.
Right. But he is going to find out that there's a Fireball waiting for him in Hotform's hand, and we are going to... Oh, and there's another one.
Double Fireballs.
When it rains, it pours. Fire, at least.
Should he have used the one he drew from the top to maybe try to tilt his opponent a little bit?
That is a little bit of psychology that does matter in these best of 5 series. You can get your opponent a little bit rattled. Oh, he got lucky, he drew the Fireball. It's the sort of thing that, again, some players can throw them off their game.
All right, well, Hotform grabs his first win against Neilio from the Asia-Pacific region. So as we mentioned, every region except the Americas has had 2 players qualify already. So on one hand, you know, we kind of want to see a bit of a balance at BlizzCon, which might be achieved at Hotform and Purple end up qualifying through. But if any of their opponents take the game over them, the Asia-Pacific will actually have the most qualified players for the BlizzCon finals.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of players coming into this were saying they felt like Europe and North America were the strongest regions, but there was a lot of question marks in the air about the strength of China and Asia-Pacific because they don't really get an opportunity to play in as many tournaments that at least we in the Western scene have an opportunity to watch. But they have shown that they have a lot of very strong players.
Yeah, not many players actually know how good these Asia-Pacific players are, and now we have seen it over and over again. They keep taking these games and they keep playing well.
I mean, just last year, we saw Titular Celestial make it all the way to the finals of BlizzCon, where he eventually lost to Firebat, and he has continued to have a lot of success over the course of the previous year.
Yep, and this tournament alone has reminded that is still the case. So on that note, let's just hear a few more thoughts from Neilio to better understand the situation.
At first, my family didn't believe that my trip was paid by Blizzard. Like, they didn't believe that someone paid me to travel around the world to play Hearthstone. They believe that I was just lying, to play more Hearthstone. Like, I just do whatever I want, and Hearthstone is what I want to do and what I'm doing here at BlizzCon. I want to win like a big tournament. Like I'm not interested in like small tournament. I want to win big tournaments like BlizzCon.
All right, well, he wants to take all the goods, as does every other player participating right now.
If he wants to win a big tournament, this is the biggest one.
Yeah, I mean, this is the biggest stage that you can play on in Hearthstone. And Neilio hoping to make his way to BlizzCon next week, but he's got to win 3 games in a row.
And the matches here are really polarizing. We have the Rogue, quite good against the Paladin and the Hunter, I think, but very bad against the Warrior. And we have the Druid, perhaps in the exact opposite situation there. So the way that these matchups go down is going to dictate the results really heavily.
Yeah. Hotform previously was really hoping to dodge that Warrior deck with his Rogue. He still has to win with that Rogue, so he I believe, mostly wanted to play it against the Hunter, if I recall correctly, was where he felt like his best matchup was, or perhaps this Paladin deck. But he goes with his Druid for this game.
And it is against Paladin, so it seems like it's a favorable matchup for Neilio rather than Hotform. Whereas if the Rogue was against the Paladin, it had a much higher chance to beat the Paladin, and then eventually the Warrior had to beat the Druid, which was slightly problematic. Even more so now that we noticed that Harrison Jones is part of the Druid list.
Yeah, we've seen a few Harrison Jones in this tournament, but they haven't been all that effective in general. And here Hotform does have it, but it's not even an obvious decision to keep it in the starting hand because it's so important to find those extra mana cards.
One of the issues playing against the Secret Paladin deck specifically is that you need to deal with their early aggression. A card like Harrison Jones is a powerful card to remove something like True Silver Champion or the Ashbringer from Tyrion Fordring, but against the Secret Paladin decks, you can just fall so far behind in the early turns of the game because of their aggression that even that marginal advantage is just not enough to win.
You can even just fall so far behind from the Mysterious Challenger.
Right.
The main difference between the Secret Paladin and just a regular mid-range type of Paladin deck is mid-range Paladin just plays usually one thing at a time. Here's something. Here's another thing. And if that thing's a True Silver, then Harrison Jones is spectacular. But when it comes to the Secret Paladin, it's like, here's 6 things. So Harrison Jones just doesn't really keep up with all the little things you have to deal with.
Yeah, a dreadful hand from Hotform here. That big Game Hunter might be valuable later on if there's something like Avenge landing on the Mysterious Challenger. But for now, the only playable card seems to be the Innervate. There's nothing to Innervate.
He could Innervate at the big Game Hunter.
He could.
Probably won't be a play that we see, but...
I don't think that's even impossible. We know that Hotform is running double Big Game Hunter in his deck, which I think actually helps him against the Mysterious Challenger issue. If he's able to clear up the board going into turn 6, Big Game Hunter is the most valuable card you can have because it triggers, the Avenge triggers on the Mysterious Challenger after it get down.
Yeah, if you... that's the key, though. If you're able to keep them to having a clear board when they do play the Challenger, because... Oh, and that's a pretty strong draw from Hotform there. He needed something, and he finds the Piloted Shredder. So that's going to allow him to be the one who is ahead on the board.
Yeah, pretty nice draw there for Hotform. Wildcard would have also been great, but having something to play here over the hero power is excellent.
Yeah, you kind of want to activate your Avenge with the Muster for Battle, but if you do, you delay your Mysterious Challenger by 1 turn. And Mysterious Challenger, the earlier it's played, the more insane it is. So it's really a tough decision here, as the coin can represent so much win potential in this matchup.
Yep, it's likely he's going to hold on for the coin, for the Challenger. Here, Shielded Minibot. Yeah, I mean, why not? That's often the best possible turn 2 that you can make. Neilio, normally when we see players take their time like this, they might be seriously considering the Monster for Battle, but in Neilio's case, we have seen him take a long time and then end up with the obvious play anyway.
Yeah, the Shielded Minibot makes it so you can Muster for Battle and use that to finish off the Shredder next turn, and that's unlikely to be punished. It's just against the Druid, you never know for sure.
So Force of Nature, a second copy, certainly not what Hotform is looking for here, but
no, not at all.
He is able to get this Minibot off the board, and he wants to do this before there's a second minion because it's likely that that secret is something like Avenge.
That was a pretty aggressive play. We have to keep in mind that Neilio, alongside most of the players from the Asia region, are running double Redemption.
Yeah.
So the chance that you play a Redemption to go into a Shielded Minibot is very high, and if Redemption did come out here and he had the Muster,
Right.
It probably would have ended the game.
Yeah, Hotform would have been heavily punished for that, but he took his chances and it kind of worked out.
There are so many different situations that can come up given the variety of secrets the Paladin deck does play, that in many cases there's going to be a play that will punish you for whatever you do. So you just have to kind of figure it out, walk through it, and be like, okay, this is the specific line I'm going to take, and use the information you gain from the actions that you take in the game to try to sort things out.
Yep, Neilio once again burning some rope, goes for the Master for Battle, and like he has, take out the shield, the Paladin Shredder here. See what pops out.
Oh,
Wow.
dear.
Well, that might not be that bad.
We have seen... Oh, well, look at Hotform's hand. That's pretty bad.
I think you can just Wild Growth here.
You can. It's an option.
I don't think it's a bad option.
There's not much else he can do.
I think you'd rather Wild Growth than have something that is not Lorewalker Cho in play.
Okay.
Yeah, kind of.
And here, with that Avenge that Neilio has up, Hotform is going to be punished if he does decide to hero power and kill one of those minions.
It looks like he's again taking that risk, though.
Well, no, he may just be going to the face.
I don't think so.
No, he does kill a minion. Okay.
Takes the chance that this time around it is going to be that Avenge. It's going to be a competitive spirit in that case. The attack would have worked out, but it happens to be the Avenge, and Neilio has that 4-3 on the board right now.
And now Neilio does have, he has that Wild Growth. He could Wild Growth and play Minibot this turn. Well, he can kill the Cho.
Oh, that's right.
Because
he
of the
can kill
Avenge,
the Cho and then
he can
Wild
kill
Growth.
Cho and then Wild Growth, which will enable him to play Mysterious Challenger without even using his coin next turn.
Yeah, that seems like easily the strongest play here.
Yeah, quite powerful indeed. Well, it's easy to predict the rope at this stage, I guess. Every single turn, Neilio has been considering his option for a long time.
I mean, it's definitely a variety of options he does have, particularly with the coin. I mean, he could choose to even just coin Lotheb this turn.
That just feels bad because if you do that, you don't really have much of a power play next turn. While Wild Growth Shield and Minibot when you're ahead really is quite fine.
Well, he could potentially play Coghammer and Minibot next turn as well. So I like this play.
He's got to keep the Cho around.
Okay, interesting. I think his thought Okay. I think his thought process here is that he thinks that if Hotform uses mana to continue Wild Growthing rather than actually playing things that impact the board, that he's going to be just ahead. And that one of Hotform's best ways to get back from this position is something like Force of Nature. And that would, with the Cho on the board, Force of Nature would give Neilio a Force of Nature, which would allow him to press his advantage.
Interesting decision to deal that 2 extra damage to the Cho. I kind of like it, because now it's easier for him on the following turns to get rid of it if he needs to.
Yeah, if things go badly.
Yeah.
Well, I still think we're going to see the Mysterious Challenger here. It's hard to top that. And maybe even the Zombie Chow really doesn't seem too bad.
He'd have to use his coin for that, which would mean he'd have to clear Cho. He might just want to do that this turn, but I think given his line of play, he wants to leave that Cho in play and just give himself the opportunity to kill it later on if he so chooses.
Yeah.
I imagine that we may see him just clear off this this keeper and then just play Mysterious Challenger.
Yeah, I really think that he's going to keep the Cho around since he chose to do it last turn.
All right, well, if we do see that play, the Big Game Hunter is going to have a 50% chance of being very successful.
Yeah, if Hotform does choose to use his hero power attack, that would trigger the Noble Sacrifice that would come from the Mysterious Challenger and then the Avenge. And that could be the window that Hotform
The thing
needs to
is,
get back.
Neilio knows that Hotform has 2 Big Game Hunters.
Again,
Just give him the coin right back.
Not too worried about the Cho.
I think because he knows that Hotform has 2 Big Game Hunters, he's not worried about giving his opponent a coin because it's really just more important that he doesn't get tempoed out by a BGH here. Having that extra target on the board makes that a little bit less likely.
Absolutely. The coin here also just gives the coin back to Neilio. He knows that it is difficult for Hotform to do anything to get rid of that Lore Master Cho in play, and leaving it there does mean that, again, those Force of Natures, Savage Roar, all of these cards, Hotform can play them, but Neilio would just get a copy.
Hotform getting a Darnassus Aspirant. Not exactly what he was looking for.
No, not quite.
And Hotform's hand looked bad earlier on. It looked even worse when that choke came down, and he is under a lot of pressure right now.
Yeah, he has to just hero power here and hope that the Avenge lands on that mysterious challenge, so to have some kind of like reasonable play with the big cap.
Yeah. If it does, he's really not in that bad shape. We have to keep in mind he's at 25 and his opponent has Cho on the board. He's basically at 30. So if BGH can land, if the Avenge does go on the 6-6, that is the turn of the game that Hotform needs.
Yep.
No. Oh man, are we going to see a coin Force of Nature?
I believe we might. Oh, I think. I wonder if Hotform roped here. We saw a look of exasperation from
Hotform. His head. Yeah. I think he might have missed another.
Yeah, that's one of the things playing in Secret Paladin, because of the animation times of the. Oh, and yes, he actually just totally missed his attack.
Man.
That was an absolute disaster of a turn for Hotform.
I think there's lethal now.
I think that might just be
lethal.
Yes, he's Force of Nature.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's 13, 19 in play, plus the
19, 26.
Is he just not going to kill it?
He's 2 over.
Just going for the extended VM.
All right, and Neilio.
Extended DM.
Neilio takes that game. And one of the things about a card like Lower Walker Cho, it creates these awkward situations that requires players to do things that are kind of out of their comfort zone, not necessarily things they've practiced. And there, Hotform had to work through everything and didn't quite have time to make his play once he reached his decision, thanks to the animation times of the sequence.
I mean, even if he did have the time to kill off the 6-6 there with the Force of Nature, yeah, he wouldn't have died that turn, but he was extremely far from winning. The only chance he really had was the big game Hunter being able to land on the Mysterious Challenger. If that happened, he was actually, challenging the board in a reasonable way. He may have had to burn Savage Roar to actually kill off his Lower Walker Cho, which could have ended very badly in a few turns afterwards.
Absolutely.
But not necessarily. I feel like if the big game Hunter came out, he could have won that game, and it wouldn't have been that unlikely.
Yeah, he definitely would have still had a chance, but it would have been tough. I would have still favored Neilio over Hotform in that situation, even if the Avenge landed on this challenger.
Yeah, it was a very rough spot. Neilio got off to an excellent start, and Hotform didn't quite have the start he needed.
All right, well, Neilio evens out the set. It is 1-1 with that victory. And we have a few more thoughts from our recent winner.
It was very exciting to compete in 2 qualifiers, Southeast Asia and APAC, because I like to travel a lot. And I also had an advantage because I was in the top 8 in Southeast Asia standing, so I had 2 buys. I just had to win a few games to get into Southeast Asia qualifier and a few more games to get into APAC. So that was not challenging at all. That was very exciting for me.
And game 3 is underway. Now, Neilio got the better side of the matchup, I guess, mind game / RNG, because it is a combination of those two, I suppose. Will it happen again? Now it is even more polarizing with the Paladin out, as the Druid really wants to go against the Warrior and really does not want to go against the Hunter, while the Rogue wants to do the exact opposite. Actually, the Rogue kind of wanted to beat up the Paladin before it ended up grabbing that win. So the Rogue is in much worse of a spot than it was before the last match.
Yeah, certainly. And I was about to say, I expect Hotform to play his Rogue here, because if Hotform were to play his Druid, and Neilio managed to play his Warrior in 1, or played the Hunter in 1, that would mean that Hotform would have to beat the Warrior deck with his Rogue deck.
Which is not going to happen.
That's such a bad matchup for him.
So it is very reliant on this game here. Even though it is 1-1, if the Rogue loses, it'll have to go up against the Warrior and challenge extreme odds. But I think Hotform here is favored. Neilio is playing a fairly aggressive Hunter list. From what I remember, I think he was playing something like hybrid-ish Hunter.
Yeah, we do see that Argent Horse Rider in his hand, which is indicative of less of a mid-range build, more of a hybrid-style build, a little bit more aggressive than the Dr. Boom versions like we see Jab play.
Yeah. But the Rogue can certainly deal with that. If you get a good board clear, if you get a punishing backstab or SI7 opener, if you get like the right piece of the puzzle in the opening sequences of the game, the Rogue can just shut down the aggression in a very big way.
Yep, and Hotform did get the coin and the SI agent to start things off.
Neilio with Web Spinner. This is one of the more mid-rangey cards. But he has a pretty good opening here. Web spinner
He has
into
a good
creeper.
1, 2, 3, and if File Teacher comes down, Unleash goes for the win.
And the bow is pretty key as well because
in this matchup, it's one of the best cards.
Because the rogue deck does use cards like SI Agent to try to get ahead. The coin SI Agent turn 2 to kill something on Neilio's side of the board is one of Hotform's best reactions to an opening from Neilio. But that bow will be able to take that out, and he actually has a couple of minions that are not particularly great targets for that SI Agent.
So much so that he might just not do that.
It's true.
Like, would you really consider SI7ing a Haunted Creeper? I don't know. That's really something to think
I'd
about.
potentially kill a web spinner.
Good, but no. It seems so weak, because it only gives the Hunter more power on the board.
It's true. Yeah, on the Creeper, certainly.
Yeah. Well, with the draw B, that looked like a low-cost card. It is a Fan of Knives. That could be pretty good.
Where do you see these cards coming off? I only ever see them when they actually go into the hand field at the top.
Right on the corner, you see them flip around just a little bit. Yeah.
Oh, wow. I have not trained myself to look for that just yet, but maybe I'll learn someday.
Well, maybe my lack of sleep is just producing some hallucinations. Well, Mad Scientist seems like a stronger play than the Creeper from Neilio's side, but it is one that can be countered far more easily.
Yeah, I think if you're in Neilio's position, you're trying to think of, okay, well, what is the best thing that Hotform can do here? And one of the best things is that coin SI Agent. So I would not be surprised to see him play the Creeper, despite the Scientist being the more straightforwardly powerful play.
Yeah, it is more value in the creature, and you get the synergy with a secret for your bow next turn.
Yeah, so playing the Scientist here, even though the coin SI deals with the Scientist, the bow is the perfect answer to that agent.
Quickly. So you think the Mad Scientist is better just because you can answer it?
I like the Scientist just because of the bow in his hand. If he didn't have the bow, then it wouldn't be quite as good.
We do see Hotform pick up a Preparation, which, while strong, not necessarily what he's looking for in this particular moment, he's going to use his coin SI Agent to remove the Mad Scientist.
This guy's It still looks fine. Preparation is a card that often is very powerful in conjunction with spell damage, which he does have.
Yes.
He has in the form of the Blood Mage and in the form of the Azure Drake.
Neilio picking up an excellent play for his next turn with that Piloted Shredder. I have to imagine we'll see the Eaglehorn Bow take down the SI Agent to maintain the board presence that Neilio's looking for.
Yep, seems fairly obvious. The weapon's still going to have another judge in it, so if there was another 3-drop coming out from Hotform like a Farseer or Second Agent, you could just deal with that as well. Pilot Shredder perfect for the next turn.
And these players, they did face each other before. They've also certainly been watching each other's games, at least when they found out they were going to have a rematch, to be sure they know the contents of each deck. I don't quite recall exactly which traps Neilio was playing with when we saw him play earlier.
Yeah, it was quite a few days since then. I do recall there at least being freeze traps. I don't know if they were a mix of freeze traps, but we'll have to see. Overall, though, these players are fairly close. They're just kind of acquaintances in the world of Hearthstone. They have ran up against each other many times on ladder, and from that, they've talked a little bit about their strategies, and that kind of gives them a little bit more insight into what each one is playing. Now, the Hyenas is a really fun card. This is a card that in the early world of Hearthstone, people actually played this because you had so many disposable beasts, and now with Unleash in hand, that situation might arise again.
Yeah, it can be quite powerful. Rogue usually doesn't get all that many minions on the board unless there's a Violet Teacher spawning those 1/1 tokens.
But this turn, I have to imagine we'll see that Piloted Shredder come down. Shredder, one of the cards that has been responsible for at least something of a decline in the popularity of Rogue. The fact that there are sticky minions like the Shredder that are much more difficult for the Rogue to efficiently remove causes them some difficulty if they don't have a card like Sap to just bounce it back to the hand.
Yeah, I remember when Druid was dominating Control Warrior, it was largely because you could Spectral Knight and the Warrior would have to take 12 damage removing it.
Spectral Knight was great.
That's basically what Shredder does most of the time.
It's been a while since we've seen Spectral Knights being played.
Sadly. That was a cool card.
I loved me a Spectral Knight. All right, so Hotform does use the Blood Mage Thalnos to trigger the combo on Eviscerate, allow him to take out the Shredder, and then Preparation Fan. He just wants to get the board clear, I believe.
Yeah, and I think he wants to pop the freeze trap on that 1/1 minion.
Yeah, this creates an interesting situation where the Blood Mage is either going to deal with the bow or the freezing trap.
Oh, and we mentioned about how Doctor might not be in the deck, but there it is. It does seem to be like a fairly true list for mid-range Hunter.
Yeah, just a little bit of extra aggression from those Argent Horse Riders. I'm curious if we might see the Hyena into Unleash this turn.
This turn?
It clears that, protects your trap, and you get a 4-power minion in play.
Okay. Yeah, it's not that bad,
It's actually pretty good. It is vulnerable to a possible Azure Drake into Backstab, unfortunately, for Neilio. But he's unlikely to find a great opportunity to use it.
You'd have to think if Prep Fan was used, that Backstab doesn't exist in the hand.
That's a good point.
That is, yeah, that's definitely...
He's not going to unleash just yet. Going to use that bow to get rid of the Blood Mage. See what Hotform picks up. Oil. A little bit early for an oil.
And then Backstab.
There is the Backstab. They were going to be punished for that play, I suppose.
Yep. And we do see the Backstab take out the Hyena before it can grow bigger, feasting on the other dead beasts. Another kill command for Neilio. That's pretty powerful, but unfortunately he's going to just need to use it to remove this Azure Drake, I think.
Does he? He has the trap and a 7-mana Azure Drake in the hand of a Tempo Rogue. It's really worthless card.
I believe he does know that Hotform has Southsea Deckhand in his deck.
That is true.
So I think that he may want to protect his freezing trap using that kill command. He doesn't really have another play this turn either.
If he had another play, I think he would have seen the other play made, but you're absolutely right. I think kill command has to be played, but I do think he's actually considering just pointing it at the Rogue's face.
Yeah, but considering the rest of the hand, he does have that Dr. Boom for turn 7, so removing the spell power makes it more difficult for Hotform to deal with that. If, let's say, the Dr. Boom was an Arcane Golem, then he would also have more reach to end the game faster.
Yeah, Neilio has the tools with that Dr. Boom to play for a little bit of a longer game. And this also does allow him to use his hero power this turn, getting a little bit of extra damage and going to 24 for Hotform. Still at a reasonably healthy life total.
Yeah, I mean, just being 1/6 down is not really too big of a deal here.
Oh, it's an explosive trap. So that's even more reason that he would want to kill that Azure Drake.
Yeah, that is the decisive reason. And that may actually have been what glued Hotform in. Though kind of artificially. Like, we know kill command was basically the only he could play. But on Hotform's side of the board, he's like, wow, he really tried to struggle to defeat my Azure Drake. That must not be a freeze trap.
There's also very little cost to attacking with his weapon there. He's going to want to re-weapon anyway in a future turn.
Yeah.
But Neilio, this Dr. Boom doesn't look quite as exciting now that the Azure Drake is down on the board. But still probably his best play. That second Unleash the Hounds, not a card he's looking for here. One of the weak cards in this matchup.
Well, Dr. Boom is not only just a good 7-drop, it would also be a good 8-drop. And it's also a big creature that does extremely well against Rogue, as sapping it really just feels very bad.
Man.
So, I mean, I can't see why there's much thought when it comes to this play. He definitely just might be doing his thing where he thinks about future possibilities.
Yeah, he has been taking his time on pretty much every turn. This no different. Boom comes down with his boom bots.
Okay, can we see a big Blade Flurry here? Could that be the play?
He could. He could trade the Drake into the Boom, make the weapon, attack into the Creeper, and get a full clear. What other options does he have? He could go for Sap on the Boom, but yeah, it doesn't feel good. Those Boom bots are so annoying, and they might take out the potential low tap and the Drake.
Sometimes they only do 2 damage a pop, but sometimes it's 10.
I mean, there is Azure Drake's on the board, the natural enemy of the Boom bot. And Lothep.
I guess that means we're going to see the Sap.
Yeah, I imagine if we do see Lothep, we will also see Sap.
This might really be a disaster here.
It's a little bit of a dangerous line of play, though. It is potentially setting up for... It could be lethal next turn, I believe.
Yeah, depending on the Boom bot.
If Hotform is able to keep both these minions in play.
Good, that's that. Even though it's 3-face, which seems kind of bad.
Hotform with his hands together.
He's very happy about that.
Please no. Oh, the natural predator of the Azure Drake comes and defeats it.
Yeah, Neilio's very relieved there. He knew some trouble was coming his way next turn.
There is the Argent Horse Rider that Neilio picked up. He would have a removal option even if that Azure deck had survived, but definitely much more efficient for him to just play this Dr. Boom again this turn.
Absolutely.
But if Hotform does have Tinker Blade Flurry next turn with this Lothab, that's not lethal, is it?
No, I think he needs to pick up another Tinker Oil.
Either another oil or would a deadly poison be enough?
Another oil. He wouldn't be able to cast another oil because he needs to get a new weapon as well.
Oh, I see, yes.
So it would be 1 mana off from playing 2 oils. Deadly poison, prep, oil, flurry. That's quite a bit of damage. But is it enough?
And Shredder.
Well, Dr. Boom back to round 2.
And this is what we were saying, that the difficulty in dealing with Dr. Boom for these rogue decks. Those Boom bots, they did a lot of work. They killed that Azure Drake. And now Hotform uses his preparation for Sprint. He may be looking for perhaps another copy of Sap to get Dr. Boom down back again. Deckhand.
Ooh. Is there a way to even deal with the Boom? He could oil here without the weapon for the trade for the Boom. But that's
I think it might be even simpler than that. I think you could weapon up, play a Deadly Poison, and just Southsea and Lothab into Dr. Boom. But that makes it so your oil next turn is going to be a lot weaker.
Yeah, and then he won't have any chance to lethal Neilio.
On the flip side, I believe Neilio might have a kill here even with bad Boombot RNG, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, the problem from the perspective of the rogue is that you can't just be looking to deal with what your opponent plays. You have to be looking to close the game because you're using your health total as a resource, and your opponent is playing Hunter and has Steady Shot, which puts you on a clock.
Yeah, Hotform does make the play that is going to keep him in the game.
And there's a big cat.
Yeah, a really big cat.
So Neilio counting out what sort of damage he has and what the next few turns are going to look like, I imagine. I would not be surprised to see. Well, it's interesting. The big cat seems good, but
it doesn't do anything. Just all face, so the boom bots
it doesn't do anything right
threaten
now.
lethal off a Blade Flurry.
So the damage from those, he can do 3 if he plays the Horse Rider and uses his hero power. That's 4, 5, 6, 7, putting Hotform down to, is it?
Yeah,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Where's the 12?
The kill command phase.
Oh, well, I'm not saying including that.
You have to include that.
Well, I'm just kind of for the next turn as well. If he gets to attack again with anything.
I think I like that play the most. I think I like just getting the rogue down so low that you make him sweat if he plans on Blade Flurrying the Boombots.
He does just go with the Highman and the Horse Rider. So the Horse Rider not only does the 2 damage that Steady Shot would do this turn, but also puts a body into play that your opponent has to deal with as well.
Yeah, the Highman quite powerful, and Neilio already saw 1 Sap go.
Wow, Sap.
But
very good draw.
Oh, it's most important draw for him.
Yeah, that Sap is going to at least stave off Scar for 1 more turn. But
but it's like, how do you stay alive here? I mean, you have the kill command, you have the unleash. I mean, he's going for Violet. This is just suicide here.
The Violet Teacher from Hotform's side looks like what he wants to do in order to get a board presence. But we know those 2 copies of Unleash the Hound are really going to punish him.
Yeah, that's likely to be it no matter where the Boom was. But if the Boom was killed a 1/1, actually, that would have got away from
that actually could end up going well for Hotform.
Right, because it would deny more damage from the Unleash the Hounds.
I think there's a reasonable chance we see him attack into the Spider to try and clear.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You don't want to leave those 1/1s behind.
Yeah.
But this is leaving Hotform at very, very low health against Unleash and Kill Command.
Boombots just have to kill those 1/1s.
You see Neilio. Oh, we see a little pump of the fist from Neilio. I think Davis may have lived.
I think no matter.
Yeah, that is going to be it. So Unleash, Kill Command. Even just with just the Unleash Kill Command, it's enough.
Yeah. And that was a huge game. I mean, Rogue, I think, was slightly favored to win that game, but it just had to win the game because in Conquest format, Neilio only has the Warrior left. And Hotform not only has to beat that with the Druid, which is pretty likely, but he has to do so with the Rogue deck that we just saw, which is extremely unlikely.
Yeah, this is a pivotal game in this match. Hotform has been saying he really wants to dodge that Warrior with his Rogue, but that's the only deck Neilio has left.
Yeah. No, he has to play that matchup. But it is possible that Neilio is going to draw all of his expensive legendaries once again, like he did in Game 1.
I suppose so. Neilio is basically on match point here. On the line is a spot for the BlizzCon finals, and also Trump in the other regions by putting up that third player from the Asia Pacific on the finals.
And right now, there are no representatives of the Americas region who will be playing on the stage at BlizzCon. If Hotform loses, it's all down to purple in the next match.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough though. But excited to see if Hotform chooses to take the easy or the hard matchup first. What do you guys think?
I think from Hotform perspective, I would imagine that he may go with the Rogue first. Just he knows he has to win with both. He just wants to go in and not necessarily put himself under any undue stress of, okay, maybe I could win this, but he has to get that out of the way in order to win at all.
Right. He could try to get momentum on his side though. Thinking that Druid win first, or likely Druid win. It's not an automatic win, obviously.
Of course.
And some players even argue that it's not that good for the Druid.
Well, I don't know if momentum matters for much because he still has to win with that Rogue, and that's really the big hurdle.
Yeah, that's serious.
That is the big hurdle. Anyway, guys, we will get back to our games shortly, but before that, let's hear about Hotform and what motivates him to play, what he'll do if he'll win.
So there are things that tend to take me away from pro gaming. I did the law school application and I did pretty well on that, but I've decided to take a year in between. That feels like a really big commitment in my life, and this is a lot of fun. I've enjoyed gaming my entire life, so I want to try this out, experience the world a bit first before I make that big of a decision. I do have plans for the money if I win, not all of it of course, but I want to take a vacation for sure. I think vacation I'm really interested right now is going to Australia. I could just picture like renting a Jeep and kind of driving through the outback with some of my friends. I think that would be such a great experience, so I would love to use the money towards that type of vacation.
All right, well, it is match point for Neilio, and Hotform is the one with the far bigger hurdle ahead.
It's true. He not only has to win 2 games in a row, but has to do one of them in a very, very bad matchup. I believe he estimated his chances of winning the matchup at less than 20%.
Wow, that's really low. I didn't think it's that bad.
That was what he himself said the other night when we were talking to him about his strategy initially going into the matchup with Neilio. And he felt like it was such a bad matchup that it was crucial that he dodged it in the next selection phase. And now there's no way he can. He has to get through that warrior.
Yeah, but I think the biggest thing in that matchup is whether or not the warrior draws the sufficient amount of weapons. Because if the even Fire War Axe gets easily 2 for 1, kills the agent, kills the front half of the Shredder, but if there's no weapons to be found, those early minions might chip up enough to be able to end the game before we get to those expensive warrior legendaries.
There's the flip side of that. There could just be the 4-weapon draw, which turns out to be maybe even worse than the no-weapon draw.
Well, in this matchup, it's actually not clear that that's true, because
there's so few minions, right?
Right, the Rogue deck doesn't have that many minions in so much depth, but it looks like Hotform does choose to go with his Druid deck. He wants to, perhaps get on the board here, get a little bit of momentum, and try to go into his final game, at least having won the last one.
I believe this is extremely one-sided for the Druid. Maybe even so as it is in reverse with the Rogue. Not just because it's Druid, which is traditionally good, but we have to remember Hotform is playing a double BGH Harrison Jones Druid here.
It's true.
He's really, really teched against an already good matchup.
Yeah, but I also tend to favor the Druid, but I have actually heard some players, like KitKats who is known for his warrior gameplay, actually favors the warrior over the Druid because of the recent expansion that gave cards like Bash to the warrior.
Yeah, Bash is a huge deal. Bash is a card that allows you to deal with a card like Piloted Shredder, a card like Darnassus Aspirant, and also Darnassus Aspirant, while it makes the deck stronger in a lot of matchups, it's not actually necessarily that good against Warrior because it makes cards like Fiery War Axe that otherwise weren't particularly strong against the Druid deck a very, very good card.
All right, well, Neilio is certainly very happy with that opening hand, but Hotform's is pretty good as well. He's just missing that big threat that he is likely to play on turn 3.
We see a little sigh from Hotform as we once again get into Neilio's rope on turn 1. He's making the most use of the time he has available. And we've talked about this a little bit before. It's not that Neilio has a particularly difficult decision this turn. He's not debating, okay, should I coin Armor up, should I coin? Armor Smith, he only has the 75 seconds each turn. He's planning out his turns in advance. He's thinking, okay, if this happens, I want to do this, and ensuring that he has a game plan moving forward.
Well, you talk about how he actually has options to do things in this turn one, but in his opening warrior game against the mage, he went first. He literally doesn't have a 1-drop in his deck.
Right.
And Hotform was kind of giggling a little bit like, what's going on? Realizing that fact.
Yeah, I also think that it's possible that one reason why Neilio is taking such a long time is to calm down his nerves, because we have seen him react fairly strongly to some situations that have been unfortunate for him.
So that Darness Aspirant for Hotform, still nothing to follow up. Neilio, he has a couple of options here, actually. That Bash is a card that he could choose to play this turn with the coin to potentially keep Hotform off of that mana acceleration.
I don't think it's that important. I think what's really important is that you get the Death Bite out as early as possible because it activates not only the Execute, but the Acolyte as well.
Definitely. If I were in Neilio's shoes, I'd probably just play the Armor Smith this turn.
I would just not coin this turn. That's the only requirement for me.
Yes, coin is a very good card in this. The way that this dynamic works out, the Death Bite, more powerful when it can come down earlier and is more likely to kill the minions that are in play.
I wouldn't hate it though, like to go coining out the Bash here. We can see that there's nothing coming. Nothing bad is going to happen if he leaves up the Aspirant. But Druid having that extra mana crystal, it can be threatening. Turn 3, Piloted Shredder, not something you want to see.
And Dr. Boom, that's not something that Hotform can play this turn.
It's going to be 1 man off 2 turns in a row now.
Yeah, looks like it. Unless he picks up a second in a raid.
So Hotform would have loved for that to be perhaps Emperor Tharson. But
I think we're probably going to see a Wrath for 1. There's not many minions that are important and die to Wrath in this deck, and you often just need a cycle, especially in this case where you don't really have anything to play if something goes wrong next turn.
I really like that. Considering his hand too, he wants to get to his lords as soon as possible. He does go for a Wrath for the 3 instead.
Oh, wow.
That is a bit surprising to me.
Yeah, I'm pretty surprised to see the Wrath for 3 rather than Wrath for 1 and just attack with both things. Attack with his hero power and his Aspirant.
Yeah,
I'm actually surprised enough that I wouldn't mind just a Bash here.
I mean, this looks to Neilio like maybe Hotform's trying really hard to protect this Aspirant from any sort of removal, including Execute, because that's really the reason you'd make that play.
Right.
I mean, you would be giving your opponent armor for Shield Slam, which is another possible reason that you wouldn't want to just throw all of that into the Armor Smith there.
Yep. Drawing that second Bash, I think it makes it more likely that he's just going to bash that minion here to keep that coin for maybe to play one of those big legendaries that he will eventually draw, like Ysera for turn 8. It's quite huge.
Yeah, the Druid, despite Big Game Hunter, has a little bit of difficulty dealing with some of those big minions in the warrior deck, and the ability to get something like down like Justicar Trueheart early and be able to keep getting your armor total up is a big deal. So now Hotform down to 4 mana, so Innervate again can't play Dr. Boom or Ancient of Glorious. This is... Oh, and you see Neilio literally just pump his fists here as Hotform does nothing but hero power.
Very well in this.
He is in a tremendous position.
Yeah. Hotform has some powerful plays for later on, but turn 4 hero power pass, that is truly dreadful.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen the swipe face on turn 4 a few times in this tournament. Why didn't it happen there?
I imagine he may be looking for another option for swipe. Perhaps.
Oh, I see. Swipe, though, is actually often almost worthless card against Warrior, as everything is way bigger or way smaller, and often you don't want to do 1 damage to like an Acolyte on the back end.
Yeah, Swipe and Wrath are your best cards in Druid against a lot of aggressive decks, but against a deck that is primarily full of large minions like Control Warrior, both of them are really weak. That's part of the reason I was so surprised that Hotform made that play that he did with the full 3 damage Wrath rather than trying to just dig for another card.
Absolutely. Neilio here with a few options. He could Acolyte, he could play the Death Bite preemptively, but that's unlikely because he knows that Hotform is running a Harrison Jones. So risking that is not something
if you play Death Bite, you have to go face.
Yeah, absolutely. And going for face there, not so valuable. Hotform choosing to go with the lore before the Dr. Boom. In many matchups you want to go for the Boom first, but he realized that Neilio is playing Big Game Hunter, has those executes, so getting those extra cards to have better chances to having powerful turn 6 is a reasonable play.
Yeah, because if he had just played Dr. Boom, he in his hand currently has nothing to do the next turn. Dr. Boom may be the most immediately impactful play, but it's more important for Hotform's chances to win that he's able to develop his board for the next several turns as well.
Yeah, and
this is actually a pretty tough play. Maybe one of the cleanest ways to deal with it is Fire War Axe Bash, but with 2 Deathbite in hands now, you really want to use one of them.
Yeah, but how do you? That would mean that he would have to either execute or use the front half of the Belcher.
What if he just Deathbites and just leaves the 5-1 on the board?
It's going straight for the Belcher. That's just a little bit
The
weak.
Belcher doesn't like that play.
No, the Belcher does not approve. Use the Bash. I think it's fair to just go for the Fiery War Axe and use the Bash, because that Fiery War Axe in his hand is also going to be fairly worthless for later on. So getting some use out of it now is an okay thing.
So he chooses to do it in this order because it does preserve the armor from the bash. If he had bashed first, he would have taken the damage and lost that armor, which is important for cards like Shield Slam later on.
Right. And it's generally just good practice.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's the other side
that
doesn't
is
really offer an
a huge
advantage.
draw for Hotform there. The Emperor Tharson with 6 other cards in hand.
Yeah, that Ancient of Lore drop paid off.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Really, really well.
And it's interesting, too, because Neilio chose to use his coin to play the Sludge Belcher. He could have just played Deathspite and attacked the face, which would have given him a clean way to just clear off a 5-5 on the following turn, and then play the Sludge Belcher as well. Now, Neilio still has just a bunch of weapons, and he's facing down this Emperor without a clean way to deal with it. He doesn't have that bash anymore.
Yeah, he has to use either the Execute or the Belcher now to get rid of that. And
I like the Belcher a lot more, because you can play the Shield Maiden for tempo, and you still have the 1-2 taunt to activate your Execute for actually a big minion that would likely come next turn.
But do you play for tempo with this hand? I mean, it seems like he's kind of running out of stuff.
Is he? He's got the Acolyte.
That's going to help. That kind of makes it maybe a tiny bit better to potentially equip the Death's Bite here to try to get that Wallowing effect.
Deathbite and armor.
Particularly given the Emperor from Hotform, I think that you do need to try and play for some kind of tempo here, because you're just going to fall behind. It's not that you're trying to tempo out your opponent. You're trying to get ahead of them before they get ahead of you.
Well, we see just that there. Hotform with considerably more options.
Thanks to Emperor Tharson. Oh dear.
What
Swipe
a turn.
and Azure Drake takes out Neilio's entire board. That tempo he was looking for is now gone. And then Harrison Jones, not a card that's very good against the Druid deck.
Very good against the Rogue deck,
by
the way.
You cannot Harrison Jones your opponent's claws.
Maybe that's where that 20% came from.
It could be. Could be. I imagine it's very likely we'll see Deathspite take this out and then perhaps Acolyte of Pain come down. But now this game, which not long ago looked to be heavily in Neilio's favor, is kind of slipping away from him.
Absolutely.
I really don't like the Acolyte drop, though. I feel you need that card to actually get something more relevant.
Yeah, so he could wait with it, just in case there is a Keeper of the Crow waiting. The Deathbite likely to swing again on the following turn, and then you can secure the extra draw with the Acolyte.
But at the same time, given his opponent's use of Emperor Tharson, I don't know that he wants to... If his opponent did play Keeper the next turn, that significantly reduces the amount of options that he has, and I think that Neilio is going to be looking for more possible tools himself. Maybe an expensive card, but he does choose to save the Acolyte for next turn. I suppose he does have the Execute, so he's guaranteed to have at least some sort of play to go along with the Acolyte as well.
It's true.
Our Ancient of War comes down. The reason we see big taunts go into the second charge of a Deathspite is because it kind of it denies the residual Execute play. Here, if he wants to execute that Ancient of War, he actually just has to take 5 damage by attacking into it.
Neilio does have the second copy of Deathspite or the Fiery War Axe, which he could play to replace his Deathspite, which also would trigger the Death Rattle and allow him to execute without taking
actually is possible.
damage.
He could Acolyte, then play the other's Deathspite, then execute to save himself 5. But is a charge of Deathspite worth 5 HP and a potential tempo loss, because otherwise he could gain something that he could play with the Acolyte?
It's not even really a charge of Deathspite, because he would attack with the Deathspite that's already in play.
I actually like that a lot, especially, or like another reason for that is that if there was a Harrison Jones in Hotform's hand, it would have most likely come down on the previous turn. So
he could even play Acolyte and either the Deathspite or the War Axe. Yeah, it looks like he's going with exactly that play, playing the Deathspite to trigger the Death Rattle of his original Deathspite, which allows him to draw a card of Acolyte Pain and trigger the Execute to kill the Ancient of War without actually having to attack into it. So really heads up play from Neilio.
And no respect for Harrison Jones there.
No, because of that, Death Bite is the best card he can use it on, and Hotform didn't use it on the previous Death Bite, and there was only one card draw that happened after that.
All right, well, Neilio he wants to find Brawl now. What he's looking for here against this board.
It's a pretty good one too.
It's okay, but I mean, look at Hotform's hand. He has Force of Nature plus Savage Roar. This board is threatening to do so much damage, and
the thing is that like Neilio's drawn 2 cards here, and that's a really big deal.
Well, he drew 2 cards thanks to that hitting his Acolyte. He only has the 1 charge, the 2 charges left in the next phase, so he wouldn't be able to actually activate. He chose not to attack last turn.
Yep, picks up a shield block, but he's still in so much trouble. What is the card that he would hope to get if we use Shield Slam?
The thing is, Shield Slam would be good. Even if he did find something like Brawl, I think he's actually still in a lot of trouble. Those 3 minions.
Shield Maiden up, so he has another turn left in this game.
All right, so Neilio is at 32 health, which sounds like a lot, but Hotform has...
That's 10.
That's enough.
10 plus 6.
I believe that's actually enough.
16.
Yeah.
Oh, and the Druid of the Claw plus another 6. That's like 34, I think.
I think he's a mana short of the Druid of the Claw.
1 mana short, but it is still enough.
I believe Force of Nature plus Savage Roar is 14, the board is 10, another 6.
16, so it's
16, so 30.
Oh, so he's 1 damage off. It's actually 1 off.
Yeah. And then Alistraza comes down.
The boom, but could do it.
Yeah, I know if we get our math right. 16 plus 14.
How much
plus,
is that?
It's 31, I believe. I believe this is 31 damage. So I believe he is actually 1 damage off lethal.
Yeah, he is. He could get a Boombot to face before. So that would do it.
That's a little optimistic, I think.
But I mean, in case that it doesn't go to face, you can just use a Treant on the Shield Maiden to finish it off. Wow.
Boombot, do it! Do it! Ah, no lethal.
And 1 damage off lethal for Hotform. Still has a really impressive board here. That Alistraza has to come down.
Yeah.
But even then, look at Hotform's board. He has the Dr. Boom and a bunch of damage and that Druid of Claw in his hand. He's still, despite not quite having lethal, still
he's in commanding
in a really good spot here.
Particularly because BGH just challenges Alistraza. It challenges more than the entire turn, really.
Yeah, I mean, with the Dr. Boom there, the Shield Maiden, even with the weapon, can't take out Dr. Boom.
No, it'll have to take out the 2/3.
Without attacking into Dr. Boom directly, which is just 7 damage. It's so much.
I guess you would consider just going face with the 5, but that doesn't feel too great either. There is another consideration here. If perhaps you play the Gromash and armor up, or play the Armor Smith.
Whoa.
That's
Gromash
Armor
Smith.
Pretty risky.
Grom Armor Smith attack with the weapon.
Yeah.
It's an interesting play. So risky though.
Yeah, I can't really see. All right, so yeah, Neilio does find the.
He has lethal here with a Boombot.
Once again,
potential Boombot lethal.
Savage Roar would make it an actual lethal, as would Force of Nature.
Well, how about another Wild
Revise,
Growth?
Well, another try at either of those cards is going to be a fun experiment here.
See if he gets it.
Oh, there's Savage Roar.
Wow, there he goes. Yeah.
So Cat comes down. Cat is for fight, innervate, Savage Roar, and that is lethal damage for Hotform, who forces a game 5 against Neilio.
I believe Hotform did about 50 damage over the course of 2 turns.
Damage, yeah. Neilio was at 32, and then he was suddenly at 1, then he was at 15, then he was dead. That really showcases the explosive power of the combo Druid deck.
All right, well, the dreams are still alive for both players, though more vividly for Neilio here, as he has the Control Warrior against the Rogue. Now, Control Warrior is normally just going to do very well against any Rogue deck. On one hand, you can just armor up, and often in that game you can just fatigue out the rogue. Often you can just burn through every single card in the rogue deck before they
you
can
actually,
kill you.
as the warrior player, you don't even have to worry about the rogue's life total all that much. You're not really trying to kill the rogue quickly. All you need to do is keep removing every single minion on the board, and that way the rogue will eventually only have spells.
The power of rogue really lies in their ability to take a tempo advantage against minion-based strategies with things like backstab, things like SI Agent. Warrior doesn't care about that. Warrior cares about killing what you have and just staying alive until it dominates the board with big things.
The warrior simply has more removal than the rogue has minions.
And just the hero power, armor up, it eventually puts the warrior out of range, especially with Justicar Trueheart and Shield Maiden and Shield Block. That big oil damage combo that we've seen win so many games this weekend, it just is not effective against warrior.
Yep, quite a match yet to come. I'm sure you guys have many opinions about the players in the tournament, but we had a chance to ask Hotform what he thought about some of his competition.
The friendliness of the other players, I think, would be the most surprising part. The other players, although we're opponents, it feels really like comrades. When you're out there, you know, you're just hanging out, waiting for things to happen, you're discussing strategies, and you're a little guarded about your own tech choices and those kinds of things, but when you're just there hanging out, it feels really like you're with a bunch of friends. So I think that was surprising to me. I thought some people would be more tense about it, but it's a really great feeling the way it worked out.
The final game of this match. One player moves through to the BlizzCon finals. Well, the other one goes to BlizzCon too, but doesn't quite get to play on the same level.
Yeah, and will Hotform be able to become the first representative of the Americas region, or will Neilio move on to be the third representative of APAC? Let us know on Twitter there with hashtags AMWin or APACWin. And yeah, I mean, Hotform has said that he thinks it's going to be a very tough game going in.
Yeah, I mean, these players, again, they played against each other in their opening game, and Hotform ended up triumphing, but it was a very close 3-2, and here we are again in the similar spot where it is a 2-2 score. But Neilio has the match advantage, even though this warrior deck has failed to produce a win in 2 tries now. In fact, it's been his only losing deck. It seems like it's pretty hard to go 0-3.
This is the match where his warrior deck is at its strongest, because it really just interacts with the rogue deck in a way that the rogue deck is hoping to avoid. So Hotform, Violet Teacher, one of the cards that can actually generate a reasonable number of minions that can give him a strong start that he needs to put pressure on the warrior.
One thing we actually haven't seen from Neilio's warrior deck is a whirlwind effect outside of the Death Spite. Often warrior decks do include a whirlwind, or more recently Revenge.
Has been popular, yes.
Just somewhat popular. But we have not seen it in Neilio's list, and that repetitive damage of the 1/1s isn't as easy to control for this type of deck, if that's the case, because you have the weapon hits, you have the shield slams, you have the executes, but these are not things you really want to use on 1/1 creatures that can just grind you down.
He does have Brawl and he does have Barongeddon, but those are a bit slower, so it's possible that if Hotform is able to get out a quick Violet Teacher, that could be a road to victory.
Does he actually have Brawl?
I believe he does. I believe we've seen him cast Brawl. He may not. It's possible, but I thought I had. It's a very
We've seen it draw 0 times today.
Today, at least. Yeah, that's true.
On the first day, I'm not even sure we had an appearance, but that would be very weird if that is the case.
It would be surprising, because that is particularly if you are playing Control Warrior in a world you expect decks like Secret Paladin. It's one of your strongest cards. We do see the Barongeddon in Neilio's opening hand, much like in the first game where we saw Barongeddon among many other expensive legendaries.
Right, but in this hand, at least you have some things that you can play. Armorsmith on 2, while it doesn't have as much of an impact as it does against more aggressive decks with smaller minions with far less health, it's still a presence, and he continues that presence with the Acolyte. He has the Bash to often trigger against one of the 3 or 4 drop creatures in the Rogue deck. We mentioned that most of the Rogue creatures are vulnerable to that 3 damage breakpoint, with the SI7 being vulnerable, with the Shredder being vulnerable. But really, it's going to be about this Violet Teacher. I think if you can pick up a prep and maybe some other cards you can play alongside it, things can get a little bit out of control.
Yeah, the hand is not looking too bad for Hotform. He does have an Azure Drake. That low tap can also be a key moment in the game. If he manages to get some kind of board going to go for that low tap to prevent the brawl.
Yeah, being able to generate a board and then protect it with Lothep against removal effects is one of Hotform's strongest roads to victory. Neilio, again, sort of in the tank on turn 2. I imagine we'll see him come out eventually and play this Armor Smith. But
well, the thing is, the Armor Smith doesn't actually challenge a single creature in the Rogue deck.
It's true.
But on the other, he might just be saving it for a turn where he can trigger Whirlwind effects to get additional value out of the armor. So even if he does an Armor Smith here, I think that is a very fair way of playing.
Certainly, he could just choose to Armor Up. The health gain from Armor Up and being able to save your Armor Smith for later are both pretty relevant in this game. Yeah, Armor Smith does come down. And yeah, even just getting a little bit of damage on the Rogue can be relevant. They do, as we were saying, use their life total as a resource. While it's not a matchup where generally comes down to that sort of thing, having the ability to pressure them is still valuable.
Yeah, Eviscerate a reasonable card to draw here. Not too bad. It allows him to remove some early threat from Neilio's side.
Hotform attacking into the Armor Smith, he does have that deadly poison in his hand. So
yeah, most likely he's going to re-weapon Deadly Poison and go for the kill on the Armor Smith. And Neilio, realizing this, might choose not to Acolyte of Pain. But now that he's got a second one, he's probably going to choose the Acolyte of Pain.
Yeah, definitely. You don't want to hold on to 2 Acolytes in your hand.
Yeah. What now? Also, these, I mean, with that Armor Smith in play, killing the Acolytes not only allows Neilio to dig to further cards, but it does get him a little bit of armor each time they do take damage.
And you absorb another 3 damage.
Yeah. And in a matchup where the Rogue deck does have a pretty limited amount of damage that it can deal, if you're able to remove its minions, that can add up and be very important.
Neilio once again going down to the rope before making his play. He could choose the Acolyte on the middle or the one on the right side.
Which do you think he'll play?
I think he's going to play the one from the middle.
All right, all right. And he does. Good call.
Hey, speak to me.
All right. Well,
And,
there goes a Shredder, which is not too bad. You might be able to play that next turn and save a higher mana turn for a Vile Teacher play.
The Shredder, one of the best cards against Warrior, because even though the weapon deals with the Shredder, but the Shredder still gets that 9 damage or so in, depending on what pops out of it.
I really like the kill on the Armor Smith. We kind of predict that he'd kill the Acolyte. I think we've just been seeing too much Patron Warrior in the last few weeks. The Acolyte is not as threatening of a card in the control type of Warrior because of the lack of self-damage effects on your own minions. And leaving the Acolyte up, actually, when you see a Warrior play an Acolyte that seems vulnerable, often they're doing that because they have to. So if you don't give them a draw next turn, they might just have another bad turn. And I actually, like, the more I see this situation, the more clear it is that killing the Armor Smith ends up being the better route.
It is true that without additional activators like Inner Rage, like Whirlwind, these Acolytes of Pain are unlikely to get Neilio multiple cards, and by killing the Armor Smith first, he's able to also deny him additional armor from those minions.
It is possible to get punished by that if there was a Cruel Taskmaster in Neilio's hand, but I don't think... Have you even seen any Cruel Tasks from Neilio? Does he play that card?
We talked about seeing it.
I believe we have. I believe we've seen one.
I believe I've also seen it, but at the same time, there's been a few Warrior decks.
We've watched a lot of games of Warrior this week.
And down comes the piloted Shredder, and Neilio's still without a weapon.
Yeah, Bash is going to answer this very well. Slam, though, seems a bit clunky here.
Yeah. I think what we'll probably see is Bash and Neilio hoping that a 2 health minion comes out.
No, he
or
wants a
2-3. Rather, a 2 attack minion is what I meant.
2-1.
Yeah, 2-1 would be really good.
Yeah, if a 2-1 comes out, if there's
Actually, I think he's quite happy slamming here just to cycle through his deck. I think a 1-3 might be ideal, actually.
So the slam there, I think that keeping the slam to possibly use with the other Bash to kill something like an Azure Drake may be what he's looking to do.
I think this Bash might be a little bit stronger. Just use it first, because one very likely outcome is the 2-3, and in that case he could slam the 2-3 first and then use the Acolyte to finish it off.
So he gets the best of both worlds, really.
Actually, the best place to wait and then do that.
Yeah. Every time, as soon as the rope starts burning, he goes for his move.
And there's a 3-2, so not what Neilio was hoping for.
You might still go for the Bash here. Or the slam.
Yeah, possible.
Might do it, yeah.
Yes, looks like he wants to try to find an opportunity to get an extra card with that Acolyte. Remove that from the board.
I believe Azure Drake is going to hit the board here. Again, you have such nice plays with the Violet Teacher, but the more you wait, the higher the payout, but also the higher the risk. But considering it's such a bad matchup, I feel like the risk portion of this is fairly irrelevant. I think the only way you're winning is by taking risks.
Yeah, he is going for it here, and he's just saw a slam and a bash, no weapons, so he thinks that it might be even difficult for Hotform to remove that this right now.
Yeah. Might be, but Shield Slam says otherwise.
Yeah, it's gonna do it.
Shield Slam and actually Geddon is going to counter the play quite a bit.
He can't get in this turn.
No, but next turn, the 1/1s that could start grinding down the Warriors' health pool are really not going to be able to accomplish that.
True.
Shield Slam fairly obvious here. He's still going to have 5 mana remaining, so we could see the shield block and armor up, or the armor smith maybe.
The armor smith is kind of nice to potentially challenge these 1/1s if he isn't certain to play the Baron Geddon next turn.
Also, he could just draw first with the Shield Slam if he's going to do the or the Shield Bash if he's going to do the Shield Slam and Armor Smith play.
How about just bashing that Violet Teacher right now in preparation for the Geddon for next turn?
That's not bad either.
It's reasonable, though if your opponent does play a large minion, then you are sort of committed to playing the Baron Geddon and then potentially attack into it. Like if he played Lothar.
He might get into trouble for that.
Looks like he doesn't want to maximize the amount of armor he's going to get throughout the course of the game. He's probably already decided that he's going to try to fatigue the Rogue out, which, yeah, it's a viable strategy. Turns out to work a lot of the time.
Only 2 minions remaining in Hotform's hand right now.
And the backstab plus one of these minions able to take out the Armor Smith.
Makes Geddon play a little less attractive too.
Yeah, this means that Baron Geddon is not super exciting. And this is a matchup where you'll often see that Grommash Hell Scream just uses a removal effect. In many matchups, Grom is most effective as a finisher. You just do a big amount of burst damage when you damage it with something like a Death's Bite, Death Rattle. But against Rogue, again, you were just able to remove all of their threats and frequently just fatigue them out because they do have so many cards that are so low impact. They're strong tempo cards, but not strong value cards.
I really feel like you have to shield block here because if you get a Death's Bite, it's basically the nuts. The game is almost over.
Almost. And if he doesn't get it, the Shield Slam is still quite alright.
I wonder.
It's certainly a reasonable option here. And again, he does have potentially that Grom to use on the Azure Drake if he does choose to wait on it.
I just feel if he Geddon's here, it can turn out to be a disaster. We know it will turn out to be a disaster.
It will not go well for him, it's true. So shield block, he finds a Shield Maiden, does just use the Shield Slam and armor up. So now Neilio, his health is going way up, and Hotform still just with a hand of pretty low impact cards. Another Azure Drake is a nice draw, though. It does give him the ability to dig deeper into his deck to find more.
I feel like the Lothar is stronger because if you Azure Drake, you can just die to a Death's Bite.
It's true. It either does Death's Bite or the 8 mana, it does have 4 health, so Grom would actually take it out quite easily.
Oh, that's Taskmaster.
Yeah. It does exist.
Yeah,
wow.
Confirmed.
Oh, it's a tough play, though.
Shield Maiden armor up, maybe?
Yeah, I think I like the Shield Maiden armor up.
The Grommash doesn't seem to accomplish much here.
No, you need a little bit more mana for it to work.
So, once again, Neilio taking his time.
I imagine that he may actually even be saving that Baron Geddon to play alongside Bash to kill a larger minion in a single turn. He hasn't had a great opportunity to play it where it would dominate the board, and when you do get to 10 mana and you can play both of those at the same time, you're able to kill bigger minions at once.
He could have set that up earlier, as Saviz had noted, against the Vile Teacher, and I kind of wonder how that line of play would have turned out. But he's still winning considerably, so I guess it's not.
He does choose just to play Baron.
Interesting.
Okay.
That is a dangerous play.
Well, this does leave Lothar at a point where he will be able to potentially remove it with the Bash next turn.
I find that place slightly strange.
I
well, actually, Hotform can start pushing for damage. He can do Southsea Deckhand. He can do Sap. He can do. Oh wow, even more things now.
I kind of feel like that was the opening that Hotform needed. Right now, he's finally going to have a big minion, stick to the board, remove the threat from his opponent, and gonna extend his lead.
And we do see Eviscerate come down, so Hotform doesn't want the Baron Geddon to come back with that Sap. And 5 damage comes in.
Do you think the 2 from the South Sea deckhand is much of a risk at this point?
I think that Hotform may be a little bit worried about just extending too much into a brawl. It's generally not a card that's good in this matchup, and with the Tinker Sharpsword Oil in his hand, that South Sea deckhand can represent a lot of burst damage if he needs it.
Yep, probably going to keep it for the combination with the oil.
And there's Deathbite. An actual fist pump from Neilio. He's like, finally, the best card in my deck.
Yeah, he's able to Deathbite and Bash to clear the board. And yeah, still armor up again, gain some more armor from the Bash. You still have the Gromash, you have an activator with a Deathbite, another one with a Cruel Task, you have the Shieldmaiden for more armor. You basically have a full toolbox, whatever you need, you know.
We did say that that was potentially the window that Hotform needed, but that Deathbite may be the nail in his coffin here. That is a huge draw from Neilio, able to clear the board and just gain a bunch more armor with Bash and armor up.
He could actually even set up lethal here. He's not going to do it, no way you go for that kind of risk, but he could play the Deathbite and bash his opponent's face to put him down to low enough for the Cruel Taskmaster.
Wow. Yeah, that's
it would get the job done.
And he can actually still armor up. He could go to 38. Is there a real risk? Like, what could Hotform actually have?
But I don't know. Let's even play a heal. But
it looks like he just goes for the conservative line of play. I don't blame him. It is flashy to try and two-turn kill him here, but you don't need to do anything like that in this matchup. You are a big favorite if you just kind of play it methodically.
Yeah, absolutely unnecessary to go for that kind of play. Hotform picking up a sprint.
Yeah, one good draw deserves another. Hotform picks up sprint and 4 more cards, but again, he doesn't have that many strong cards in his deck.
Blade Flurry's huge.
Second sprint.
All right, well, he can draw as many cards as he wants with that second sprint, but he is facing down Neilio's enormous health total and a Shieldmaiden poised to come down. The Big Game Hunter is pretty unusual as a card in a rogue deck.
It is. I would be
It's not unusual as a card in Hotform's deck.
It's true. He has played a lot of Big Game Hunters in all of his decks, really.
Yeah.
It's so tempting with just Grom here, because that's the bigger minion and you have the time to play it, but if he went for that play, he would be horribly punished by that BGH.
It looks like he may do it.
That might be a game-deciding moment right here.
The thing is, we talked about using Grom for removal. That's kind of the case when you go back and forth. But when the rogue just has a hand of 9 cards, you kind of want to start thinking about closing out the game.
I don't know that we've actually seen Big Game Hunter in Hotform's hand.
I believe we have not.
I believe we have not. So this is actually... Grom is a difficult minion for Rogue to typically remove. He can even just play Grom in attack phase and not attack with his weapon. Like, I think that's also a totally reasonable option. He does choose to just play things safe, go with the Shieldmaiden armor up.
Wow.
Now Hotform prep. All right.
I think you just play a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, it looks like he's just going to go
the other sprint.
Big burst damage here.
Yeah.
Also clears off the Shieldmaiden with the flurry, I have to imagine, will come down.
Probably wants to deal as much damage to his opponent's face as possible. Carefully sequencing there, going with the deckhand first.
Whoa, we've broken through the armor!
Yeah, finally, first blood!
Yeah.
All the way down to 26 after getting attacked for 17 in one turn. We do have the Taskmaster here that can easily clean off this deckhand. Or Neilio could go Grom face. It's possible. It's possible we just see Grom go to the face.
I think because nothing's been sapped this game, if you play the Grom, the most likely action from your opponent is the sap. And if you go face with Grom, put your opponent at 12, you have the slightly unpredictable finisher with Grom plus Cruel Task in the following turn. It seems like a good plan, unless you actually know for sure that Big Game Hunter is a part of the Rogue deck, which, I mean, is not impossible, as these players have played against each other and together, but that would be pretty wild.
I think 9 out of 10 players. Yeah, 9 out of 10 players would go for the Grom here if they don't know that there's a Big Game Hunter in the deck right now.
Yeah, we did hear actually Hotform in his winner's interview against Neilio. He was asked by Rachel about his Rogue deck, and he was very cagey about it. And I have to imagine this is why.
Wow.
He doesn't want his opponents to know that he has cards like Big Game Hunter. And this is going to be a big swing. This could be a defining moment here.
Could be. Hotform still has a few more minions left in his deck.
He's going to prep sprint before the BGH.
Yep, Shredder would probably be the best possible draw.
Shredder would not be playable.
Oh, no, actually. A 3-drop, yeah.
SI Agent.
Yep, that's better.
All right. Yeah, and the Big Game Hunter takes out Grom and SI Agent, and now Hotform's on the board with a reasonable amount of minions. He does have a second Tinkers and Blade Flare left in his hand. That can do a lot of damage very fast. Sludge Belcher, not terribly exciting when you know your opponent has drawn a lot of cards and still has sap left.
You have the clear brawl away 1 minion, cruel task execute.
It is an option, and it's actually not an unreasonable option.
Oh, that's an unreasonable option.
I don't think it is. This is a matchup where your opponent doesn't have very many minions, and the only way you lose, really, is to consistent minion damage.
I just feel 2 is not threatening enough. If you use Brawl against 2, you probably just secure the loss against the next turn after, considering you just sprinted.
What's a better opportunity to play a Brawl? Like, what do you...
3 minions.
Well, yes, that's true. But how often does the Rogue actually deploy all that many minions into the board?
I think if you play a Sludge Belcher, you're getting sapped, and Hotform's playing a 3rd minion.
Maybe.
I wouldn't hate the Brawl here,
I
to be honest.
actually think it's a totally reasonable line of play here. Just clear their board. He does choose to go Sludge Belcher.
5 cards in the Rogue deck. Yeah, so not much, but that's enough to close out the game before you die to fatigue, I think.
It is. And Blood Mage Thalnos.
That kind of allows him to be, well, not even like necessarily sap that. He could just go for backsteps and Fan of Knives with that Blood Mage. A lot of options for Hotform right now.
Yeah, so he does go with Prep, Tinker, Sharp Sword, Oil before he plays the Blood Mage, if he does choose to, because he wants to guarantee it lands on one of the minions on the board.
That signals the sap.
Yeah, there's the sap.
What if he's going to cycle a Fan of Knives? Seems like he's going to go for 1 fan.
Yeah, there's a heal bot.
Is nice. You might not die to fatigue or just a weapon draw here.
14 going to Neilio's face right here.
3rd creature, give me that brawl.
I don't know about that.
Uh-oh.
Seems very likely that Neilio would have the brawl. We of course have the information that it's in there, but if you Hotform, the game is quite far already and no brawl has been
One
played.
concern that I have is you have much more potential damage if you hold back on the spell damage for next turn. That's why I think there's some reason for him to hold it back just for his own hand, regardless of what the warrior might have.
That's also true.
Dr. Boom would have been good a little while ago, but not so exciting right now when you're facing down so much damage in Neilio's seat.
Yeah, you kind of have to play the taunt.
He has to execute the 6-3. And the taunt, he can actually do all of that. He can go for the Belcher, he can go for the Taskmaster, execute, and even armor up afterwards.
That's right.
That does potentially allow Hotform to flurry away the Taskmaster and Belcher for 5 with the Blood Mage.
It does.
Actually, Hotform has a really good chance here.
Yeah, this is a game that went from looking like Neilio was running away with it to very, very close.
Hotform with those double sprints has been able to stay in the game, even though the card value for a warrior is higher.
These last few turns are just so important. One small slip up here means that you just lose, and your dream to play at the BlizzCon finals is over.
And Neilio does go with the Brawl here, so I think he's going to make the Cruel Taskmaster execute play. Yeah.
Executes just to deal one down.
After taking enormous amount of damage from those last turn, he decides to finally brawl away that board.
Yeah, but now we still have a decent play. We have the Blood Mage fan into a heal bot.
Oh, Shredder. From the top. More minions is exactly what he needed. And that backstep deals with the Cruel Taskmaster quite easily.
Yeah, just deploying more minions, get that guy off the board, push for damage with these guys. The Belcher still threatening to die to Blood Mage Thalnos plus Blade Flurry. Execute with no activator.
Card.
Yeah. This is slipping away from Neilio here.
Wait a second. Hotform still has a sap left in his deck. So he might be able to force draw it.
He sapped the Baron Geddon.
Did he?
He sapped the Baron. No, he executed.
No, he eviscerated. Yeah, he eviscerated with the strike.
No,
there
you're
should
right.
be 1 sap remaining. Some players only play 1, but I would expect Hotform to be playing 2 in this situation. But wow.
Hotform felt like he was a huge underdog going into this matchup, but right now he looks like he's ahead.
Yeah.
But the Dr. Boom's still quite powerful, and Hotform doesn't have that extra bit of damage to actually lethal Neilio just yet.
Well, I think his other cards eviscerate, so...
that would do it, I guess.
So Neilio thinking through what possible options he has here.
Well, Dr. Boom and Sludge Belcher.
Chooses to go Sludge Belcher. Armor's
I think if he gets Eviscerate, it's over, because he can do Blade Flurry for 5, Fan for 2, and then Eviscerate for 5.
7. He exactly lethal with that.
He might still draw it. He might still draw it, because the Fan might draw Eviscerate. I think he has Eviscerate and Sap in his deck right now. It's a 50-50 chance to win the game.
He had 1 card left. He just almost out of cards.
Well, that's going to be an Eviscerate. Right? Is it? Oh, it's a Sap.
It is the other Sap.
Okay. So, I guess he did use Eviscerate, so I guess I miscounted.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you play 2 Eviscerates, so both of those happen.
Hotform gets Neilio down to 3 life. That's going to be it. Neilio
Doomsayer!
No,
no, it still doesn't do it. No, it still does not do it.
No, there's nothing that
he
Neilio
has to
can
armor
do.
up, go to 1, and the Rogue actually kills him with the hero power if that happens.
That is true. The Rogue hero power, even if there is a Doomsayer coming for Hotform's Shredder, still going to be able to end the game. With 0 cards in his deck and a Sap in his
felt like
hand.
he was such an underdog. He felt like his only way to win this match was to dodge this particular matchup, and he's on the verge of winning it. There's nothing Neilio can do.
There's literally nothing you can do. Hotform has won this game. We have our first player from the America region to qualify for the BlizzCon finals.
I mean, maybe Hotform takes mercy on him. He is Canadian.
No chance.
You know, he's just going to say, oh, no.
No. Canadians are nice, but then when there's something at stake, the niceness goes away. Neilio's just thinking, maybe there's something I can't think of that helps me in this situation.
Snap Tangle, and that is it. Hotform will advance to the BlizzCon main stage, top 8.
Hotform advances on the back of beating Neilio twice in extremely close matches, 3-2 both times in some fairly unlikely circumstances, just as we saw there.
Yeah, Hotform gave himself 20% chance to win that matchup. He did it on the big stage with so much on the line.
That's why we play the games.
Yeah, and that was really, really crazy. So it's still evened out. No region has more than 2 players to advance yet, but coming up next we have a Pingpingho versus a Purple. Pingpingho is from the Asia-Pacific region, and Purple is from the Canada region, which I believe is part of the Americas. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see if there is going to be balance or a little bit of imbalance in the favor of the Asia-Pacific region.
Will it be Purple who brings balance to the Force?
We'll have to see. I'm sure Purple would like that. But for now, let's hear from the other Canadian, the more recent winner, Hotform.
Thanks so much, gentlemen. I'm here with Hotform, our first America's player to make it to the top 8. And you went into that final matchup with your Rogue against his Warrior. What was going through your mind?
I mean, they had been long games the whole series. Going into that match, I'm definitely unfavored, so I was pretty nervous. But I got through it. It's time to party. Oh, man, I got like a week till my next match, so I'm definitely going to enjoy some parties. There's so many cool people here. Getting to hang out with all the other teams has been fantastic. So it's been great. Thank you.
Yeah, your chat has been working hard for you, cheering for you. Is there any chance you're going to be able to stream before BlizzCon?
Yeah, I'm going to try my best. I really want to hang out with some of you guys. I've been missing you. You know, it's tough sometimes when I can't stream, but I'll definitely be doing my best to get there.
Well, congratulations once again. A very happy winner here on to the top 8 at BlizzCon. We have one more match coming up. Please don't go anywhere.
Our final game of our pre-BlizzCon qualifier is going to happen coming up. But before that, before we really get to see what our final BlizzCon lineup will be like, we want to thank our sponsors to make this tournament happen, and of course, getting it all together. And also before that, let's just have a quick look at some of the highlights from the last few games. And of course, it's brought to you by Windows 10 Game DVR.
The 2015 World Championship Series Global Finals is brought to you in part by Intel, Windows 10, MasterCard, and T-Mobile.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm here with Kriparian, and as a fellow Canadian, how do you feel about Hotform getting through?
Well, I was hoping at least one Canadian would get through. Going into the tournament, we had 16 players total. We had 4 players from each of the regions. I liked the balance. I like to see players from all over the world compete against each other. It kind of makes it a little bit different because usually when you have an organized tournament, it's largely localized. So you have a lot of players from one area competing against each other. And in the World Championship, it just feels like the diversity is an aspect that you want to see as a viewer. And I think that experience is one that we will hopefully do a good job in delivering. And so far, Hotform has done justice to bring that balance, and maybe Purple can do the same. But still, at least we have one player from each of the regions, and in the end, we might have the full distribution, 25% from each region.
Yeah, that would be amazing if Purple is able to pull through here. We'll have America's representatives, China, SEA, and of course Europe. I don't know though. Pingpingho looks pretty tough. What do you think about this matchup?
Yeah, Pingpingho was definitely my favorite player just from the opening games. I was so surprised about his his charisma and his his experimental side, bringing in some very weird things that didn't really seem like they actually hurt him. His mid-range shaman pulled some amazing wins. His hunter deck, which had a few very different techs, actually seemed like it was stronger than some of the other hunters that other players brought to the tournament. So, I have his stake in it for that. But Purple's a fellow Canadian, so he's got some points on the board as well. It's tough to say how it's going to work out. I think it's going to be an excellent match to conclude our series.
Yes, I cannot wait to watch, and you guys don't have to wait any longer either. It's coming up next.
An event, a moment for people to come together.
We are thrilled that you are here.
Hello, BlizzCon. This community is everything.
Pingpingho versus Purple.
2 men enter, only 1 can go to the main event at BlizzCon. It's time to find out who will be our 8th player to go to next weekend's main event. Pingpingho from Taiwan versus Purple from Canada. 1 person featuring the Shaman, 1 featuring the Rogue. I am Frodam, joined by Amaz and Robert Wang to bring you guys the last match of the day of opening week. It's finally time to call it the beginning of the end, boys. How does it feel to be here?
This is the match I'm actually most excited for. The Shaman God versus Purple. One of my good friends. It's going to be amazing. The last match was kind of crazy too.
That was intense.
Where Hotform nearly scraped out that win, and yeah, congratulations go to him. And of course, Purple will be looking to join his fellow Canadian in the top 8.
Yep.
But I wouldn't mind a Shaman God being top 8 either.
No, I would not. Robert, you've been watching closely. We were watching the entire series. Every single rope burn to the intense plays. What was your opinion on that?
I thought Neilio's played really well up to this point. Obviously, he's a very methodical player. Likes to kind of take his time and figure out what he wanted to do. Glad Hotform advanced, though. It's really just nice for me, for North America, and by proxy, USA, to get on the board, even though it was, in fact, Canada.
That's right.
Who did the heavy lifting for us. And I really want to see Pingpingho kind of prove that his first series against Purple wasn't a fluke, that he really does understand this Shaman thing through and through. Very excited for Purple. it's a chance to prove that, okay, he knows Bloodlust is there in that Shaman deck. He's ready for it this time. It's not going to catch him off guard and do 31 damage, though.
The element of surprise is gone. Both these guys have played. It's been the theme of today. Every single match, all 4 have been rematches from the group stages earlier on. So with full information, how do these players equip themselves for the upcoming series? Remember, it's an elimination match. Win or go home. Pingpingho comes in here as a player who is going to be bringing the Shaman to the lineup, but ultimately Drew is going to be starting off. Purple going to start things with his Freeze Mage, and that already favors our player from Taiwan.
Yeah, we already see Purple keeping 2 cards. Acolyte Pain and Loot Hoarder, that's the start you want. You just want to cycle more cards. Pingpingho, on the other hand, we have Keep of the Grove, one of the key cards to silence off the Doomsayer, and perhaps even silence off a Frozen Minion for surprise damage.
Absolutely, and you have to keep in mind that there's so much more riding to this than just being able to advance to the top 8. The fact that you get to be on that main stage in front of that awesome set that we'll be on next week. There's also, the storylines behind these players. Pingpingho and Purple both have been living in shadows of other players on their teams. You look at Pingpingho, for example, there's another player that's been the surprise of the year called Roger. And, Roger's been really dominant in a lot of the points and a lot of the tournaments. And Pingpingho had a couple splashes, but he ultimately forgot. Versus Purple had the same exact feeling behind players like Firebat or even Amaz back when he was on Archon, taking the spotlight more often than Purple was able to get it. But this is his time to shine. So you can definitely see there's a lot on the line here.
Yeah, Pingpingho we saw kind of in the Legendary Series tournaments before was really the first player to really popularize the Tempo Mage deck that had Flame Waker, used a lot of those low mana spells, and he called it the Machine Gun Mage at the time, and we were all very surprised to see that, and it was very exciting to see. But as you said, he kind of fell off the radar a little bit. I think another storyline here for Purple, I've spoken to him at length over the course this past week, and obviously he wants to win, he wants to go to BlizzCon, but for Purple, there's kind of this this whole respect of self. He really wants to be a perfect player, and when he misplays or feels he misplays, he really beats himself up about it. And for Purple, I think almost more important than winning is feeling like to him that he actually played this matchup correctly and that he does not misplay.
Yeah, sometimes playing correctly and letting the cards go the way, like win or lose, you just want to do your best, right? And that's exactly the kind of player Purple is.
Yeah, especially in this type of matchup where everyone's watching and it is your key. It's your highlight reel for how you got to the round of 8. This is going to be really important. Now, again, in the very beginning stages, as the Druid, you generally want to be able to ramp up early. Even having Darnassus Aspirin or Wild Growth or having something to do. But in this stage, Pingpingho ended up passing, which gives Purple the slight initiative of being able to do stuff on the board. Loot Hoarder doesn't go answered, it can chip into the armor. These kinds of small little advantages really will help the Freeze Mage gain back some of that lost advantage in this matchup.
And Shade is actually a very important play here. If you don't play Shade now, you might actually wait till turn 6 to be able to play it, since you have Shredder and Druid of the Claw, which means that it's very vulnerable to Blizzard. This is really the only time frame that it actually works out.
We kind of talked about in the last time Purple played Freeze Mage against Pingpingho that the draws he actually got were not super conducive to his agenda. He wasn't really getting into those cycle cards early. He was getting a lot of the late game stuff that he wanted to close the game out with. In this game right here, we see a completely different situation. He's got 2 Arcane Intellects, he has the Acolyte of Pain, has a Loot Hoarder, and these are going to be really useful for helping him get to where he wants to go later on, while allowing him to survive the early game, which not necessarily too traumatic from the Druid. The Druid tends to kill you more in like the mid-range and late game, but it's about building your arsenal of tools. We already see Archmage Antonidas in hand, as well as the coin, so I think this game so far is already way better off for Purple than it was the first time around.
Yeah, I would say that Purple's hand is spectacular, but hey, Pingpingho on the other side has a very spectacular hand as well. He has Dr. Broom. After playing all his minions, he has Ancient of Lore to cycle for more cards, or you can even keep it for healing if Purple decides to go a little bit more aggressive with Alexstrasza and then burning him out.
Yeah, there's obviously looking at Pingpingho's curve. 4-5 and then 2 7s. Maybe he finds that Emperor Thoris and just has the perfect turn order there. But he's actually going to opt to swipe here just to get that Acolyte off the board. Make sure that Purple can't ping it every turn to draw up to 3 cards. So values not letting Purple get those cards.
Oh, attack with the Shade. That is interesting, considering that Shade usually wants to stay lying in wait, because after a certain point, it can do a lot of damage that gets outside the range of Frostbolt and potentially Fireball. I think Pingpingho is anticipating like, well, I don't want my opponent to freeze the board and then have the Shade do nothing, so I'm just going to attack now.
Right. And the, well, just the Doomsayer on an empty board for Purple.
I love that.
Actually a very heads-up play. Looking at Pingpingho, what is his response to this? Just to either hero power pass or just play a Shredder for a 2-drop just for some semblance of a board.
Yeah, both have merits. You build up your armor a little bit as Druid, but as a Shredder, you do have a minion that potentially could do damage. Maybe even completely mess up the plans of the mage. Like anything from Patient Assassin to Lore Walker Cho. We've seen like crazy stuff coming out of these Shredders that can really mess up with the game plan.
Oh, or you can get your own Doomsayer, and the mage can play the minions.
Right, that's right.
I really like this play too because understanding that Pingpingho's on turn 5, so he probably had something like a Druid of the Claw in hand. He goes into turn 6 with most of the time for Druid not a huge Haymaker turn. It's usually Thaurissan or something like Force of Nature in hand, which obviously Force of Nature you want to save to close out the game.
Sure.
So he's really disrupting what Pingpingho wants to do as far as building an early board. And Pingpingho is going to go for that Shredder play that you brought up and see what he gets.
It's a power play because even on 5, in the best case scenario, he had Innervate, he had 7 mana. This disrupts everything. I really like this sequencing that Purple chose to go for. He also made interesting choices too, like Acolyte on turn 3 as opposed to Arcane Intellect when he had 2 of them. And now, I mean, it doesn't really matter how the events ended up transpiring, but he does have a lot of good card draw, and he's drawing into some of the better options to remove bigger threats, which you'll definitely need coming into some of these turns.
And not only that, Purple's sitting at 25 health, and usually that doesn't happen against the Druid at turn 6. So I'd say Purple handled this situation pretty well so far.
The Haunted Creeper off the Shredder is kind of a big deal. Obviously, the 1/1s that drop off of Haunted Creeper are by themselves not super threatening, but if there's a world where the Haunted Creeper body is disposed of and the 2 1/1 Spectral Spiders are sitting there, they can be activators for Savage Roar, which can turn into a lot of damage suddenly on the fly for Purple to deal with.
But currently, you have Pingpingho has 6 mana, a little bit awkward. Druid of the Claw means that you can't hero power, or you can play it kind of weaker board.
Yes.
Depends what he wants to achieve here. He thinks that maybe board pressure is a little bit more important here, so goes ahead and plays the Druid of the Claw.
And this is the power of messing with the curve. Pingpingho missed a hero power, which that 1 damage could be the relevance, or the point between living and dying. Fireball off the top allows him to remove and ping very efficiently. How important is the coin in this matchup compared to other matchups where you generally want to maximize that coin usage and timing?
Usually the coin doesn't matter too much because against the Druid, you really want board, right? You want your minions to trade for their minions, you want your spells to trade for their spells.
Sure.
Hope for Alexstrasza and go on with your life there. But the coin here with the Antonitis is going to be pretty huge, especially if Purple draws his second Frostbolt so that he can activate the Ice Lance damage instead of just cycling for Fireball.
We kind of look at what Pingpingho wants to do here. Obviously, Dr. Boom is just the most straightforward, powerful play he has as far as options go. He could play something like Lothep, which he just drew, but you usually want to save that for a more crucial turn to stop something like an Ice Block or a combination of spells from going down.
Sure.
And the Ancient of Lore represents drawing some cards, so looks like he's going for the power play.
Lothep is a little bit tricky because when you play on turn 8, your opponent can still Frost Nova for 8. If you play when they have 7 mana, they actually have no response to it. The other dangerous factor for Lothep is that if you play on the Alexstrasza turn, it's basically a 5/5 that did nothing, right? Yeah. So it's pretty tricky to use correctly.
Yeah, it's one of those cards, it feels like it stays in your hand for a while until you're ready to make that final push, and then you want to make sure they're only doing one thing at most, because Freeze Mage wants to live in a world where it can usually do 2 things per turn in those later stages, like protect itself while hitting you with fireballs after Alexstrasza.
Yeah, it seems like that card is really one of the best counters to Freeze Mage.
Yep. Or any deck that tends to
do multiple things, combo decks, right?
Yep.
Well, it might get a little tricky soon because we do have the full Force of Nature and Savage Roar combination attack in Pingpingho's hand. And if these Boombots do end up sticking around and doing additional damage after the Death Rattle effects, that's a lot. I mean, Freeze Mage also just got confirmation that it's not going to be Ice Barrier that came off that Scientist, it's Ice Block. And Purple sees that the Ancient of Lore does end up coming down. Not the most amount of pressure, but it's still pretty significant considering that he's going to be on 9 mana next turn guaranteed.
Both some sheep, so that's super relevant, I don't think, here.
Not as good right now.
No.
So Purple, obviously the combo is at the back of your mind when your Druid opponent is at 9 mana. So let's see if he decides to play around that a little bit. It is the Ice Block that is up, so...
it would be 27 damage, I believe, if Druid played Force Nature Savage Roar and went all in and left the Boombot surviving. So Purple would barely be alive, and then he'd either choose to go super aggressive, like Alexstrasza aggressively, or Alexstrasza himself.
It's kind of crazy to think that at 29 health, the mage is in danger of dying.
Yeah, such is the life of a Freeze Mage, at least in today's metagame. And Pingpingho, even, like, the important thing is he also has follow-up damage from the hand and Lotheb, so even if he got cornered by his opponent playing Alexstrasza and saying he had the damage, he can also cancel out that turn and survive by playing Lotheb and popping the ice block. So he has almost every tool he needs to finish this game. Just has to navigate correctly and make sure that he doesn't get, terribly unlucky.
This is one of the big weaknesses right here for Freeze Mage we're seeing. In the early game, Purple had a Loot Hoarder, Mad Scientist, kind of these smaller minions that could jockey for control of the board early on. But as we progressed, Freeze Mage really runs out of those mid-range minions. It has Antonidas, it has Alexstrasza, but those are pretty much predicated on winning the game. You don't just play them down like the Druid plays down their minions. So now the Druids just pretty much had uncontested reign over the board. And yeah, as we've seen, we see the Savage Roar, we see the Force of Nature. The writing is kind of on the wall for Pingpingho.
Yeah, Pingpingho decides to play the Adric along with the Hero Power to kind of hedge his bets in case, lots of burn from Purple comes out. But looking at this Flame Strike, it's decent. You can also ping off the Ancient Floor, no matter what the Broombot hits. Oh! Okay, maybe
that stung.
Pingpingho gets an Innervate, that would be pretty disastrous for Purple because that is an extra damage on top of that.
Amaz, what are you doing?
Yikes, that Innervate is the 15th point of damage.
Oh man, that is not what Purple wants to see. And of course, Pingpingho deciding if that's what he wants to do. I mean, that's like the perfect draw, right? If the Hearthstone RNG gods give you a gift, you have to use it.
Yeah, obviously you want to just make sure you're not rushing it, maybe not missing something. But yeah, I would fully expect him to come to the conclusion like, you know what, I would like to set my opponent at 1 and pop the block.
Here's the problem is if you don't set him to 1 and pop the ice block, what do you allow him to do? Like if Purple had a hand to go aggressive with Alexstrasza and say he had like a second ice block, he might actually have damage to kill you. But you do have that Ancient of Lore to fall back upon. So it's always these like weird, tricky scenarios where it's like you're not sure if you want to take your time or you want to go all in. Then your opponent just like you played perfectly into their hands because there's 2 scenarios where you all in on damage and then you lose your ability to kill.
Oh wow, he's not going for it. I'm very surprised by this play because
he's too late to use combo. By the way.
Oh, I see. It's the rope. It's the rope of the metagame. But
it took too long to think.
Oh man, I'm not really a big fan of this because you want the Mage player to be put on the defensive. And now Purple has an extra turn to develop whatever he wants.
Oh my goodness.
That is a super important draw right there. So on this turn, I don't think you're looking to play Alexstrasza just yet. Especially, you've already used the thing is you've already used 2 fireballs, defending yourself from damage on the board. So now it's probably just time to, which Purple's doing, start generating fireballs.
That's 4 fireballs.
Yeah, and he's gaining some big tempo by freezing some minions. And so he says, you have to either deal with this Thorson, and most likely you can't combo me down because I'm going to be at effectively 23 health. You would have to have 2 Savage Roars with the Force of Nature.
Yeah, this is
He's got 20 damage, I believe.
So 14 from the combo, 4 from the Aspirant. We have
2 from the
Living Roots and 1 more from the Innervate. So he can actually pop the block once again here.
But that is 21, and then Purple's at 23 because of the ice barrier. So he's actually okay.
He's actually fine.
He's not good. He's not okay against the second Savage Roar, but it's still unlikely. That's a 4-card combo that you're not going to play around all the time.
This puts Purple in such a good position now. He's got all those fireballs. He can Alexstrasza next turn if he wants to, or Emperor, whichever he thinks is better. Just so many options for him now. And Pingpingho suddenly, he's at 30 health, but for how long?
Right, might be regretting not using his Force of Nature Savage Roar combo the previous turn to pop the Ice Block. And now he will have to do something else.
He has to use Force of Nature here, but he's using both Force of Nature and Lotheb here, which means if Purple picks up Frost Nova, then it feels like this game would definitely start snowballing out of control.
Oh no, I think the Lotheb turn, the perfect answer is Alexstrasza.
Yeah, that's Amaz brought it up earlier.
Exactly what you wanted to. So Pingpingho's timing on the Lotheb.
He used both Ancient of Lores too.
Yeah, was actually pretty bad. Well, maybe Purple's Alexstrasza timing was a bit better. Let's just put it that way.
In this case, it's you don't want. It's like a rule by now. You don't want to Lotheb when your opponent is going to be playing Alexstrasza anyway. So that's why turn 9 is generally taboo. But in this case, you're forcing Purple, who just got 3 fireballs, by the way, after you use both Ancient of Lores.
Right.
It's very unlikely that he doesn't have damage to kill you.
Yeah, Pingpingho's in a very bad spot here too. He also used the Ancient of Lore to draw cards.
Right.
So he's also missing the other win condition of healing yourself out of range. So,
and he hasn't much armor because he's been hero powering not very often. And that second heal bot, I really wonder how much it's going to be the difference maker here.
Well, he still cannot. Oh, yeah, I guess he kept him block here. But then he uses the BGH to clean up the Alexstrasza.
Yeah, and Purple still doesn't have that second ice block. He has the Scientist.
So not quite it yet.
So he's going to shoot his own Scientist with the Explosive Sheep.
Okay, that's very clever. And you can also, meanwhile, fling a Fireball. Oh no! Purple probably got Ice Barrier!
Did he get Ice Barrier?
I mean, looking at that face, that's probably what he got.
Yeah, I guess this is the pretty awkward moment where you're like, wow, I set up all these plays, I had a chance.
Oh.
But Ice Barrier is not going to be it.
Yeah.
And Pingpingho is going to attack, realizing it is. And he's just going to Force of Nature it down.
Oh, what a turn of events, man.
Wow. Pingpingho getting saved by the Mad Scientist, not pulling the correct secret.
I was so close to. He almost pulled that off. And I feel like this is the second or third time we've seen over the course of this past weekend that so close for the Freeze Mage pulling out against the Druid, and the Druid just ultimately has the Force of Nature, the Savage Roar, pops the block, and the second block doesn't come out.
Yeah.
Some pretty fortunate circumstances did happen for Purple. Like, his opponent didn't have a Wild Growth or anything on turn 2. Didn't have an answer to like a Doomsayer, so that way he could load the board. So there was small openings there, but that definitely left a bad taste in Purple's mouth. He had to swing some water to wash it away.
Yeah, at the end of the day, Druid does have a lot of pressure. I mean, 4/6s and 5/5s. Those are exactly the minions you want to play against a Freeze Mage. They have Flame Strike, which can't clear it enough. They have to spend Fireballs against it. Right. And at the end of the day, they have to react to your minions.
Yeah.
I think Purple actually navigated that really well, though, all things considered. Obviously, as we talked about, that's not necessarily a matchup that the Mage wants to draw into initially. So, and if he'd pulled that off, I think in terms of this series, that would have just been a ridiculous win.
Yeah.
To get the Freeze Mage by the Druid.
Yeah, I mean, there's still the Hunter and Shaman, which I think Freeze Mage is reasonable against. Although Pingpingho's playing, he's playing the hybrid or the mid-range Hunter? Do you recall?
He's playing that mid-range with the Fel Reavers.
That's
oh,
right.
yeah, the Fel Reavers.
Oh, well, Fel Reaver against Freeze Mage is always iffy because you're not sure if it ends up being the reason you win or the reason you fatigue and you actually have no other answer.
Oh, I think Fel Reaver is insane against Freeze Mage.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen it backfire a lot, though.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I mean, I kind of treat it as like a Mountain Giant, and that's exactly what you want to play against a Freeze Mage, a Mountain Giant.
Well, the Mountain Giant isn't throwing away half of your deck for you. The Freeze Mage has enough low mana cards and spells where they can actually, get you to discard a fair bit of your deck.
Yeah, on the flip side of the coin, you don't have to life tap for the first 2 turns. You just play Knife Juggler or Animal Companion and lead up to the 8/8. So I'm actually a big fan of the Fel Reaver from Pingpingho.
I would like to see this matchup. See how it goes.
Well, we'll see if that ends up being the case, but for now, we're going to take a short break and check in with what Purple had to say about his friends and family. In the meantime, we're going to get ready for game number 2.
The most clueless person about video games in my family has got to be my father, who's also my biggest supporter. So he supports what I'm doing without having any idea of. Yeah, he'll be wearing like one of my jerseys at home and watching the regional mug that you guys gave me, and he's showing it off his office, and no one else understands, but he's very proud.
So there's good news and bad news for Purple's fans, primarily if his father's watching along. The bad news is he lost his first game, but the good news is that Pingpingho is playing Shaman, so there's still a chance for him to just completely come back in the series no matter how bad it looks. I've seen Shaman go through some good times and bad times. Primarily bad, though, because it's been a rough metagame for Shaman to really come in here and make an impact.
Yeah, but judging by the World Championships here, I'd say the Shaman is doing pretty well, right? Maybe it has to be played at the highest level to realize its potential.
I think it also depends a lot on the matchup. Shaman really good at taking the board, similar to Zoo. If you have a lot of board clears, it could be difficult. Board clear. Some Mage does well, but Pingpingho is actually going to bring out that mid-range Hunter, so we are going to get to see that matchup of Oz. So going into this, you believed the Hunter has the edge here with Fel Reavers.
Yeah, I do think so. You have all the necessary tools to deal with your opponent's creatures. You have the bow for the Acolyte. When your opponent freezes your minions, you have some charge minions. Even Animal Companion is, a lot of times charge.
Sure.
So I think Pingpingho is at a very good spot here.
Yeah, it's reasonably powerful, especially because it's slower. Therefore, you can set up damage much. It exponentially curves out because the way that the aggressive Hunter damages is very linear. It's like 2 damage, 4 damage, 6 damage next turn. But then sometimes mid-range goes from like 3 to 9 to 21, and it's like, whoa, what happened?
Yeah, that is an exponential increase because they just keep on playing those minions. Purple, pretty glad to see only one drop here.
Yep.
Just gonna ping it off and save for another day.
It's really good pacing because now he can answer the Knife Juggler card for card and stay at a reasonable health. And if he can just do this for a while, then maybe he can draw into ways to commandingly seize the board and even draw more cards from that.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised here to see the Knife Juggler come out. I mean, I understand that you're not necessarily going to use it with the Houndmaster, but I was wondering if it's worth saving. Obviously, you get more pressure out of it, so maybe that's just what he's thinking. He just has to get that damage in now.
Sure. I mean, if he did play the Mad Scientist, Purple would have responded with an Acolyte. So it's like a different pathway, right? Pingpingho realizes that maybe he has an Eagle Point Bow.
Right.
Maybe he could have cleared it, and now Purple plays in Mad Scientist. There's just so many different paths that this game would have took, but this is what we're going with.
That's right. And Purple draws the Mad Scientist, wants that to contest the Knife Juggler instead, so he can save Frostbolts for something like an Animal Companion or Huffer, which would come out and be in bigger danger if that was the case.
Unlike last game, Purple really wants an Ice Bear here right now with the Mad Scientist, just to heal for that 8 and get these ice blocks later down the line when he actually needs them.
All right, Bo will come out here to kill it off, and we'll see what secret it is.
Oh, that's the wrong one.
Yeah, Purple looked like he's not happy with his Mad Scientist today. They are not cooking up stuff in the lab that he's super excited about.
Not the most. One thing to also consider is that Purple, the Freeze Mage does a great job sometimes against surviving, but it often gives up its way to win because you just use up all your burn, you use up all your cards, and you have nothing left. In the case of Purple playing the Freeze Mage a couple series ago, that was the case. Like, he used up everything, and then he had just bared Antonius with nothing else and just died anyways.
Yeah, in that sense, you really have to have some minion damage going to the face. For example, Alex Strauss hitting them for 8 damage, maybe even Emperor Thorsa hitting them for 5 damage.
Sure.
Not a good spot you want to be, but hey, the first objective is to stay alive.
Yes. Well, that's the primary win condition here for Purple, is to stay alive before sometimes your opponent can kill you.
So, obviously here, you could play 1-2 drop and then pepper in a hero power. I kind of think I like just playing both minions now and trying to get more minion pressure on the board as it long-term translates to what you hope is more damage.
Yeah, I like that too.
Yeah.
If he can also coin Lothep for an even bigger board, but once again, the Lothep timing is so crucial. I love playing Lothep when my opponent has 7 mana. That's like what I think is the key turn. They can't Frost Nova. They don't really have a lot of good 7 drops.
So we see Purple here gonna just go ahead and put down the Acolyte and Ping. And obviously with the minions on the board currently represented, Purple expects to get at least one, obviously, possibly even 2 more pings off of that based on what happens with the Haunted Creeper.
And the thing with Ice Bear is that it's not even a bad draw, it's like a healing touch. And that's exactly what you want against the Hunter anyways.
Right, Leon comes out. Kind of want to feel clear the Acolyte now with the Haunted Creeper. And then just put the Mad Scientist into the phase.
That does make Haunted Creeper a little bit more vulnerable to setups for full clear.
Right.
But at the same time, I think you want to maximize every point of damage. You don't want to overkill the Acolyte.
Or you can just ignore the Acolyte and just go face.
I mean, I think that's a great play.
If you're comfortable with him drawing potentially another card, but that also means that he'd be wasting 2 mana to do that.
That's true.
So I think you're okay with that.
Hey, the objective if Hearthstone is to reduce your opponent's health down to 0, right?
Yes, that is the primary objective.
I mean, I thought it was to have fun.
Oh, you have fun while hitting the face.
Okay, sure. I think that's a beat we can all
I tend to have a lot of fun doing both, winning and hitting the face.
Right.
Okay.
So Fireball to weaken the damage, and now he can draw a card.
I hope Purple's having fun clearing the board.
He's doing it very slow and methodical.
Okay.
I mean, some people are, therapy. It's very therapeutic to just clean sometimes.
Okay.
Just to scrub away.
Interesting.
All the hunters and paladins one at a time with unstable ghouls and wild pyromancers.
You know, it's a difficult hunter minion to scrub away. It's Savannah High Main.
Wow.
And it's right off the top
That's
of
a
the deck.
segue.
Yeah, that's the segue.
Not bad, Rob. Not bad.
I've been hanging out with Dan Moore backstage. He's been teaching me the art of segues.
Okay.
We see.
Savannah Jaime is a perfect card right now. But once again, that Lothep on turn 7, very juicy. Guaranteed damage, you know?
very good damage, but there also are options for purple. It's not like he's hurting for plays here. He's got the heal bot to immediately restore some of his health.
That's true.
And that's pretty significant because now he can spend his turn also pinging with the hero power instead of for Flame Strike.
Well, Purple's in our same position as us, where he doesn't really know what trap this is, right? Do we even know what Pingpingho's trap setup is?
We do know a freezing trap is in the deck.
Okay. Well, if it's a freezing trap, it's actually really good for Purple because this anti-heal bot represents taunt as well, right? Pingpingho has to clear it, otherwise heal bot gets bounced back, and then he kills for another 8. Purple's just gonna, you know, just freeze off the Lothep here just to prevent some damage.
Yeah, so by playing Lothep last turn,
okay.
Pingpingho's turn this is a little awkward, right?
Yeah.
Because I mean, obviously playing down Savannah Highmane is great. That is a Savannah Highmane on your board. That's exactly what you want. You can't use that extra 1 mana though, so
yeah.
I would say it feels wasted, but it is a little bit problematic for him.
Lothep on turn 7.
It's interesting because when Purple uses that Ice Lance, it's supposed to heal him for 5 versus Healbot heals him for 2. So I can understand that by doing that, he's more effective with his resource and life gain. However, now he doesn't actually have a way to stall that Highmane that comes down.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe, hopefully, he can use this anti-Q-bot to leverage something else in the future. Right now, I can see anti-Q-bot plus Ice Barrier, which is quite effective.
What is with what's with Pingpingho's desire to now play Savannah Highmane? I'm
well,
curious.
He wants to hero power every single turn from this point on. I think his primary goal is to just whittle down very slowly and then, you know, leap when the time is right to just kill his opponent. Like,
or now he's got 2 Highmanes. The Highmanes are piling up at some point. This might be the turn where he plays it.
An interesting play by Purple here too, freezing Pingpingho's minions along with the heal bot. So if it is indeed a freezing trap, Pingpingho might be a little bit pressured to maybe spend a quick shot or perhaps even this kill command to kill the heal bot.
But that takes his entire turn to do it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he is limited to just hero powering and floating 3 mana. I mean, Unleash the Hounds doesn't get much value, so you could argue, but he does kill command, and that's exactly what Purple's wanted. So not only is he gaining 5 life from the Ice Lance, he's gained, what, 10 from this heal bot?
Yeah, very cool play.
Keeps him off the Highmane too. It's just, for Pingpingho, that doesn't feel good. And I feel like if you were playing this game on ladder, you might just kind of weigh out the possibilities of like, all right, well, he gets the heal bot. It's going to cost like 7 mana. That's a lot of his turn. Maybe just play the Highmane anyway to ignore it. But he's gonna not take chances here.
Okay.
It's still really tricky because there's so much board tension at the moment, and Purple has a very awkward hand that goes in different directions. One is board clear, one is draw cards, the other is finish the game, and he can't really afford to do all of them very effectively. Because even if you Flame Strike, you're at least leaving 2, maybe even up to 6 power on the board.
What to do?
Oh, but if you're super unlucky.
Yeah, if you're super unlucky. But
okay.
it's like anywhere from 2 to 6, which could be a difference maker.
Well, so that's why Purple's going to go for the safe play, even keeping the Flame Strike for perhaps even bigger board.
Yeah, I like getting Scientist out in case he picks up Explosive Sheet. We know that it is Freezing Trap based off the way Pingpingho's played.
Ooh, Fell River, not on turn 5 is a little bit weaker. Playing a playing an AA at turn 9 is kind of fine. I mean, it's an Iron Bar Protector.
It is. The only problem is that Highmane's actually stickier and maybe even better because, you know, the whole point is that it's a beast, so you do get some beast synergies, and also it has the Death Rattle, so it leaves behind minions.
It's also worth noting here that, you know, 2 minions on the board for Purple. This might be the best Unleash Pingpingho is going to get. But that said, I mean, it doesn't do. I mean, it still does the same as the hero power.
That's
right?
true.
Because you're not going to use it to trade anything. So I guess that Unleash the Hound just sticks in the hand for a while longer. We are going to finally see Savannah Highmane, who's been ready to go since turn 6.
Now I wonder if Purple picks up Frost Nova number 2. That would put him in a pretty interesting position where he could try racing the Hunter. But I'm curious to see what he's going to be able to draw in the next turn.
Oh, he gets a card here with second heal bot, of course. That's in his deck.
Right, that's something we saw. Nias' Freeze Mage was running the 1 Pyroblast, and I think we determined that Purple has cut the Pyroblast in lieu of the second heal bot, obviously preparing for a lot of very aggressive decks. So he's going to have a good amount of sustainability here.
A little bit unlucky here that Purple drew his second copy of Ice Barrier, so that this Mad Scientist is only going to pull off the second Ice Block if the first one gets popped. So Purple realizing that, it's just going to clean away the trap. The Mad Scientist is not going to do anything this game.
Yep, that does mean, though, that if something like Alexstrasza comes down later, he won't have to worry about it bouncing back to the hand and just being dead.
That's true.
So, Archmage is
looks
like it might be the order of the day.
He
Archmage,
wants it
Ice
to
Barrier.
add additional pressure.
Yep.
He says, I'm just going to try to gain effective life by doing this and gain that fireball. Antonias won't be a win condition anymore. Pingpingho will certainly want to deal with it.
Oh, the Hunter's Mark.
That is the dagger.
That is gruesome.
If you zoom in really closely, that clueless ogre is actually purple right now.
And he's got a little red arrow over his head there. But just activate the traps, probably put that Haunted Creeper in there.
Yes.
Now, do you drop the second high main because it's stickier, or do you just finally put down the Fel Reaver?
Nah, you put the high main again, I guess.
Yeah.
If you're not playing the Fel Reaver, now you're not playing the...
Purple's
no!
like, what? But such is the life of this matchup sometimes. The Hunter can be really dangerous with how it answers your threats.
Double high main here, assuming it comes down, is going to be just brutal to deal with. Maybe a world where Pingpingho doesn't play either of those minions, though.
That's
Thinks
true.
he has enough damage on the board to pop the block. Then he realizes once he's there, he's got the hero power.
Yeah, you know, save a high main for potential Doomsayer play. That might be the case.
Sure, there is that possibility. Very small possibility. Pingpingho, he holds back.
Yep.
And Alexstrasza just comes into the hand.
Oh man,
But Purple doesn't have anywhere near enough damage, so...
No.
Yeah.
He
They
did
might have
use
to use it to heal.
Yeah, he did use a fireball to clear off a minion, and you know, Frostbolt was used to clear off an early 2-drop. So this is going to be difficult.
What to do?
Is it time for the Doomsayer time?
Well, I think if he anti-Killbot and Ice Barriers, he's still safe from getting his Ice Block popped. But again, it might be the exact situation, but even worse next turn because there's more power on the board.
Or even the same exact situation is very terrible.
So there is a Doomsayer, but obviously, if the Doomsayer goes down with nothing to protect it, it probably will just die.
Exactly.
Still gain, you know, a fair bit of health, probably like 7 health off of the fact that, you know, it does die as opposed to you taking that damage, but...
Interestingly enough, I think just Ice Barrier keeps him alive based off what the knowledge that we have. But does Purple know that? Like, what if he has another weapon, another quick shot kill command, just to add that little bit of damage in?
Yeah, 12 damage on the board and 14 with the hero power for Pingpingho. Purple is going to decide to clear everything.
And
That's
then
going
Ice
to be a
Barrier.
strategy.
So now with 10 damage on board, Purple is at 16. That's going to only be 12. 15. That's still not a nice block pop, I believe.
I think it'll be a little short.
That fireball helped Purple stay for an extra, alive for an extra turn.
If he just Ice Barriered and like shot a 1-1, you would have gotten popped.
Yeah, so here's the situation where the Freeze Mage strategy is going to switch to clear all your opponent's minions, Alexstrasza yourself, and then hit your opponent's face with that 8-8 a couple of times to win the game. A much harder strategy than the normal one, though.
Yeah. Now Purple's also in a situation where he needs freeze, but he also needs to just not die. Oh boy.
The second Savannah High Main coming down really does not make that Flame Strike appealing anymore. Because you're actually not, I mean, you're getting some power off the board, and you're kind of hoping that Shredder drops something like largely ineffectual, but that's still 6 damage from the High Main, and you have to ping it, more importantly, so that spends all your mana to do it.
So we need Doomsayer.
He's Frost Nova.
Yeah, no, we need Doomsayer off the Shredder, I mean.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Explosive Sheep came out a little bit late here. Not going to be able to be used, or maybe Purple just plays it out.
Okay, Explosive Sheep, I mean, does help challenge the board a little bit. Kind of gets the first half of Flame Strike out of the way there, so it just kills off almost everything.
Like we're about to probably see Purple Alexstrasza himself on the next turn, although again, it doesn't do anything to really address the board.
Right.
Explosive Sheep is going to have to do the heavy lifting there.
What he's going to hope for is possibly like a second Ice Block, so Flame Strike plus Ice Block may stabilize the board, and then he Alexstrasza to next turn.
Right.
That's definitely looking very grim right now.
Okay, Ice Block does activate, and will Pingpingho kill off this Explosive Sheep? Doesn't want to take extra damage on the High Main. Well, Geomancer
boosts up the kill command and quick shot, although 1 health.
So right now, Pingpingho again weighing if he wants to spend time playing his minion, which could get frozen and stalled, but at the same time, it's another minion that's powerful on board. And if he plays Alexstrasza, it can potentially just end the game right away.
Yep. Does Purple have any more copies of Frost Nova?
Yes, he has one more in his deck. He also does have Ice Block.
Ooh, but
Frost
that
Nova
is,
it is.
That is the best card, but right now he thinks he's gonna stay alive. But the Kobo Geomancer and the Savannah High Main means that the Kill Command is gonna deal 6.
Yeah.
Push Shot's gonna deal 4. Pingpingho doesn't even need the hero power to end the game.
He's going to be pretty upset to see that all the burn. In fact, he's going through every single card in deck practically. He's burned 9. He says, wait, I didn't burn any. And he spells.
Wow, even more damage. That's just brutal.
Pingpingho is going to go to a 2-0 lead over Purple, the reigning America champion, and put him on the brink of elimination.
See, at least the Hounds come out too. He's like, I didn't get to play this all game. Might as well. I get to play it now.
And that is going to mean Pingpingho just has to win one more game to represent the Asia-Pacific region as its 3rd member and keeping the Shaman dreams alive. He looks a little nervous. His leg is popping up and down there.
Oh man, I think he's actually feeling very confident. What better deck to be left with other than his famous Shaman deck? Right? He has 3 chances.
Why you should be nervous? It's like, okay, I brought Shaman, and I mean, Pingpingho is not oblivious. He knows the state of Shaman in the current metagame, but he still loves to bring Shaman.
Nah, he got this. He's a Shaman god. He's like, I have 3 chances. I just need 1, but I'll take 3. You know, why not?
I was gonna say, if you bring the Shaman
sure,
deck,
you can try for it.
if you bring the Shaman deck, on some level you're thinking to yourself, no, I don't care what people say about your Shaman deck. You are really good. I believe in you.
That's right. He finds the beauty, right?
Right.
In Shaman. It certainly is to the eye of the beholder. I'm really curious how it lines up against everything. I know Rogue, for example, is very strong against it. Freeze Mage tends to be good against it, although there is Doomhammer in the deck. And then Druid is always this kind of weird thing where like it can be good, it can be bad. A lot depends on opening hands. But based off of even just math, like say for example, he's only 40% chance to win. That's still a very low % chance overall for Purple to take this series.
Yep.
That's why going up 2-0 is a dominant position, especially in this kind of format.
Well, let's start with the Rogue first for Purple. He'll need to win all 3 games, and that's going to be pretty hard. Zombie Chow is a beautiful opening for Pingpingho, and of course, Tuskar Totemic is what we now coin the Doctor 3. And that's a very good turn 3 play.
You could play Manatide Totem. You also could play Tuskar Totemic
and get a free
Manatide Totem anyways.
Exactly.
I think Pingpingho is actually, in his series against Purple, like 100% on Tuskar Totemics, dropping Manatide Totem. No, actually it summoned the Taunt Totem.
It never summoned the Vitality Totem, which I predicted.
Right. So Crip was correct once, I was correct once. So it's been a...
So shall we predict it again?
Well, I'm sensing a Totem Golem this game.
Wow.
Based off of the way its momentum's been piling up for our Shaman God, Pingpingho, who starts off with a Zombie Chow. Rogue is on the coin and SI. That is pretty powerful if Purple can try to seize the board here, but again, you know, having that extra card is great, but you just don't want to take too much pressure.
I'm going to say Searing Totem. I want Purple to be a little bit lucky.
Ooh. Oh no, if he plays this, he can't play. This is one of the problems with Totem Golem, right? And having the Tuskar Totemic as like the follow-up. There's a world where you would just love to play like turn 2 Tuskar or Totem Golem, turn 3 Tuskar Totemic, and you can't. So I'm curious to see if he values playing the Totem Golem more.
He either Totem Golems now or gets it next turn. So it's whichever one you prefer.
Such confidence, Dan.
They're both pretty
bad. I'm gonna stick with Manatide Totem.
I think Totem Golem is just the most powerful play. It is weak to backstab SI, and then you get challenged on board and you have the hero power. But I think that the risk is acceptable in this situation.
Still very awkward.
Okay.
That's another turn 3 drop. But
Awkward Totem Golem there.
yeah. But Purple decides to hero power here such that he can combo his SI later. Oh wow, that's perfect 2 draw. Yeah.
Although against Rogue, Haunted Creeper is not as impactful as you'd like it to be unless you have Flame Tongue Totems or Defender of Argus, just because the stats really are weak to a lot of the 3/3s and it does get cleared easily by Fan of Knives and the weapons and hero power.
Sure.
Still feels better probably than hero power.
Yeah.
No, it makes it so that, if/when he gets Flame Tongue Totem off the Tuskar Totemic, which is the second prediction, by the way.
And there you go, Fan of Knives comes into the hand. Purple does not have the full clear with the Flurry, but he can kill the Totem Golem.
He can take his time because of Zombie Chow. It's like he still feels like he's working with 25 HP. And that's still reasonable because Shaman outside of the Doomhammer and maybe Alakir still doesn't really threaten to kill from the teens. So as long as he's still floating reasonably high in health, with Farseers in his deck, he's still in a pretty decent spot.
Yeah, unless Pingpingho decides to hex his own zombie chow.
Yeah,
to
but
deal
with the
5
Flame Tongue
damage.
Totem coming out, it's going to be really...
No!
Oh.
Wow!
It's totem goal.
I'm never right. I'm just never right.
I don't know. I'm.
How long will you question me, Robert? That's my question.
All right, what's the next one? What's the next one?
I told you, Flame Tongue Totem. It's Totem Golem and then Flame Tongue Totem.
I'm saying Manatide Totem still.
Okay, I'm not gonna say anything.
No, you have to. This isn't fun if you don't play Amos.
Alright, I'm gonna still stick with my Searing Totem.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, Flurry and the weapon does clear. Is that the time to use Flurry? He has 2 in the hand. Can he also just get away with Fan of Knives?
Oh, he is gonna do that.
Okay.
And oh wow, keeping the weapon so they can flurry next turn.
Right, threaten.
But
which
this
makes it really good against what Pingpingho has.
Yeah, but this actually punishes the healing totem punishes this play quite a bit. Pingpingho should summon a totem first, but we'll see. Yep. Oh
no. Never, never, ever right about totem.
Oh, but he gets the healing totem because
You know,
the taunt totem came out.
That is true. That's pretty unfortunate for Purple. Oh, although he does have another Fan of Knives, so as time goes on, he's still going to be able to use that. Fan of Knives is just one of the best cards against Shaman. Almost anything that it kills with spell power can, or anything it puts out can kill with spell power.
And now, however, the Fire Elemental that's going to come down this turn is going to be a bit of a problem for Purple to deal with.
I mean,
yeah.
You can sap it. That's one of those things because it does, it has immediate value again.
Yeah.
And you're not necessarily, like, he could sap and then put down the Earthen Ring Farseer, and then immediately lose the Earthen Ring Farseer, but obviously, not an ideal play.
Yeah, Battlecry minions are like some of the hardest to deal with, and sap is not very effective against it.
Oh, well, at least Purple can answer this with a Fan and Eviscerate. And keeping the backstab for later is actually very crucial along with the Adric. It now deals 3 damage for, well, practically no mana.
And Shaman's running very low on cards and ability to kill, although he does have a Rock Biter sitting in hand, so I have to imagine that he's going to try to use that Rock Biter for double damage on a Wind Fury target.
Rock Biter becomes Fireball when you get to target it that way.
Yes.
So now Purple, with 7 mana, has to think of some way to deal with this board.
Drake, well, he knows his opponent's going to be stuck on 6 mana next turn.
Right.
What can you use with that information?
Fire
Elemental
you just
number 2.
have to cross your fingers that he doesn't have Fire Elemental number 2.
Yeah.
There
and
you go.
if you go for really like passive play, like Pilot Shredder and Farseer, can he punish you and kill you? He can with Doomhammer and Rockbiter.
Right. But the thing is, like, if the Shaman has a Doomhammer and a Rockbiter, then you're probably not coming back in the game anyways, so Purple's not going to plan for the worst situation. He's going to plan for a more realistic one.
And Rogue is supposed to, this is supposed to be the opposite. Rogue is supposed to turn the matchup at one point and then just completely make Shaman unable to secure any form of board. Instead, the opposite is true here.
Well, yeah, Purple's going to actually plan for the worst here, sapping the Haunted Creeper such that the Haunted Creeper and the Fire Elemental does not kill off the Adric. And it's
and
actually a good side effect too, because Rockbiter on the Creeper would have killed the Adric too.
So now Pingpingho has to give up his Wolf if he wants to do it, or he can Hex and try to fight back. However, both those options leave some weird mana combinations remaining for the rest of his turn, and both are not very desirable. If only he had access to 8 mana.
What to do?
Well, I mean, that's the price you pay when you summon Magic Wolves.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. This is, you brought up, Brendan, and I think this is very relevant here, is the Shaman can have these really, really good, powerful starts, and because of the lack of card draw in a lot of the decks, you usually see maybe like 1 Manatide Totem, you might see Azure Drakes, but there's not a lot of reliable card draw, so now he's very much just kind of living off the top of his deck, looking for something like Doomhammer Rockbiter or Alakir Rockbiter.
Not bad. Getting a second Drake, really powerful. Again, it's the same situation where he's threatening spell power. And Pingpingho picks up a very weak card. Nerubian Egg, while great in the early stages of the game to be activated, not very good in this situation without Defender of Argus.
Yeah, turn 9, 0-2 doesn't sound the best of minions.
I mean, it turns into a 4-4, just give it time.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. I mean, Gruul eventually will become a threat if you just play it too. But the problem is that it doesn't do anything this turn, which you need immediately.
Do you maybe consider here just rock bitering? Well, I was going to say rock bitering face and taking out the other Farsi here, but obviously he cares more about the fourth floor.
Yeah. You don't want spell power on the board.
It makes sense with the second blade flurry still as something you're considering.
It's kind of weird how rogues are not really spellcasters, but they benefit the most from spell power.
Magic is weird, man. That's all I got to say. Magic
It's exhausting too for the Shaman.
Yeah.
I feel like out of all the classes in Hearthstone, Shaman understand what it's like to go to the gym the most. A backstab, that almost is a board clear, right? You just have to find out what's on the other end.
Backstab is a board clear because of oil.
Well, we have to find out what's on the other end of the Shredder.
Oh, I mean, okay.
If it's a 1 health minion, that's really good.
If it's a
Purple's
Dr.
laughing very whimsically. I'm not sure if it is.
Oh!
That's awkward. He's willing to trade, though, because Shaman's out of cards, and he has Sprint and Shredder, so...
Hey, if only there was a 2-mana minion that has 7 attack or more, he would have cleared.
Foley.
Yeah.
Foley.
Yikes.
Flame Tongue Totem off the top.
Oh, no.
That's not
and the Searing Totem is perfect for purple here.
That's perfect clear.
Oh,
and that is
bot.
the beginning of a comeback for Purple because he is going to be able to refill the hand and grab amazing board tempo. Pingpingho has no other cards, and he can't even utilize all his mana.
Oh, this is just drawing dead at this point. He's not getting really at all. I mean, yes, he can clear some of the board. We'll see what the Shredder remains, but...
Oh, yeah, the Shredder.
Yeah, maybe if Lord Walker choke him out. And then it's like, well, you can't sprint now, or you give me sprint. Fantastic position for Purple. He gets an ability to also shut down the totem very easily.
Grabs the SI immediately, and yeah, getting some board now. And with Shamans are really, really bad when they are bad at, out of cards. They do not run any draw cards.
Well, it just seems like the common theme in general with like some of these types of decks. Like you really do need, you can't be relying on your hero power to close out the game unless you're a Hunter. And even then, it's still sometimes iffy. So outside of Hunter, like most classes need access to a lot of cards in order to close out the game.
That's why we have Charged Hammer now to change the Shaman hero power, right?
It does do that.
Sure.
I've actually run into Charged Hammer a couple of times. No joke.
Makes sense. The only exception to that also is Jiraxis. That hero power can... I'd be willing to ride that hero power all the way home any day of the week.
Hero power. What is the other one in the Tavern Brawl where you play as Ragnaros and you have the hammer and it charges and turns into...
I guess the Ragnaros hero power isn't as bad, but you know, we were talking about realistic scenarios here.
Oh, okay.
Yes. That's it. Game 3 is in the books. Purple climbs back ever so slowly, but this was to be expected. The fact that Pingpingho even threatened that game is scary.
That is scary. Anytime he drew that Doomhammer, I think Purple would have just lost the game on the spot. And because the draws didn't really line up for Pingpingho, he had to just sacrifice his Rockbiter for board clear, and that's when you know that, Purple's going to steal that game.
For now. I mean, right now he still has most likely going to be Freeze Mage next. I mean, he's looking more desperate by the minute, but a moment of relief, at least for now, because Purple's still in it.
That would be interesting to see. I would have to think Purple's going to go with the Freeze Mage next. Now, you absolutely know it has to be Shaman you're playing against, and obviously Purple's lost to it once, kind of off the surprise factor, and some subpar draws. I would expect him to go back to this, knowing that it is a better matchup. I want to say, we actually kind of, when we first initially predicted this matchup, we were saying, like, oh, you just can't win this as Shaman. This is, like, really impossible matchup. But Doomhammer, I was doing a little research after. And yes, Doomhammer does make this a far better matchup for the Shaman player.
You're threatening repetitive damage from another source that you can't just freeze all the time, unless you have Water Elemental. So we'll see if that ends the case. Purple switches to Druid and says, you know what? I'm going to win with the Druid before the Shaman. And in Conquest, you can make an argument that it's somewhat inconsequential because you have to win with each deck anyways.
Right.
Might as well just get started.
So this matchup used to be a lot worse for the Druid player, I feel like, back in the day, because they don't really have a way to deal with super crowded boards of minions with more than 1 HP.
Yeah.
And Shaman just obviously just takes over the board early on. But for the Druid, this has gotten a little bit better, I feel like. With Darnassus Aspirant making them more consistent, allowing them to get to their bigger drops faster.
Yep, but unfortunately, Pingpingho has the hand to answer correct. Yeah, insanely well. Pingpingho could just even coin a Totem Golem, for example. It is more preferable that way because you cannot Totem Golem into Tuskar Totemic. So, he's just going to go ahead and coin the egg instead.
So the egg is threatening potentially the Darnassus Aspirant.
Yeah.
Purple doesn't have much of a choice.
No, I mean, you definitely play the Aspirin here, right?
Right.
It's just right.
And
It's just correct.
But here's the drawback of Pingpingho's play. He ends up floating a mana anyways.
Right.
So by playing the egg, he's trying to favor a 4/4 as opposed to a 3/4.
Right.
And that's marginally beneficial. But against a Shredder, it actually doesn't do anything. Purple
Wow.
doesn't do anything.
That's really heads up. I have to say, that's just...
So he says, okay, you maybe have Totem Golem, and you're going to overload. I have to play Darnassus Aspirant now and throw off his mana curve.
Well, at least the Wild Growth guarantees the mana ramp, no matter what happens.
Sure.
And another thing about Pingpingho for maybe Nerubian egging first is that he does have the Valiant, the Thunderbolt Valiant, which does buff totems up. But because Purple didn't play anything, he just goes ahead and establishes the tempo here.
So he wants to get that Totem Golem buffed and higher chance to survive. Makes sense. I like that line. So Purple does have Ancient of Wars to drop as time goes on. Pingpingho, though, has one of the best class responses to it in Hex, if he can draw it.
Well,
for now, though, let's summon another Totem Golem.
Yeah, well, the Flame Tongue Totem here would actually be so good.
Yeah, Flame Tongue is actually really good.
But it's going to be Mana Tide Totem.
Oh!
No, you didn't.
Finally
Call
got
it.
one right, yep. But hey, not a bad follow-up from Pingpingho here. He's going to get a 4/4. Even though he sacrificed this Totem Golem, his board is still looking really, really good.
Well, it is vulnerable to a swipe.
And that's exactly what Purple has.
Swipe into some of the biggest threats that you'll see all game long. A 5/10.
Twice.
Twice over, and no totems have survived. But what it does allow Pingpingho to do is to develop Thunderblow Valiant just on curve. So that way he doesn't have to worry about timing it correctly because he's going to want to play Dr. Boom.
Exactly, and the thing is, like, 6 health is so hard for Druids to deal with outside of, say, Force of Nature. And are you really that sad if you trade a Valiant for a Force of Nature? No, not really.
There's like maybe a consideration that you maybe wanted to hear me out. It's crazy.
Don't say it, Rob. Don't say it.
All right. Well,
Okay, you want him to uproot the Ancient of War?
It's a lot of damage.
Wow.
It does a lot of damage.
It does do, if he had Doomhammer, it does do 20 damage to the face if he ended up uprooting.
Oh man, now here's some value off the Valiant, buffing 2 creatures, giving 4 extra attack.
And Purple will have to eliminate that, so he's going to spend at least 2 turns here, or 2 mana hero powering.
Or, you know, he can use the Hero of the Grove to ping if he wants to establish the Shredder.
True.
That might be a bit of a better play. We'll see what he draws.
That might be better.
Maybe you just play a second giant tree.
The problem is you leave the Thunderblow Valiant up.
Right.
And if you leave it up, the game will snowball. I mean, for anybody who doubts, a lot of people who predicted this card to be good, just watch it live for a turn and a half or 2 turns, and then you will instantly see exactly what everyone was talking about. You're like, this card is crazy.
Yeah, Purple does not want to see that happen, so it just goes off and kills it off.
Now, interestingly enough, because he played the Totem Golem, he can't play Dr. Boom this turn. That was one of the drawbacks of Pingpingho's line where he went to go for Thunder Bluff into the Totem plays.
Hey, and now if he plays Doomhammer, he still can't play Dr. Boom next turn.
That's right. So instead, he developed Shredder, which is still a reasonable minion, but when your opponent's playing Ancient of Wars and contesting the board with bigger mid-sized minions than your 1/1s, you're losing everything that what makes Shaman powerful, which is leveraging your board in order to go for a late game push.
Yeah, like just imagine if Pingpingho has a Flame Tongue Totem right now. Those Spectral Spiders would just kill the Ancient of War immediately. But now Pingpingho has to figure out something else.
I like the fact these classes, they're battling for the board. You know, they're both kind of, I wouldn't say even on cards. They were for a second there. And then the Druid's like, oh, by the way, I'm going to draw 2 cards now. And the Shaman's like, what? How are you doing that? Why can't I do that?
Interactive gameplay.
It's
very
fun,
interactive.
very fun,
Draw 2
interactive. Sludge Belcher is also really powerful too, because most likely Hex will certainly come out, but because the way Sludge Belcher is statted, it conveniently trades into almost anything Shaman has very perfectly.
I think Purple just goes ahead and plays the Ancient of War first anyways, just because he didn't see the Hex on the first one, right? Okay.
Off the top.
Excuse me.
Yeah, he knows. He's like, he's pointing. He's like, yeah.
Excuse me, man.
But you know what that does do? It stops at Dr. Boom. But it doesn't stop it next turn because it only has 2 overload.
Yeah.
Next turn, we'll finally play Dr. Boom. It's happening.
This is like the perfect situation for Pingpingho. He drew exactly the card he needed. So now Purple is a little bit behind again. He's facing a 2/6 weapon along with a Shredder.
Well, Sludge Belcher and Drake does give him minions to fight back.
Yeah, and obviously Sludge Belcher does a great job contesting Paladin Shredder.
Yes.
And also burns 2 durability off the Doomhammer.
Flame Tongue Totem is not playable because of the overload. Man.
Well,
just
I mean,
shaman things.
Hey, I wouldn't be.
If he could play Flame Tongue and Dr. Boom, how insane was this turn? It was ridiculous.
I think playing Dr. Boom first and then playing the Flame Tongue is also very good, right? Boom boss could get
That's
buffed
true.
up. Yeah, so
I'm saying, you know,
hey, this is a really good head already.
We're in America. We live for the dream.
Wow.
I like to dream reasonably here. Yeah, you have 2 cards. Let's not get greedy. Maybe we just play 1 this time.
Rob, don't tell me how to live my Hearthstone life.
Let your dreams be dreams, please.
Absolutely not.
Purple's dream would be to draw a swipe here.
Big Game Hunter will also be reasonable.
Oh.
Force of Nature
doesn't really do
actually
the trick.
super great.
But what it could do is start setting up for potential lethal. Because, I mean, his opponent's within a reasonable range.
Sure.
So if he can pile up damage over the next couple turns, he might have a case for pushing.
You might even play the Ancient of Lore to cycle for 2 chances of BGH, but now Purple's going to do the 1 and trust. Ooh.
Emperor Thorson reduces Drew the Claw and Force of Nature down to 9. And then, it doesn't really give you much. That's still 10 damage.
I think it has soft taunt on it too. It probably just needs to get killed.
Right, but the thing is, Flame Tongue Totem doesn't care about health. It just shreds through everything, right?
Right.
My goodness.
Purple's going to do it the hard way. Just going to probably...
Oh, you know, fate. You know, using your own fate to attack Dr. Boom builds character.
Toughens you up.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Really, you know, just separates the boys from the men.
True, but then you do get a scar in the face.
A lot of people dig scars. It's fine.
You know, most people think it's
Oh, goodness!
Wow, is that lethal?
That might be just lethal.
I think that is.
Because you can play the Flame Tongue, attack the minions first, and then play the Oh, man.
That is it. Pingpingho is going to win 3-1 over the America's champion, Purple, and close out this series.
The exact cards he needed.
With Shaman!
There we go, Shaman Guard.
Don't let your dreams be dreams. Don't listen to this man on my far right.
Well, he had 10 mana. He could afford to dream big there. It was a 10 mana dream big turn. And how much bigger does it get than Alakir and Flame Tongue Totem on the same turn? Oof.
Way too much damage there.
The story of the Shaman continues. A close-up of Doomhammer, one of the key ingredients of that victory.
Okay.
But he didn't even acknowledge it. That's cold, Pingpingho. That's cold. At least like give an honorary bow or like some kind of, you know, little acknowledgement. That Doomhammer was really valuable to be able to gather that damage to end the game.
It's important to remember the people who got you there. Like Doomhammer was a big part of that, and Pingpingho was like, I don't have time
Now
for you
he's
anymore.
above that.
I'm
He's like,
big time.
I'm top 8. I'm top 8 at
Top 8 at BlizzCon.
I'm good. You know, don't really need no Doomhammer. It's like, all right, come on, man.
Wow.
But we'll be hearing from him in just a few seconds here. In the meantime, we just want to take a second to acknowledge 3 players from the APAC region being able to go on to the round of 8, stopping yet another American player, or sorry, America's player, you know, as Purple is from Canada. Any thoughts on that?
One America's player made it through. I'm happy, but jokes aside, the APAC region performed really well. Super impressed by them, and I think there wasn't really a clear expectation of what to expect from China and the Asia-Pacific region, and obviously they really showed their stuff in this tournament thus far, and I'm excited to see what they do in the top 8.
Yeah, it seems like the top 8 might have all classes to be represented, right?
Yeah,
with the Shaman going through, so it's going to be a lot of stuff variety. It's going to be exciting. It's going to be fresh. So I'm looking forward to the top 8.
That's right. Not 1, but 2 Shamans have gone through, and one of them is the Shaman God himself. Pingpingho is awaiting with Rachel for a winner's interview.
Thanks so much, guys. I'm here with the Shaman himself, and I have to ask you, Pingpingho, because this was a rematch against Purple. What did you learn when you first played him that helped you win this time?
It's like the most important part is that I learned his entire freeze mage, and I learned that he didn't have many burn spell in his deck, and I can just adjust my strategy with that.
Excellent play, and it certainly turned out well for you here as you're standing in the top 8 going into BlizzCon. And with your victory, Asia Pacific becomes the highest represented region in the top 8, and Americas becomes the lowest represented region. What do you think about that?
I think that's because APAC is good, I think.
I think so too. I think you've proved it, and the rest of your competitors. Now, when we come back, we have a lot more Hearthstone for you. But before we do that, I'm going to give it over to our casters, and we'll close out the day.
Eloquently put, Rachel and Monk. Thank you so much for that enlightening interview. What are you laughing about, Amaz? What are you giggling?
Yeah,
We're laughing because like Monk's supposed to be there translating for Pingpingho, but Pingpingho was born in America, and he does live Taiwan for the vast majority of his life, for many years. So he does speak Mandarin primarily. It's just kind of amusing that Monk was there, but he didn't even need it. He doesn't need it. He plays Shaman, and he doesn't need an English translator. This guy is ballin'.
I know, very, very impressive. Obviously, as you said, he lived over here for a while. He even went to university, I believe, over in America. So, yeah, very, very good English skills. And he said what needs to be said. Asia Pacific is good at Hearthstone.
It's good at Hearthstone, and it's good for us because we have Shamans, we have Priests, we even have a rogue going through. Let's take a look at everything that has been going on this past week. We have finally settled down to 8 players. We have Tice versus Kranich, battle between Europe and Korea. And in this top half finishing out, we have Oskok from Sweden versus Pingpingho from Taiwan.
Daimeng is going to be challenging Kuno after that series, and we will end with Zoro and Hotform. So top 8 is stacked. Very excited to see what happens. Excited to see if the Shaman dream can stay alive. I really want to see the Shamanation continue.
Oh, I'm going to root for the Priest for Tice. I want the Priest to win. Whether that means that Blizzard might not make a lot of strong Priest cards because they say like, oh, Priest just won. Remains to be seen, but hey, I just gotta root for the class that's everybody thinks is bad.
See, he remembers where he came from, right?
Yeah.
The roots.
Right.
Pingpingho. Gotta touch that Doomhammer before you go. Well, guys, we're about to wrap up here. Any last thoughts and words before we close opening week, Robert?
No, just been very exciting. It's been a pleasure to cast with you all. I've had a fun time. You know, obviously, when you get to this point for players, it's very emotional, it's very stressful, and I'm excited to see what they brought, and more importantly, that they've all, as a group, been really nice to each other. They've been extremely friendly, and going out of this, I think even if they didn't make it necessarily to the top 8, they will have made some new friends, and it will continue to push them to get even better at Hearthstone.
Yeah, that's right. They certainly met some new friends, maybe even some new painters in their lives. Maz?
Yeah, I think I want to give a shout out to all the players. It have been a very hard journey getting here. It has been 8 months of laddering, 8 months of gathering points in like tournaments and such, and they shouldn't feel embarrassed. They should feel very proud of their play getting this far. So yeah, big shout out to them.
Top 12 in the world for some of these guys. Even though LifeCoach Purple, etc. have been fallen today, we still have 8 players remaining. It's been a pleasure casting opening week as the match has been fierce and the competition has been electric. Thank you to all the players for a great show. All of them deserve a hearty congratulations again for making it so far. Now to wrap it up and to send us off here to Anaheim, here's Rachel.
Thank you, guys. It was an amazing final day here at opening week. I hope you join us next week at BlizzCon on November 6th and 7th with more exciting matchups. And in addition to our usual pro-level competitions, we are very excited to bring you an exhibition match between 2 of the top poker players in the world. The first is a seasoned gamer coming from StarCraft who goes by the ID Elky, and the second is the biggest live tournament winner of all time, Daniel Negreanu, who has recently earned his Golden Mage. These 2 physical card slingers will compete in a best-of-5 show match. We also have a special BlizzCon edition of Challenge Stone featuring some of your favorite casters going head-to-head. That's it for today. Make sure you tune in for the World of Warcraft broadcast at 1:30 Pacific. And now we'll leave you with our Windows 10 game DVR highlights from today. And we'll see you all at BlizzCon.
The 2015 World Championship Series Global Finals is brought to you in part by Intel, Windows 10, MasterCard, and T-Mobile.